It is day 3 of the Sydney Test, something we might have taken for granted in the past. It is the 5th Test of the series and only the 3rd time we've got this deep into a Test match. Something that we never underappreciate, though, is Jane McGrath Day, of course, the centrepiece of the Pink Test for the 18th straight year, raising vital funds for the McGrath Foundation to put specialist nurses towards cancer sufferers in our great nation on what is already a highly emotive day from a cricketing standpoint. There's every chance this will be the last day that Usman Khawaja bats in Test cricket as well. So all of that in prospect. Welcome to Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. It's just gone 9:30 local time. Play starts in 26 minutes from now, and that is important. It's an earlier start again, so 10 a.m. first ball. And given the way Travis Head scores, he's going to better than a run of ball. He's 91 not out on the precipice of his 12th Test ton. Can he get that here today? It's the only major Australian venue he hasn't got 100 at. He's got 4 at the Adelaide Oval. He's got hundreds at every single other venue, including Hobart and Canberra. Never before has he got one in Sydney. Is today going to be that day? The Aussies resuming at 2 for 166. They trail the Test match by 218 runs. Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. It is a glorious day. It's a little milder this morning. There is no chance of rain for the remaining 3 days. It's all about the cricket from here. My name's Corbin Middlemass. One man who took over 250 Test wickets is Jason Gillespie, and he stands alongside me on the boundary's edge. Hello, Diz.
Hello, Corby. Hello, everyone. Hello to all our listeners.
Darren Lehman's here as well, former Australian coach and cricketer. Hello, Borth.
Hello, Corby, Diz, Ali, everyone, listeners. What a day.
And world-renowned sports broadcaster Ali Mitchell, as always, on ABC Sport. Mentioned Jane McGrath, Ali, the beautiful ladies' pavilion. I said old ladies' pavilion yesterday. The historic ladies' pavilion, of course, renamed in her honour. It's always a special day, isn't it? I mean, you cover cricket all around the world, and this is as poignant a day as just about there is on the world cricketing calendar.
Yep, there have now been 18 Jane McGrath days at the SCG, which I think is more Test match appearances at the SCG than any other cricketer. I think there's a great stat about that. But yeah, it's a really special day, isn't it? Morning, everybody. And we're all decked out in our pink as well. The SCG becomes bathed in pink. It's always quite emotional, isn't it, in the build-up? And do you think as well, I was looking at these two teams and actually how cancer has affected the individual players in these two teams that we see here today. And Pat Cummins' mother, Mitchell Stark's father, more recently Alex Carey's father, and Ben Stokes lost his own father, Jed, to brain cancer as well. So there's personal stories on the cricket field, and we know all those stories that we're going to hear throughout the day of those off the field as well. And 1 in 2 people will be diagnosed with cancer in their lifetime in Australia, which is a huge, huge number, and that's why this day just does so much.
They're the numbers. If it doesn't affect you, it affects someone incredibly close to you. As Ellie said, statistically, 1 in 2 diagnosed with cancer in their lifetime. So 480,000 virtual seats is the aim, $25 a seat. Jump onto pinktest.com.au for just $25 and make a contribution, if you can, to the McGrath Foundation. Of course, all in Jane McGrath's legacy today. There'll be a high tea. Glenn McGrath will speak to the crowd pre-game, so we'll take that coming up in about 15 minutes from now. And then Glenn and Jane's best friend, Tracy Bevan, these two have come together to basically launch the McGrath Foundation, and it's thriving almost 20 years in. And so both Tracy and Glenn will join Buff and myself during the lunch break to have a little bit more of a chat about all of that. There is some breaking news down here from the boundary's edge. You know that when we come down here, we don't just sit there and look at our notes or have our back turned to the plate. We have a look out on the outfield and we work out exactly what's going on, if there's any little pieces of information that we've observed and some stories we can bring our audience.
Right.
And I noticed the man who scored his 41st Test ton yesterday, Joe Root.
Yeah.
He's out there having a little bit of
He was a great player. Great innings, wasn't it?
And my sources tell me that he maybe sought the counsel of a former Australian coach, a man who scored over 25,000 first-class runs.
Right.
Better average
Who's that?
than everybody other than Sachin Tendulkar and Don Bradman.
Right.
Our own Darren Lehman. Of course, the Yorkshire connection. Is it true, Buff, that Joe Root just came over to you and said, what do you reckon?
We've been chatting for a while. I love his Yorkshire. I mean, obviously that connection there, and he's a good young player, great. Modern day great. I mean, he's just one of the... I just talk batting. I mean, what said between him and I stays between him and I. Sorry about that.
You do love talking batting, don't you?
Sorry, listeners. And Australian coach won't be very happy either. Stuff happens. That's the way it is.
How regularly would you chat to him?
Oh, enough.
Yeah.
Again, I won't say, but enough.
Because I know last year when you said he can't be a proper grade unless he scores 100 in Australia, he certainly chatted to you then, didn't he? He reached out and said, oh, okay.
Yeah, no, he was right. He knew what I was saying.
Yeah.
I mean, And that was the last frontier, wasn't it? Like 100 in Brisbane was all. I mean, he's going to break all records. He was brilliant yesterday. He's batted a little bit deeper in the crease, which I think's allowed him to play square of the wicket better. Got rid of that sort of flirt outside off stump yesterday, which has got him in trouble in Australia a little bit. But I thought he was brilliant. The one that probably disappointed me yesterday from an England batting point of view, they'll talk about Smith and all that, but Harry Brook, he's now going to come back if he doesn't get 100 in the second innings with the same pressure next time, 4 years' time, the same pressure that Joe Root's been under. Why didn't you make 100? And I just said to him then, why didn't you get 100? I mean, they're the perfect opportunities to make 100, get it off, get it on the CV, then no one talks about it. You know, and Joe Root's had to handle that for now 4 series, and he's finally got it on his CV.
So behind only Sachin and Jacques Kallis in terms of most hundreds in the history of the game, he equals Ricky Ponting. It's also within 2,000 runs of the all-time leading run scorers mark, which is held by Sachin Tendulkar. And the last time someone was this close was back in 2010 when Ricky Ponting was still within 2,000 runs of Sachin Tendulkar. So it's amazing that for really the last 16 years he's been well out on top. We spoke about yesterday whether he'd get there or not, and I think all of you sort of nodded your head and said...
you're amazed at that, aren't you?
I was just surprised how unanimous it was, that everyone thought, absolutely. I mean, he's 35 now. I know he's scoring hundreds for fun. He scored 24 of them since 2021. As to what he's 2,000 runs away. You sort of do the quick math on that. You'd think he averages 40, which he's averaging more than that over he's probably going to have to play for the next 3 years to get there.
Who have they got this year though?
3 tests against New Zealand and 3 against Pakistan this summer. So you'd imagine he's going to clock up a good couple.
There's 6.
I did speak to Joe this morning on record though, so I can share what I talked to him about for Channel 7 on the telly.
Yeah.
He certainly said his back is all right. He said he was sort of almost flapping around like a fish, or jerking around sort of like a fish on the physio's table, because his back was cramps rather than an actual back spasm. And that to me might only be perhaps the only thing which might stop him sort of coming another 4 years and back to Australia again. Back is the only thing which occasionally has flared up. He's never actually missed a test through injury his whole career. We talked about him being left out of this test match 2013-14. He missed one other through being on paternity leave, and that is it through his whole career. So his own fitness, seems sort of without question, other than if, I hope this is just a back cramp and it won't be anything that kind of recurs, but he has just had the odd little flare up. But his motivation, as he said, he kind of pulls back the curtains. He tries to take himself back to being that 10-year-old and just always remember how excited you were as a kid to be playing cricket. And he's still got that kind of boyish, absolute love and enthusiasm for the game, which is so great to see.
He spoke with the BBC last night. Joe wrote on the situation in the test.
Ultimately, we found ourselves in a position where, we felt like we could make the most of that first innings. It could change quite drastically over the course of the next few days, especially if the weather warms up and you get a traditional kind of SCG pitch where it can crack and start to go up and down and maybe spin as well. So try and maximise those first innings runs was a priority for us, and to get somewhere near 400 is obviously a reasonably good effort. So like I said, if we can back things up tomorrow and we can build good pressure with the ball for sustained periods of time and utilise those dents that have sort of acquired over the last couple of days, then I think things could change quite quickly.
A bit of Joe Root speaking last night with the BBC. It's amazing when you think about Joe. Say he never played Test cricket until the COVID lockdown happened, and then his career started at that point. So forget that he'd had 17 Test tons up until that point. He's basically had a Hall of Fame career since the COVID shutdown. Like, he's got 2,400 since, which would actually put him second behind Alistair Cook on the all-time hundreds makers for England cricket. Like, there are phenomenal numbers, and in that time against his contemporaries, the next best is Kane Williamson with 12. He's got twice as many hundreds as the next best in the last, 4 or 5 years.
It's extraordinary. He's been superb, and I remember seeing him when I first went to Yorkshire back in 2012. He was actually opening the batting at the time, and he hit a double 100 down in Southampton, and you just went, wow, like, this kid can play. And I think he ended up getting his Test debut in that winter in India, I reckon, Ali. And he batted 6, and he showed his elite play of spin as well as obviously the seamer. So he started his career well, got 70, I think, and on his way.
The path to victory from here. So, I mean, it felt like when we spoke at this time yesterday, there was an opportunity for England to bat the Aussies out of the game. Instead, feels like they've opened the door and the Aussies are all of a sudden back in it, which is almost the whole series in a nutshell.
Yeah, most certainly that they opened the door, and look, we've talked about Jamie Smith's dismissal, but that sort of stopped England getting potentially 450. So look, I think if Australia bat a full day today and they go at the clip they're going for and over, they could, in theory, be about 100 in front and put a lot of pressure on England.
And they bat deep, don't they? Down to number 9 as it is at the moment with Michael Neser as the night watchman. So Green at 8, Webster at 9, the way the lineup is currently situated.
I wonder if Neser bats this morning or retires hurt.
It's a good question.
You have Steve Smith come in.
What would you do if you're in that dressing room still, Buff?
I'd have Steve Smith come out first thing this morning and bat all day. Michael Neser, well, he'd probably want, if he could bat, he'd probably say, well, might as well bat now and rest up. So it depends on his arm. It's his bowling arm, isn't it, that got hit. So they may do that.
2 for 166, the Australians, so they trail by 218 in the Test match. Play begins in 15 minutes from now. We'll hear from Glenn McGrath shortly before play here on Jane McGrath Day. All right, a couple of the big talking points out of the Australian camp. So Travis Head's clearly won. He's 91 not out, going at better than a runner ball. My podcast co-host, Ed Cowan, last night, he loves, obviously, batting. He's a student of the game. And he had this breakdown of what he saw from Travis Head yesterday.
I think he'd probably be sitting in there thinking, played pretty well today, but my goodness, what was that they served up to me? There wasn't much of a test technically for him. He just picked them off. But what I would say, and I watched pretty intently this afternoon of his batting, was that was as most Darren Lehman as I've seen him bat. And maybe you can pick this apart tomorrow with Buff. The way he stayed side on and was still managing to roll the ball almost like a topspin backhand through wide mid-off with minimal foot movement but enough weight transfer. And I was just thinking that's Darren Lehman, because a lot of left-handers at that point lose their shape and their front hip comes out, and this was probably Travis Head early in his career, and it would fly between the gully. At the moment, he's still staying square and being able to hit it with power and authority, kind of wide mid-off off the front foot, and he got enough cut shots. And he looked kind of unstoppable, because every time they pitched it up, he smacked it. And every time they bowled short, he smacked it. And they didn't have the nasty fasties to kind of get up into his rib cage, which we know sometimes causes him trouble. And so I thought it was a sensational innings. I think probably he's maybe not the most impactful on the series, but probably his best.
Ed Cowan on the ABC Cricket Podcast Monday and Friday, and after every day's play on Travis Head yesterday, so he's 91 not out. What do you reckon, Buff? Was it like looking into a mirror?
Well, he's a lot better player than me. He's going to have 12 Test hundreds. I'll give you the strong tip. But the way he summed it up there, Ed, he could be a cricket coach. Yeah, don't worry
absolutely.
about the
I was thinking exactly
Don't worry
that.
about the podcast, mate. He's out. He's just quit and he's becoming a coach.
Don't give him any ideas.
Send him to England.
Yeah, because he summed it up perfectly. I think his weight transfer is there. He's playing with a little bit more of a closed face, which means he's not slicing the ball. He's not trying to hit it too hard. He's so strong anyway, and his weight transfer back through the ball is excellent. So he's hitting a lot straighter, but also then when he's cutting and playing off the back foot, he's not sort of slicing it to gully and nicking the ball. He's more going over the top or through covers. So his weight transfer, the way he's balanced, and doesn't look rushed. He's giving himself more time.
Buff, I spoke to Steve Waugh briefly yesterday. Just saw him up near the media centre, and he said the thing he noticed about Travis Head is that the ball sounds different coming off his bat. What would he mean exactly with that?
It's all his timing. Like
right.
When he's meeting the ball, he's meeting the perfect spot, weight transfer back through the ball, a bit like golf and timing.
Yeah.
And he's just got his game in a really good spot. He's not trying to get too far across. He likes to hit through the offside, but as soon as they drop short, he can either cut it or pull it. And that's because he's got a good base as well. He's not jumping around that sometimes he does against 150 bowlers, but there's nothing wrong with that. I'll tell you one thing I will say about Travis Head. We talk about Mitchell Stark's series. If you talk about impact of a game, Travis Head's up there. I mean, it's Stark or Head for mine for man of the series, but Travis Head, if he gets 150 today and Australia win, you're talking Perth, aren't you? Adelaide? And then Sydney. Stark's been unbelievable.
Yeah, all of a sudden there's a conversation.
Yeah, 2 of the 3 matches which have decided the Ashes, the first 3 test matches, and then even to make it 4-1, it's impactful, isn't it, if it's his 100 here, which actually really turns the game and pushes it in Australia's favour.
We're about 3 minutes away from hearing from Glenn McGrath, so there's a number of cancer sufferers and their cancer carers, care nurses from the McGrath Foundation that have made their way out onto the ground. There's a quiet plane in the background, and there's the huge silk McGrath Foundation banner, which is about to be unveiled, which has become customary here before day 3 at the SCG. And as that's unfurled, right on cue, the image of Jane McGrath is unveiled in front of the beautiful, historic green roof grandstands here. And it says, no one should go through cancer without care. So the McGrath Foundation message with the image of the late Jane McGrath, and of course the Ladies Pavilion named in her honour again today, as it has been for the last 18 years. We'll get to that, all of that in just a moment, which is only moments away, and Glenn McGrath out there with his children at the moment. The water cooler conversation today, Ali, was around the Marnus Labuschagne Ben Stokes exchange. What did you make of all that?
I thought it was pretty controlled of Marnus not to respond in the moment, because it's not usual to have a opposition player's arm put around you when you're out in the middle batting. It probably will be one that the match referee will look at. Whether there was sort of some obscenities came over the stump microphone as well, that will go into it as well. It took my mind back actually to, I mean, Marnus can be annoying out in the middle. It's up to opposition players not to be irked by him. That is part of or in a way, the sort of Labuschagne aura. It is him on the field. It's what actually makes him quite entertaining and captivating to watch. But my mind went to a moment in the India series last summer in England. Akashdeep dismissed Ben Duckett. So I don't know whether you remember seeing footage of that. As Ben Duckett then walked off, having been dismissed by Akashdeep, the bowler, Deep, came round and put his arm round Duckett's shoulders as he walked off. Duckett equally didn't respond. Match referee was Jeff Crow, who's the same match referee here, and there was no sanction for inappropriate contact. So, yeah, whether he sees the same here, he might take that into account, perhaps.
Glenn McGrath is with James Sherry. We can take you over to the Master of Ceremonies.
Yeah, that's what it's about. So it's pretty amazing what's been created, and yeah, very proud.
Can we go back 21 years ago? There was a moment where you sat down, and what was that first moment like where you went, let's do this, we've got to make this happen?
Yeah, Jane was here, and it was, we decided to share our story. I guess originally that grew into the McGrath Foundation. Jane never wanted it to be about her. It's not about myself, my family. It's about our incredible nurses, the families going through this a really tough time in their life. So, yeah, to go back there, to think, let's try to do something to what it's grown into is just incredible, and a huge thank you to that support out there from the Australian public. But unfortunately, everyone knows someone or close to them in the family or a friend that's been through or going through cancer. So, yeah, it's that support that makes a difference in so many people's lives. The
statistics are overwhelming. 1 in 2 Australians diagnosed with cancer. That's crazy.
It is. And, when you put in that perspective, 1 in 2, 170,000 people, families in this country will be diagnosed with cancer this year. The nurses are amazing. There's so many people out there that have no support at the moment. So we do what we can and hopefully continue putting on nurses and raising funds and making a difference.
One way we can raise funds is by auctioning off the baggy pinks. The Australian team are ready to hand them over to you, Glenn. Thank you for your continued hard work. And for the foundation, what they do. The Australian team making their way out now to present their baggy pinks. Led by Captain Steve Smith. All of the baggy pinks have been signed. They are available for you to bid. pinktest.com.au. Uzun Khawaja in his final test. That one's going to be a collector's item. Travis Head's baggy pink. That one's going to be a hot property as well, you would imagine. Make sure you go to pinktest.com.au. Mitchell Stark, McGillivray medalist for 2025. Valuable baggy pink there. All of these available online. Another way that you can support the foundation. Thank you for their support of the McGrath Foundation.
It's a great tradition every year that the baggy pinks handed back to Glenn McGrath as he makes the walk from in between the members in the ladies' pavilion. Of course, renamed the Jane McGrath stand today, which is where the Australian dressing room is, towards the English camp. And the England guys, full credit to them. And Glenn spoke about this a little bit this morning about just how supportive the touring team have been across the 18 years, and the English guys no different on this occasion. They were out there for the full thing to listen to what Glenn had to say, and now shaking hands with all the members of McGrath's family. Tracy Bevan's out there as well, Jane's best friend for many years, and has also been an integral part in establishing the McGrath Foundation in Jane's honour. And now the baggy pink caps of the English players handed to Glenn McGrath as well. And as we said, they will all be auctioned off pinktest.com.au, raising vital funds for the McGrath Foundation to provide cancer care nurses to cancer sufferers across the nation. 2 for 166 is the Australian score, so trailing by 218 in the test. Travis Head to resume on 91 and Michael Neser on 1 when play begins in about 6 minutes from now. Now, you guys both played with him, Ellie. You've worked with him on numerous broadcasts across various platforms for a period of time. It's an incredible second act in public life for Glenn McGrath. I mean, we're lucky enough we get to work with him and we know him, and it's in the least condescending way possible. I feel so proud of him, where it's like, I mean, this is a guy that, as a cricketer, provided so many thrills and what he did on the sporting field, and yet if you completely separated that and said, let's just look at what he's done since he's finished playing the game, he's basically established a cancer care network that's run for almost 20 years that has provided life-changing support for thousands of people across the country in what has turned this tragic event in his life into something that's so good for so many people. I mean, what an Australian, what an amazing person in what he's been able to do.
Oh, no question, Corbin. You're exactly right. I think pride is the word that us as former teammates and mates, that's our overriding emotion is we're incredibly proud of Glenn and what he's achieved and what he's done, and just seeing all these people come off the ground today. I mean, it's just amazing. What this legacy that Glenn and Tracy Bevan have created. It's absolutely brilliant.
I mean, you guys would have lived through it at the time when Jane passed away, and you think this horrible event, to think that we're still here talking about Jane McGrath 18 years on, which is such a beautiful legacy and such a force for good in the world.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, isn't it? It's an amazing day for Glenn and his family, just walking past the kids and, all the breast care nurses, all the people who've been affected by breast cancer. 1 and 2, as you said, what are we, 217,000 virtual seats. They want to get to 480, which, fingers crossed, everyone listening gets involved, and everyone here today will, and it'll be a fantastic achievement. But very proud of Glenn and his family for everything he's achieved, and Jane will be ever so proud. I mean, interesting thing, Jane McGrath stand, I'd be happy. I know it's a ladies stand and tradition, and I'm happy for that to change to Jane McGrath stand fully. I mean, what they've done for breast care and breast cancer and cancer in general all around Australia. But maybe Pitts could have a statue in the Jane McGrath stand. He hasn't got a statue or a bar he doesn't want a bar.
Gates, maybe?
Gates.
Perhaps.
Yeah, he's got to have something at SCG. So we'll get on to the Trust or Venues New South Wales. Maybe they can do something in Glenn's honour, because it's the first time, his wife gets honoured, and she's absolutely beautiful. She was a beautiful lady. But now Glenn probably deserves something as well.
And the day here has absolutely been the inspiration for the Red for Ruth Day that happens at Lord's now every year. And Andrew Strauss lost his wife, a rare form of lung cancer. So that's research into these rare forms of lung cancer and support for bereaved children as well, families who have lost somebody to cancer. And Glenn's been so generous with his time, sharing what they do here and translating that across. So his impact has now gone across the world as well. And they look at the England supporters here. They all know that day 3 of the Sydney Test, the pink test, is the day to wear pink. They've seen it on their televisions. They really want to be a part of it as well. And they've loved everything that Glenn McGrath did in Ashes series that they watched, albeit coming on the wrong end of it a number of times. They have a lot of affection for Glenn, an enormous amount of respect for what he's done. And you're right, the touring teams absolutely embrace it as much as the Aussies.
There's never a day when we stand down here where it doesn't feel like we're so privileged and it's so special to be here, but especially on days like this. It is such a poignant day on the cricketing calendar. Jane McGrath Day, the centrepiece of the pink test here at the SCG. Michael Neser is walking out to bat alongside Travis Head, so Head on 91, Neser on 1, 2 for 166. England still lead the test by 218 runs. head on the precipice of his 12th Test ton. Coming up throughout the day, of course, Phil Tufnell is going to be alongside Jonathan Agnew, so they'll be part of our broadcast team, as will be Darren Lehman, Jason Gillespie, Alison Mitchell and myself, Corbin Middlemass. You'll hear from Ben Cameron, from our chief statistician Rick Finlay as well, all throughout the broadcast. But as we get set to go here on day 3, on what's going to be a special day, it is Jane McGrath Day, of course, day 3 of the Pink Test. It is also perhaps the last time we see Usman Khawaja bat at Test level. Who knows the way that this Test is heading, but all of that to look forward to here on day 3. But to kick us off, Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sports, Stuart Clark is upstairs alongside the voice of summer, Jim Maxwell. Jim.
Thank you, Corbin. Hello, welcome to the show. A somewhat emotional start to the day with the coverage of that special event that's going to be all over us today and all over this Test match. And what a good cause it is. Very strongly endorsed and supported by people who come along to watch the cricket, and to all of you who may be listening out there and want to make a contribution. So it's a lovely morning, actually. It's a bit cool. It's not too hot. The interesting thing about January the 6th, Stuart Clark, is that Usman Khawaja, I think on 2 occasions, January the 6th, has scored hundreds here. Will this be the 3rd? Good morning.
Morning, Jim. Morning, everybody. Will it be the 3rd? Well, there's no reason why it won't be. The wicket was good. Spoke to a couple of the players post-match. They thought it quickened up, but it's still good for batting. The ball's, 34 overs old. There's no reason why Smith, Khawaja and the 2 men at the crease, Michael Nisa, who's the night watchman, and Travis Head can't score a few today.
Nisa's out there and he pushes away to the onside. I don't know how wounded he was last night. It was all a bit of a kerfuffle at the end. We were thinking in the last half hour, well, the umpires will probably go off for the light. But they didn't do that until the last minute, when it looked like Nisa may have to get treatment, retire, hurt, whatever. He was hit on the arm by Stokes with a ball that just bounced and took his right arm.
Just sort of flicked the air. It wasn't on the bony part, was it? It was on the fleshy part.
On the fleshy inside part. Anyway, they then went off for light. Here's a good ball right up on the stumps, drawing Nisa forward and playing away down towards mid-on. So Nisa's out there. I thought it might have been a good move to just tell England and the umpires he's going to retire hurt. I mean, we have all these blokes behind him now. Webster at 9 or something.
Well, we were talking to Scotty Boland last night, and he said, right, you got dished after your 1 over in Melbourne. And he just laughed. He said, I had to bat for a few more than 1 over, so no, it's all good. He was having a laugh about it. But one of the things was they didn't want Starkey and guys like that batting at 11. They didn't think that was right, which I sort of understand.
Stokes goes in and he tucks it away to the onside. Just a little apprehensive as he plays it. It's suggesting that whack on his fleshy right arm may still be having some repercussions, a little bit of pain, soreness, whatever. But they could do that, couldn't they? They could retire him.
Absolutely. They could just say his arm's too sore to bat at the moment.
Yeah.
Icing and preparing, and he'll come out later. And mind you, if you can take a bit of sting out of the bowlers and give Smith a little bit more time to prepare, and Khawaja and Green and everyone else, well, probably fair enough.
Yep, that's true. Here comes Stokes. He bowls the ball as edged into the pad and away on the onside as he pushed forward with a stiff front leg to play it out on the offside. So Australia trailing by, what is that, 218. Rick, good morning.
Good morning, Jim.
Yep. Did I get you out of bed there? You all right?
I wasn't expecting this.
Oh, that's the joy of being where you are in that seat, you know. You'll get questions without notice and surprises.
Absolutely. And you won't have the answers to half the questions we ask, because we're trying to... half the idea of this job is to catch you out, Rick, so that you don't...
I'm fully aware of that, thanks, Stuart. Next ball.
He's sort of worked that out over a few years.
Trying to come up with the most obscure statistics. Oh, I can't believe you don't have that, Rick.
2 men go out saving the boundary, and he ducks a bouncer as it goes over his left shoulder. And that's the completion of the over started last night. And now you've got something important to add to the conversation.
Just extending your comment about Usman Khawaja taking all the tests he's played in January, of which there are 13. He actually averages 65.13 in January tests. There's 13 of them, and he's scored 4 centuries in the month.
And how many of them here?
I suspect most of them.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. Well, we did have one test in Hobart last Ashes tour. But most of the time you talk January, you talk Sydney Test, and then we go off to bashings.
We go to the bashings and then the World Cup bashings.
Yes.
So there's all that to come. The January Test. There has, I think, was it a couple of years ago they had a Test match after the Sydney Test? That was somewhere, wasn't it? Adelaide.
Well, Bellerive.
Bellerive. That was the COVID year.
Yeah, that was when England were last here.
Yeah. There actually been 2 at the Gabba and 1 at Adelaide.
Yeah, there was the Shamar Joseph Test.
Oh, in Brisbane. Famously lost by Australia.
First time in...
The only one they've lost with a Pinko. So now we've got Travis Head, man of the moment. 91 from 87 balls. This has been a scintillating innings. And Tongue comes in and he's knocking down the leg side as he nicked it. There's a sort of shout from Joe Root. Not much support anywhere else as it skims through to the keeper down the leg side. What's actually Brook in it slip. Root's got moved away from the slips for the moment. So Tongue, who a lot of people thought might take the new ball, has now got it this morning.
Ridiculous he didn't get the new ball last night. Not Pfeiffer. He got 7 wickets for the match. Pitched it up in Melbourne on a wicket. Okay, it had a bit of life, but he got the length right. And then they didn't give him the new ball in Sydney, where we saw during this, when the new ball was taken, it was effective, it was bouncing, it was seaming. Had to bowl the right length, and Potts came in and bowled cut shots, and Travis kept hitting him out to the Bill O'Reilly stand.
He looked like a net bowler out of nick. Here comes Tongue back, goes Head, plays it down the pitch, and in fairness, he hasn't played any cricket.
To be fair, poor bloke's been travelling around, a bit like Bashir, mixing a good Gatorade down there, stirring it up nicely, getting a good flavour, good thick, rich flavour in there.
But why wouldn't you go and play for Mrs. Kafup's 11 at Dubbo or something? Go and play some cricket.
Well, they should actually do that. Would have the Eastern Suburbs Cricket Club taken him for a game or two? Potts?
Well, they would have, but as you know, at this time of the year,
in the twos, you reckon?
We've closed the grounds down for a couple of weeks to allow people to do whatever they like.
You were telling me out the back you're on top of the table. You don't want any English blokes. You reckon you're going okay?
We're on top by 0.111 or something on the quotient. 3 teams on 44 points. Yes, it's close. Around the wicket, here comes Tongue. Back he goes and pushes the ball out towards cover. So no runs so far this morning. We're expecting a fine day and another bumper crowd.
So let's put this game in fast forward. Let's put our crystal balls on. So Australia 2-18 behind. 2.5 hour session. They'll probably score 100, you'd imagine. That's sort of the going rate for...
How many wickets, though?
Well, that's okay. Just say a couple. Say 4 down, 100 scored. They bat the second session, say another 100. They're now even par with the English.
Yep.
They're still batting at tea time tonight, the Australians.
Here's Tongue again. Back goes Head, knocks it away firmly to the onside. And it's fielded out there by Root.
And say they're only 5 down. England are in a world of hurt.
Yep.
Because...
Say. But we were thinking yesterday at the start of play, England will get 400 here.
They should have.
They played sensibly, but... They blew it, didn't they?
They should have got 450.
Yeah.
Jamie Smith.
One of the uglier dismissals.
I would expect myself to get out like that.
Yes.
But that's how Taylor's batted.
There's a run now for Head as he tucks it away to the onside out in front of square. There's a man on the boundary there and they get a lovely throw back over the bails. I think, what's that Pope out there? Anyway, it's the end of the over. 2 for 167. Head's 92. 8 runs away from his third century of 2 for 167. Yeah. Oh, there's still 1 to go. Sorry, folks. That's the way it goes. Right and left-hander. And the night watch person is on strike. 2 slips in the gully. Nisa waits for Tongue over the wicket now. And he drives and misses as he nicked it. There's a shout. He hit the ground, that's for sure. I don't think this is going to go England's way unless they want to review it and get the risk of the man upstairs making the call. He certainly hit the ground. Did he nick it?
I reckon he hit it. I tell you, because his head turned around very, very quickly. His head went...
They're going upstairs.
I think his head shuffled back as he played the shot. You know, and you see the reaction of the batter and they nick it, they turn.
Director, we have a player review for court.
He should have retired Hurt.
Is not out. I have checked both feet. Fair delivery. Front on, please.
Yeah, there was certainly a noise. He did hit the ground, but as Stuart says, he's, according to those who are behind the wicket, they reckon he's nicked it too.
The reaction was very good, like for a bowling team.
Okay.
So we're up with Kumar Damasena, trying to get the evidence in front of him so that he can sort it out.
Oh no!
It was Yorker length. What happened down there? Did he hit the ground and the ball? Ooh.
Stokes doesn't think so. Just his reaction.
I think he's missed it. He sort of played over and inside it.
Yeah.
And it's gone past the bat.
I can see the bat is brushing the floor. We can go to the
floor
when it's ready.
We love the floor. Yeah. They're trying to find an outside edge here via one of their Kingly Bobs. And what have they found?
Once again, can you show me, please?
Push on.
The flash comes up after the ball has gone past the bat.
Okay.
I told you it hit the ground.
As ball past the
didn't hit the bat. Didn't hit the ball.
Bat is brushing the floor. You can stay with.
Now he can retire Hurt.
Ball not out. You're on the screen. You're on the screen.
You save a lot of time here. Just retire Hurt and get the next bloke in. Just holding the game up. Anyway, he survived that review, and that's the end of the over. Geez, it took a long while to finish the over, Rick.
They've only got one review left to England now. Now they're in a world of... Now they've got to be really careful. You can't just use the willy-nilly ones where you're tactical. You can't do the tactical ones anymore. You've got to... now they've got to be a bit more cautious about how they use their reviews.
Particularly using it on the night watchman.
Yeah, that's the other thing, yeah. The night watchy. Sort of figure he's probably going to get out. I think you got to give Nisa a bit more credit. I think he's a better player than a night watchy.
Yeah.
He's
made a first-class 100, hasn't he?
I think he's made a few.
In England.
He made a couple for Queensland as well, Rick. Has he made a couple of first-class 100s for Queensland?
He's played a fair bit of county cricket. Now we're back with Stokes. He's going to start another over here, and he's aiming up at Travis Head. Australia on by just one run so far. Stokes around the wicket, and Head likes that. Thank you, near the pads, and wangs it away out to the boundary at deep mid-wicket for 4. And those in the O'Reilly stand can applaud him again. Another 4. And the number of boundaries hit by Australia. What are we up to in this innings, Rick? And Head moves to 96.
Yeah, leg stump, half volley, and Travis Head. We've seen it all summer, haven't we? That when he gets a bad ball, Travis Head, he just... No big flashy foot movement. Just lets the ball come to him. Great timing.
27.
4 more.
27 fours. Here comes Stokes again. Heads back. That was more in line. And bounced a little, and he had to adjust his stroke very square onto the ball back down the pitch. 27 in the innings. The whole innings. That's 108.
He looks ugly when that ball... That back of the length ball, Travis Head, he gets all squared up and jumps and gets his hands, but he rarely gets out to it. It doesn't look like he's in control, but finds a way to kick. Well, probably it's the beauty of batting that not everyone does it the same way.
Stokes with just one slip comes in again, and he's beaten outside the off stump by a good one. Good one. And when you see Stokes hit the spot like this, you think, why don't England open with Tongue and Stokes?
There'd be a far more effective bowling. He'd bowl the right length. He swings the new ball. He swings the old ball, to be fair. Consistent, patient. Oh, no. Front. No ball? Oh, yeah. There's no prune.
Yeah, that's a few centimetres over on the sliding front foot.
Good delivery. Oof.
Yeah, it was a ripper. But it was a no-y. Stokes tries again and heads back, and he's almost nicking that too.
Tell you what,
he's got the length right.
He's got the length right. It's a good delivery. We're right down behind the bowler's arm here. And you can see the ball angling into off stump and then going off the seam towards the one slip that's in place. Geez, that's nice bowling. Seam bolt upright, and Travis Head, he's probably missed that by 2 or 3 inches then.
It's good to know that if you play straight and don't follow the ball, you won't nick it. But then again, there's a bit of luck associated with it when it's in that zone. Bouncing over and out, so just outside the off stump. Stokes goes to head back. He middles that, but doesn't get a run, even though the night watchy wanted to take one. 2 for 172 at the moment.
And Joe Root's back out there, isn't he? He did cover, I think. He's not off the field at the moment after last night. I'm pretty sure that's him standing at cover.
He's at cover, yeah.
Yeah, talking to the umpire. So he had back spasms, and he did come out and do an interview post-match, so he didn't look in any great discomfort.
He came out and spoke to Darren Lehman, our well-known commentator.
Did he?
Yeah, he did. Well, the Lehman spoke to him and Harry Brook. I think he was telling Harry Brook, you've missed your chance, mate. 100 in Australia. Won't happen again. Stokes bowls short and he goes back and hammers it out to deep point. And they wander off for a single. He picked the man out on the boundary. 2 for 173. Head will have the strike on 97. He's on the verge here.
Michael Neser, 5 centuries, 3 in the Shield.
Yes.
And 1 at Hove and 1 at Cardiff in England.
Hove?
In county cricket. Right.
The boys, when you went down to play at Hove, you go down and play Sussex. You've been to Hove?
I've been there.
I think Jason Gillespie might have coached at Sussex. Did you coach at Sussex? Yeah. The guys that after the game, they'd, oh, come on, we're going to go down the beach after the game.
Well, pub's closer.
So you'd finish at Hove. You know, it's right across the road. You walk down the hill.
It's down the slope.
Yeah, it's down the slope.
Stokes bowls outside the off stump and Neser lets it go. And it's 2 for 173 at the end of the over. Yep.
We're going back 2002. The first time I'd been to England to play county cricket. And the boys, it was a warmy sort of day in England. 25 degrees, say that. They said, right, we've had a big day, let's go to the beach. I'm oblivious to what I'm going to get here. So it's
not Cronulla.
So I wander off down the, towel and board shorts and, feeling like, let's have, we'll jump in this. Yeah. And I got down there and I said, where's the beach?
Yes.
And they said, this is it. And I'm like, no, you're joking. Where's the sand? Like, where's They said, no, this is it. And they were all excited. And I was like, I'm not going in there. This is ridiculous.
You didn't want to walk on the pebbles.
Well, my feet had to bowl the next day. It's ridiculous. I'd never seen it. Probably shows how naive I was back then about what I was getting. So I had no idea. I'm thinking Bondi, Cronulla, Coogee.
Sand. You were thinking sand. Tongue around the wicket. He's flashing and missing. He almost nicked off there. It bounced outside the off stump and Head followed it, trying to blaze away behind point. He's on 97. Oh, it's a bit touch and go when that happens. And Tongue got some nice bounce outside the line of the off stump. There's a slip in a gully, a squarish third man, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square, and a deep, fine leg as well. Will he bowl the bouncer? Tongue goes in and heads back and plays hard to Root, who's out there at mid-wicket, and he stops it. Otherwise, that would have been 4. That was beautifully timed by Travis Head. So he's made 97 from 100 balls. He's going along at a whirling rate here. His normal sort of scoring rate in his series when he's got into it. And he's wandering around just settling himself, thinking, come on, bowl one somewhere where I can have a crack. Tongue comes in around the wicket and he's forward and he whips it away down to fine leg. There's only a single to Crawley down there and he moves to 98.
There was all the oohs and ahs there. I'm just not sure that's hitting the stumps.
Going down, Prezza? Going down? I was joking, Tonguey.
There's a bit of banter between the two players. I don't think, just looking at it live, he's bowling around the wicket. It sort of, at best, it's clipping the stumps, so he needs the umpire to give him out. I think there's too much doubt for the umpire to say that's hitting the stumps.
Well, most of the time, Head will hit it, like all good players do, when it's on the stumps. Joe Root particularly. Over the wicket now, and Neser's forward, pushing the ball away on the offside. So Nisa's certainly nuisance value here to hold the England attack up. But you feel looking at the batsman to come that it's almost time for someone else to be out there. Particularly if he's dot balling.
You want Smith. You want Bazball, do you?
Smith ball will do. He ran out of partners the other day.
Yeah.
It was crazy in Melbourne. Here comes Tongue, and he's pushing and missing outside the off stump.
I'm sure he played it, that, didn't he? Well, he missed it by a long way.
I mean, there's a lot of time left in the game, so it's not very consequential at this stage, but it might become that if Nice is still there after an hour of play, something, just pushing at the ball and not scoring.
It's a nice length that by Tongue. It's full there. Needs to play to that ball. Good full answer. I mean, he bowls the right length in Australia, Tongue. Amazing he didn't play the first couple of tests.
Well, you know, they've taken up with the idea of Wood and Archer mashing Australia. Here comes Tongue, and he's driving and missing outside the off stump. He's annoyed that he didn't hit that, and Tongue probably thinking, well, you could have nicked off that time, but he missed it. 2 for 174 at the end of the over. Where's my man? Come on, Corbin Middlemass, the chief of the team down there on the field. He's coming in to tell you all about everything, including the cricket.
The Ashes Test Series.
Australia versus England.
5th Test.
Live from the SCG.
It's on your radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio, and the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Jen. What time to sit down? Morning, Taff.
Morning there, Corby.
2 for 174. And Travis Head is 98 not out as Stokes is on his way in around the wicket, and Head's just defending the ball out on the offside.
You get the feeling that Travis is going to get one here short and wide. He's going to cut it away, pick up his 2. He's just been the supreme player. We'll talk at the end of this test match about man of the series.
Yep.
And everyone will naturally turn to Mitchell Starc, you would have thought, his name would. But the guy on strike, 98 not out, he's got to be very much in the discussion. It's a toss of a coin, isn't it? 300s in a series? Toss of a coin type stuff.
28 wickets for Starc.
Yeah, I know. Can you share it?
Header waits. He turns a ball on the onside. Can't break the infield. Picked up by Crawley.
Which way would you go? I know which way I'm going.
Yeah, probably Mitchell Starc.
I'm a bowling man. So.
As great as Travis has been, and then again, if you ask me in 20 years' time what I'll remember, I'll probably remember Travis's innings in Perth. So I think that's the one that'll stick in the memory, and yet Yeah,
that's fair. I still think Starc 10 for man of the match. You know, the spell he bowled in Perth when Australia were under the cosh. You won't remember. You're right. You won't remember that, but he would be the way I would go. Just
Stokes continuing around the wicket. Heads on strike. He just chops a ball out through point. Takes a single. Root does the fielding, working around from cover, and Travis Head moves to 99. 2 for 175. And Rick Finlay, how many 99s have we ever had in this grand old ground?
This, Corby. But yes, that's right. No batter has ever been out for 99 at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Joe Root passed up a wonderful opportunity in the first innings to establish a record. And
tell me, has Travis ever been out for 99?
Once. Against the West Indies.
Right.
Which means we've already got that out of the way. So we don't need to worry about that today. As Stokes is on his way in a short one, and Nisa ducks out of the way through to the keeper.
Did you ever get a 99 in your illustrious cricketing career?
No, my highest score before 100 that I got out for was 87.
Oh, the unlucky number.
Yep.
Devil's number.
The leading edge popped it up. Yep.
Yeah, I only ever got 100, so... Actually, no, I got 200. I got one as a kid, so I never got out for 99.
In the 90s?
Yes, I actually got out in a 4th grade game a couple of years ago for 91.
Ooh.
But I really had no idea how many I was. I was trying to hit every ball for 6, and it didn't matter.
Nisa, the night watchman, Stokes over the wicket. In at the body, and again he's ducking underneath it.
That's the other thing, when you're playing lower grade cricket, so you don't actually sometimes know how many you are. Were you a counter? You know, batters go on 78 and 79, and I was just not... I'm still in. Wow, how exciting. You never knew how many runs you actually were. I never did. Not that I ever got that many to start with, so it probably wasn't that hard. I used to, the batters talk about get to 10 and then start again. And
yep.
I just get to 10. Not worry about it after that.
It's a good jumping off point. Two back on the leg side. Stokes to Nisa, wide of the stumps, and again he's not forced to play, takes up that option. So end of the over, 2 for 175, and Travis Head will be on strike to start the next over, 99 not out.
And the way I batted, which was basically just genuine slogging, I could end up being 10 after 2 balls. I'm there already, but what do I do now? I could also be out
as quick.
More often than not. With stumps everywhere after 2 balls.
It's an incredible run. This is the only ground Travis Head hasn't got 100 at, so he's scored hundreds at all the major Australian venues, including 1 in Hobart, 1 in Canberra. He's got 100 in Melbourne. He's got 2 in Brisbane, 1 in Perth, and 4 in Adelaide. And his only 100 overseas actually came in on a neutral site, which was the World Test Championship final at the Oval against India. So he's yet to sort of take that away from home. But
I find this, now that he's 99, they bring all the field up to stop a single.
Yeah.
Yet
why weren't they doing that?
When he's on 73, they put them all out again. What?
Josh Tung's got the task. He bowls to Head on 99. He square drives away to the boundary. And Travis Head winds up his bat, signals to the pavilion. It's a dozen test tons for Travis Head. He's done it all major Australian venues. 3 times in the series, recast as an opener. And Travis Head is playing the cricket of his career right now. The helmet goes on top of the bat. He raises it aloft. And there's 40,000 standing in pink applauding Travis Head.
Yeah, what an innings by Travis Head. It's been magnificent since the ball one. He walked out there and he's now celebrating, rightly so, around the ground, raises his bat, says thank you to the 40,000 people, as you said, Corbin, in the ground. His wife, his family are in the house. And Travis Head, well, he's done it again, hasn't he? He's just gone straight to the top of the order and he has not put a foot wrong since the moment he went up there. And we're all worried about, the wickets will do a bit. No, Travis Head.
12 test hundreds for Travis Head. Tongue, next ball in at the hip of Travis Head. He's talking about it too as he's just tried to tuck it off his hip. I think he was trying to play that away on the leg side, and then as soon as he played the shot, he said, there's someone right there, thinking that there was a leg slip in position, and then soon turned around and realised actually there's not.
Well, there was for 99, but now they've all spread out again. That ball he hit through the covers, right? It wasn't a half volley. It was a good shot. It was on the arp. He hit through the line, opened the face, got in the gap. There's risk involved with that, right?
Yeah.
He might nick one of those as well if he can be a little bit more consistent. Tongue gets one to move off the seam.
Tongue around the wicket. Head plays out through point. We'll get a single.
If that man's up.
Yeah.
And I know this is a very modern way of playing the game, that they drop the guys out and then expect, But I don't think it's right. Be interested to get Darren Lemon's thoughts on when he's in as a batter, whether you preferred the fielders out or the fielders up.
Just looking at the television pictures and the replays of Travis Head's 100, where he grabs the helmet, puts it on top of the bat handle. I think we've seen Chris Gale do that over the years, and Marcus Stoinis has done it. Tongue on his way in. Nisa playing a miscued drive. In the end, it dies on its way through to Smith, who takes it low down behind the stumps. 2 for 180, Head's 104.
Travis Head, the 39th Australian to score 3 test centuries in a series. The last for Australia since Marnus Labuschagne 3 seasons ago against the West Indies. The last against England was Steve Smith in 2019, and in Australia, Steve Smith again, 2017-18.
Right.
And there's only been one other one this millennium, and that was Matthew Hayden in 2002-03 against England in Australia.
Nisa playing a miss, again trying to drive. Tongue outside the off stump.
He's a bit late on those deliveries, Nisa. The ball's going and he just cannot lay back. He's actually having a laugh about it as well. He's trying to hit the ball. Yeah, he's very late. The ball's gone before he's swinging. Bowling with good pace. Last night we were down on the boundary. call was we were waiting to go on the ground, and he was bowling with good pace. Well, I sort of said to Dizzy, I said, I don't remember the keeper standing so far back, but mate, they were a long way back when Tung was bowling.
He tries again here. Tanisa gets bat on ball, drives back to the bowler, and Tung got a hand on it. Deflects away on the opposite side of the wicket. Didn't cost him any extra runs. The Aussies' deficit is 204. Head is 104 not out. His 12th test ton. He's done it all around the country now. Michael Neser is on 1. 2 for 180. The deficit is 204.
Neser off one off 31 balls too, so
wow.
Against the general run of play.
It's classic Travis Head celebration too. The big windmill with the bat twice. Just a little nod towards the pavilion and got the helmet off, top of the bat handle, and lifts it up with his right hand just to acknowledge his teammates and the 40+ thousand on their feet at the SCG. Third of the series.
Rightly so too. Well, there's been over the years, there's been kissing the baggy green. You've seen that. Now it's put your helmet on top of your bat. There was the run and jump, the David Warner celebration.
Yeah.
There's the good old fashioned, just raise your bat. Yeah, the old school was like, thanks. Greg Chappell, what would he have done? He didn't do.
Stokes is on the way in. He bowls to the lefty, Travis Head, who defends on the offside. 2 for 180.
The great Alan Border was here yesterday. He was over in the other side of the ground, and he was not a big celebrator. When he scored 100, he just both hands.
Why wouldn't you celebrate that when you score 100? Think about it, in a test career, if you have a really good career, you might do that, 15, 20 times.
A really, really good career is 20. A great career is, into what we're talking about, root. But I think, look, people just celebrate. They're more open to showing their emotion than they were back in the 80s and 90s. Right? It was like when you got a wicket. I don't know if...
Stokes bowls to Head, who rocks back, cuts out towards dead backward point for 1.
I always laugh when, you see games, they're playing games on someone would get a wicket and everyone would walk up and just give you a pat on the backside, and that would be it. There'd be no celebration.
When did that change?
Dizzy. I say Dizzy when he started to give it the chainsaw.
You were pretty nonchalant, weren't you?
Yeah, I was so surprised when I got a wicket. It was actually a shock. Oh God, I got one. He missed it. Right.
Just roll in, little nod of the head, and off we go.
Yeah, it was. No,
Stokes over the wicket to the right-hander. Neser chases 1, playing a miss. 2 for 181.
Yeah, it probably in the 90s, early 2000s. Warney started to be a little bit more flamboyant with his celebrations.
Brett Lee was pretty big on it.
Brett Lee was a big celebrator. I think Brett Lee might have practiced his celebrations off field. I don't know. He might have thought about how he's going to celebrate when he got a wicket. I'm not sure if that's right or not, but...
Third 100 of the series, as we know, so he's now opened 16 times, Travis Head, averaging 60 in the opening position. 3 tons. Neser, the night watchman, blocks out a ball. He's 1 off 33.
I'm still a big believer you've got to bring send-offs back, but not swearing and yelling at one another. You've got to point, because that was so much. When you saw you got someone out and you just pointed them to the dressing room, that was cool. Not knocked him over, and there's a little bit of chirp, there's a bit of backwards and forwards. You bowl him and he nicks it. You can't abuse him. Just point to the room, go and sit down. You don't need to say anything. The actions speak louder than the words. We've got to bring that back.
Stokes is on his way in as he delivers here to Neser, who works a ball backward a square. He tucks it down to fine leg for 1. So he's 2 off 34 balls, Michael Neser, 2 for 182. By the way, the match referee, Tom Morris reporting, has assessed the incident between Ben Stokes and Marnus Labuschagne. No further action.
Great. Nothing should happen to them. They had a bit of banter out there. Stokesy got him in a headlock. Was that a headlock?
It wasn't far from it. It was somewhere between a hug and a headlock.
Yeah, but that's all right.
I mean, so if Marnus was unhappy with it, Marnus shrugged him away and pushed off. Then what happens? Then we're on.
Well, and what if Marnus took his helmet off, threw his gloves down, shaped up? What happens then? Then we're on.
We've got a really... Stokes coming around the wicket, bowls to Head, who tries to whip it off his pad to play and a miss, through to the keeper. End of the over, 2 for 182. Remembering last season, of course, Virat Kohli hip and shouldered a bloke on the field, didn't we?
Well, nothing happened to him.
Went, so.
I still, I'll finish with, when they have, they have retro round in AFL and rugby league and all that, they should have retro round in cricket and bring back all of the stuff you could do back in the day. Dennis Lilly kicking Jarvid, you can kick batsmen. How good would that be? It would be retro round.
I think the game's better off that that's in the past.
Imagine we brought that back. As a batter walks past, you just kick him. Wow, I'm out.
How's that? Little insight into how Stuart Clark played his cricket with you here on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. 2 for 182. It's a bright start to the third day of the fifth test, the pink test, Jane McGrath Day. And Travis Head's got himself a 12th test 100. 11th at home, but he's now completed the venues. So all 5 major test venues, he's got hundreds at each of them, plus Hobart and Canberra. Josh Tongue to continue. Over the top of the stumps, Nisa leaves it on length. And Phil Tufnell, the former England tweaker, sits back down. Hello, Phil.
Morning. How are you? Hello, everyone.
It's a bright start.
Yes, good start. I say, obviously, Travis Head delighted with his 100. I think England have bowled a bit better. A couple of plays, more than a couple of plays and misses, but yeah, Travis Head just keeps peeling them off, doesn't he? England haven't found a way this summer to dislodge him.
Two slips in a gully. Square leg, fine leg back. Nisa again leaves it on length. And that seamed back too, pitching just outside the off stump and ducked back in. As a UK cricket follower, of course, former England international, I'm always keen to get your opinion on our local guys that obviously we see so much. So when you came out here, Travis Head was obviously a middle order batsman. He's come in the opening spot, and in Australian cricket we've had a few issues trying to find a replacement opener.
Yeah.
First of all, after the retirement of David Warner, and now obviously Usman Khawaja. His Tongue's on his way in again. He bowls to Nisa, who drives to mid-off. Can't break the infield, and that'll be a dot ball as Stokes does the fielding. What do you see in Travis Head? Is he a long-term option now for the Aussies at number 1 with 300s in the series?
Well, it's kind of good stats behind him to say why not, isn't there? 300s, I mean, crikey, O'Reilly. I know what you mean. He's one of those players who I reckon could be is a streaky player, isn't he? When he's on and it's going well, you're going to put your money on him, aren't you?
Tongue's on his way in. He bowls to Nisa. It's short and he ducks underneath it.
I think it's, I mean, opening the batting's mindset, isn't it, really? So it's whether he can sort of want to keep doing that, keep putting him up there. I mean, he's such a dangerous fella coming in 5. You know, I'd see him as a number 5, I really do. But, you know, he's one of those guys who has taken it on himself to say, right, I'm going to stand up and do this, and he's done wonderfully well. So you kind of go, it's in your court, mate. What do you want to do? You know, the last thing you want to see coming out when you're tired in the middle of the day with an old ball is Travis Head at 5.
Tongue's on his way in. He bowls to Nisa, who works it away through mid-wicket. There's a couple of runs on offer there, so after the slow start, he scored his second run off his 34th ball. He now gets 2 there, moves to 4. 2 for 184 for the Australians. I guess the counterpoint from an Aussie point of view would be he might be sick of walking out at 3 for 30. He thinks, you know what, I may as well go out now anyway.
Absolutely. So it's kind of in his court, really, a little bit, isn't it? I mean, I think England are pretty sick of seeing him walking out at number 1 as well, you know, so... it's one of those ones. I mean, it is still a specialist batting spot, isn't it? I mean, these days you can move up and down orders, can't you?
Tongue tries again. Nisa drives full-blooded straight to cover and fielded low down out there by Ben Duckett. 2 for 184. Heads 105. Nisa's 4.
Yeah, I mean, keep going at the moment. Just keep going, keep smashing them around up top.
Yeah. Well, it feels like they want a... They generally like an aggressive batsman complemented with someone that's you know, a little more dour. I mean, they were so blessed to have David Warner for so many years. Obviously, is that guy that was able to attack at one end, and you could have somebody play at a bit of a support role at the other end. So,
I mean, you wouldn't say he's a technical opener, would you?
No.
So it's a sort of which way do you want to go?
Yeah.
You know, do you want a couple of solid guys, you know, back and across and leave and know where your off stump is, or do you want someone to go out there and you risk your number 1 sort of guy early on that anyone can get a good one, you know?
Yeah. The funny thing is, too, I mean, it's still as much of a debate as to whether Travis Head's the long-term option in the opening position, and yet There's equally as many questions now about Jake Weatherald, and he's I think, the 14th guy that's cycled through the opening spot in recent times. As Stokes gets head up on his toes and he just dabs it into the gully and takes off for a single as the throw from Bethel comes into his end.
Because he'll just go, I'll bat whenever I want. Ronnie, he's that kind of guy, isn't he? He'll just go, listen, wherever you want me to go, I'll have a go, you know. It's a tricky one. It is a tricky one.
So admittedly there's some night watchmen in all of this, but since Warner's retirement, Head, Kawaja, Pekowski, Warner, Smith, Harris, Wade, Burns, Marnus, Constas, McSweeney, Carey, Cunham and Boland have all opened the batting.
Well, there you go.
That's 15 different names since Warner's retirement.
I know. You're going to have to stick with one soon. Or at least give them a little run, you know.
And Weatherall, sorry. So that make that 16.
Yeah. Well, he's had a fabulous summer. Just cruised around with a smile on his face, walloping us everywhere.
Aussies have avoided the follow-on, whatever that's worth, as Nasa tries to chase her.
Well, there's another play in this. Wow. Yeah.
He's beaten the outside edge a few times, hasn't he? Both Stokes and Tongue to Nisa, who's taken these giant strides down the track, trying to drive through cover and playing a miss.
Yeah, no, they've bowled better. Well, finally, England have got the right boys opening the bowling, for my money.
Now he's got some. I think he's got some sunscreen in his eye, which that's up there with one of the worst pains you can possibly feel, isn't it? When the sunscreen leaks into your eye.
Well, yeah.
It's not much fun.
No, it's not much fun, but there's a few other outlets.
Stokes wide of the stumps. Nice shot offered by Nisa. Maybe in a cricketing contest. It's never a good feeling.
No, it's not.
Nice shirt today too. Is this pink?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it's sort of like is it a baby or a powder pink or something?
Powder pink's probably the way to go.
Yeah, that's right. I must admit, it just looks like I'll put my sort of underwear in with me washing, doesn't it? It just look.
I didn't want to say that, but I thought maybe your whites with your reds.
Yeah.
This is a formerly white shirt.
It's not a bright one.
He stakes on his way in again. Nisa lets it go.
But it's definitely pink.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
No, and how emotional was that this morning? Oh, amazing. Dawney's here today.
Oh, tremendous.
To support, in pink. Agaz's wife, obviously. Had her run-in with cancer. Is here. Great day. Great vibe out there.
Now, Agaz has got a pink shirt. We're talking about pink.
There he comes. Yeah, that is
bright and bold. That's a proper pink.
Yeah.
That's as good a pink shirt I was just about seen today.
I know.
He's coming in next, Agaz.
Is he?
Tell you a bit more about that. He's Stokes on his way in to Nisa at the leg stump and off the pads. Well taken by Smith down the leg side. 2 for 186.
Well, that's the good thing about pink. There are lots of different shades.
There is.
So, you know, you can just sort of feel your way in. Yes, I'm loving Rick's there. Stripies.
So the vertical stripes, the pink and the white.
Yeah. Make you look slimmer, doesn't they? Vertical.
Sorry, I said vertical. Horizontal, of course. Horizontal.
That's the one.
Oh, it's day 3. We don't usually go this far in test cricket now.
I know. You usually are horizontal.
We're vertical. Rick's shirt is horizontal.
Yeah.
And here we are on day 3 for just the 3rd time in the series. 2 for 186. Nisa, the night watchman, still there. Stokes to him. And again, Nisa plays and misses.
Wow. Just summing it up now, the skipper. I mean, he's bowled so much better. They've just bowled better lines and lengths and challenged that off stump with that little bit of shape. Just must have gone past the bat 10 or 15 times this morning. But you've got to keep going. You've got me at it now. Yeah, horizontal.
Yep.
Yeah, horizontal. Yeah, we are usually horizontal by day 3.
Yes.
On the beach or something.
I was always told, think of the horizon.
Yes.
The way it looks, and that's horizontal.
Yeah, never eat shredded wheat. Eat northeast, southwest. It's another one, isn't it?
Naughty elephants. Smoke. Here's Stokes on his way in and defended by Nisa out on the offside. That's the end of the over. 2 for 186.
You can't leave me without finishing that one. Naughty elephants.
You can fill in the gaps. 2 for 186. Australia trail by 198 runs. Jonathan Agnew's coming in to join Phil Tufnell.
Yeah. The Ashes.
Australia versus England.
It's on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and the ABC Listen app.
Well, good morning, everybody. Morning, Tuffers. Morning, Rick. Lovely to be here. Another warm Sydney day. And a special day, a lot of emotion around today. It's fantastic. See this famous old ground bathed in pink. It's a wonderful sight. So, it's been, and you feel the crowd actually feel that it's a bit special as well. You know, the applause here and there. Travis Head's celebration. Where were the days where a batsman would just go dink dink with his bat, point it upwards, and then get on with his batting? Yeah, that was quite a celebration from Travis. But he's played very well. He's had a great series.
Yes.
300s, and Australia have started off this morning pretty well too. 2 for 186. So they'll just look to bat all day today, I would imagine, and beyond if they can, and put England under real pressure tomorrow. In comes Potts. Bowls outside the off stump. He's been mown through mid-off. Wow, that's a shot. Wow. Absolutely flailed that drive past mid-off's right hand. And poor old Potts had a bit of a nightmare yesterday, coming back and playing his first game for weeks, and it showed. And that's his first ball back, and Head's just after him. I mean, that's just a savage moment.
Yeah, he's looking to take him down.
Oh dear.
There. I mean, that was sort of just a bit on the up, just outside the off stump. That's absolutely smashed through extra cover off the front foot.
Well, Potts again is a slip and a gull. He's standing there rather optimistically as Potts comes in and bowls, and there's another 4. Wide, and Head's thrown the bat at it. It wasn't actually where he was intending that to go through third man, but he's just absolutely lining him up.
Yeah, he's looking to take him down here.
Yeah,
he's looking to take him down. He had a poor day yesterday, Potts, and he just looks off it, doesn't he? And Travis Head's just feeling that and feeling that vibe.
Well, there's just no hiding place. You can hide in the nets. You can pick the ball up and go and run in and bowl again, but when you're playing in a match and in front of 40,000 people, there is no hiding place, and that's the difference. So we now have an alteration to the field. There's only 2 on the leg side. We have a third man backward point, both on the boundary.
We saw this at Adelaide.
Here's Potts again running in and bowling to Head, who pulls him through the leg side, tucks him off his hip, and the ball is just flying around the SCG at the moment. And Potts takes a deep breath. Walks rather quietly back to his mark again. He's gone for 70, and he's only halfway into his 8th over. That was, terrific cricket again there. The field set, obviously, to be bowling off stump just outside, and Head has managed to flick that one away from outside. I mean, it was off stump. It was that sort of line, wasn't it? Yeah. He's just hit it into the leg side. He's just taking the mickey.
Wow, it's 3 out of 3 here. 3 4s out of 3 balls.
Crowd buzzing. Potts again from that far end comes in and bowls, and this time Head lets it go. Well, that's a bit naughty. He let it go, and then afterwards he played a massive sort of helicopter shot that he might play next time. I suspect was a message there to Potts. Well, at least it's a dot ball, a moment of respite. that was the full helicopter. There's a bit of touch of the Dhoni's about that. But he let it go and then played his shot afterwards. Well,
D'Artagnan.
Yeah, it was a bit. 198 for 2. Potts again comes in, bowls, and is out towards deep square leg again. Fielder chasing round from long leg, will get there. He won't go for 4. But here comes trotting back for a couple. 200 up. 2 for 200. So they're 184 behind. Head now 120. And he's the night watchman. He's faced 46 balls and he's on 4 not out. But he does have power to add to that.
Oh, absolutely.
He can play a few shots.
Well, he's got himself in now. He's had a few wild swishes outside off stump. Got away with it. England need to be careful here, or they could go whooshing past their total.
Potts comes in, bowls to Head, very wide outside the off stump, and that must have been quite tempting for Head, but he let that one go. So an eventful over, and Potts has now conceded 72 from 8 overs. Kind of a nightmarish return, really.
Absolutely. Go and get your cap, go and have a sit down at, or sit down, stand down at hind leg or third man and take a couple of deep breaths and work out what you're going to do. He looks like he's slightly lost his action.
Well, his left arm's gone, isn't it?
Yeah, it has, yeah.
And there's nothing there.
No, there's nothing there behind it, no oomph behind it.
No.
So, I mean, that happens to you when you're getting flogged around.
It's confidence, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah,
but definitely, I noticed yesterday that left arm is just
blur.
Yeah, just nothing there, no snap.
No. So you've got to just go down there and think things through, think of your trigger movements as a bowler and kind of blank it all out and start again.
Yeah.
But it's tough.
Stokes to continue from our end of the ground. He's bowling to Niza. Over the wicket he goes. He's there and he bowls. And Niza doesn't play any shot to that. Crowd still coming in, which is great. So much pink. I was saying next door toughers, and I'm going to say this, I think it's right, and Rick can either agree with me or not, but I reckon when I first started coming to Australia, you would not have got many Australian blokes wearing pink. I mean, you wouldn't. Would you, Rick?
I think you're right. I think there's been a general gradual acceptance.
I just don't think
okay.
I just don't think you would. Well, I love pink, but here, in goes Stokes over the wicket, bowls, and that's pushed away out towards mid-on, and there's no run. I mean, I think it's fair comment. I'm not going to get angry responses to that. But now look at it. It's absolutely fabulous, and pink's a good colour.
Yeah.
This is my $10 Dandy Designs from Lahore pink shirt that was specifically for today. As I mentioned yesterday, I put it in the washing machine first time and all the buttons fell off.
Yeah. Matches your eyes, John.
Thank you very much. I had an early night last night, actually. Goes Stokes again. Over the wicket, he's there and he bowls, and head allowed to go through. So it's just like the colour's been embraced, isn't it? I love a bit of pink.
Yeah, it takes a real man to wear pink, they say.
It does.
There you go.
That's what they say.
Yeah.
But it's just so taken off here, hasn't it? I mean, at home it's kind of catching on, these
red for Ruth.
Yeah, and it's not bad. I mean, you get maybe half of Lords perhaps these days in red. It's just slowly catching on. But this.
It's a special day.
Yeah, but Sydney's really embraced it, haven't they?
Yeah.
It's almost like a local charity, but it's not. It's nationwide, obviously. But Sydney's really taken this to its heart. Off goes Stokes again, bowls, and has pushed away out to cover. I saw a friend of mine from Moree who's driven down. I mean, that's 6 hours or something to go
easy. Just a
come down.
Little dogs.
I know. It's fabulous, isn't it? So excited. We got out of our taxi up on Driver Avenue there, didn't we? And these three, I'm going to say people walked past. I wasn't quite sure if they were
steady.
Well, I think they were men in dresses, pink, all dressed up. I mean, people have really gone for it, haven't they?
They have. Well, the Sixers playing pink, like magenta.
Ah, right. In goes Stokes again, bowls, and that's tucked away into the onside. And there's no run. 2 for 200. Well, actually quite a stiflingly humid day today. Flags just gently flopping. Oh dear, Rick's working on something here.
Oh,
looks like a rather an ugly Potts stat that he's working on. I love that fluffy pink. Where's the hat down there? Look, that's.
Oh yeah,
that's a fabulous. It's an Okubra type hat, but with pink fluff around the fringes. I can't see your average bushman wearing that on his harvester tomorrow. In goes Stokes, bowls, pushed away out towards cover, and there's no run. But it's great, all these different accessories around, people just having their pink in different ways. Even the little camera that buzzes up and down, the remote control one on the ground, even he's got a bit of pink on him.
He's got a bandana around his lens.
He's got a pink bandana. It's just everywhere. It's fabulous.
Yeah, there's a really good vibe.
Yeah.
Dawn's here today.
I gather that's quite rare, isn't it?
Her first day at the test. My wife.
Yeah, she's only been here, 7 weeks?
Yes.
She's brilliant. Do you know where she's sitting?
She's sitting over there in the trumper somewhere.
Ah, the big one.
Yeah.
Well, Emma got on the field.
Yes.
I'm so thrilled about, because it's a big day for her. She had this in her sights when she was going through treatment in 2017. She's always had this as a bit of a motivator. So she came, we were here before she was diagnosed, so she knew what it was all about. And then during treatment, which was pretty brutal, let's be honest, anyone who's been through that would know. This was always in her mind. So she not only got here today, she was out there on the field, which is just brilliant. Actually, really very emotional indeed. So thanks to everyone. Thanks to Glenn for organising that as well. So Emma loves Glenn. I mean, everyone loves Glenn. But, right, Potts, what have you got? He comes in, bowls to head, short, wide, crunched out to the deep point boundary. Just take a single.
Well, it was interesting when all the guys then they come out in the baggy greens and the pink ones and everything, and then give them to Glenn.
Yeah.
Auctioned off and everything, don't they?
Yeah.
Stokesy went up to him. I was thinking he might ask him to put some whites on and have a bowl. The way we've been hurling them down.
I thought Emma might put some whites on and have a bowl, to be honest.
We haven't hit anything with the ball, have we? No. We've done nothing with the ball. I mean, we've been having a go at the way we've batted, but with the ball, we've just been all over the place. On exception, Tongue and Stokes have tried manfully, but it's just licorice all sorts.
Here's Potts from the far end, bowls on round about middle stump. It's poked away to mid-on by the right-handed knee. So I'll tell you what, up here people won't know what goes on up necessarily, but all the TVs and radios, and of course the TV people, they've got their shirts being pressed and they've got to have the makeup put on. So Emma came off the field and she was red hot. I mean, just... And so very kindly, I think it's one of the Fox girls said, come on, in you come. And so she's in there being sort of blow-dried and everything else, which is great. I mean, everyone gets on so well. I mean, that sort of feeling of competition at times. But everyone behind it gets on so well. Here's Potts moving in now, bowling outside the off stump to Nisa, who again has had to go by. And I think Potts is pretty happy that he's bowling at him. But Potts is normally very springy, runs in, he's got energy, hits the pitch, and this, I mean, he's just been a bit smashed out of him, really. This is one of those where you hardly dare let the ball go. We've all had days like that.
Oh yes.
But they might have given him a chance by having him play some cricket.
No, well, they don't like playing cricket.
No, they don't.
This team.
They don't. Here's Potts. Bowls, and that's turned away for a single. That'll bring Head down on strike. Stewie from Adelaide. Agus, I've just seen the video of your reaction to Smith's dismissal yesterday. Admirable restraint. Can't say I was so calm. My wife installed a swear jar in our lounge at the start of the summer. And after yesterday, she went out and bought herself a new outfit. Nice one, Stewie. I don't think I was very restrained, if I'm honest. But it was an extraordinary moment, wasn't it?
Might need something a bit bigger than a jar.
I think so.
Perhaps a barrel.
Yeah. Right. Head on strike. It's the 7-2 offside field. And Potts from the far end comes in and bowls, and Head just steps across outside the off stump and tries to flick that away into the leg side from a ball that would, well, it wouldn't have hit another set, I don't think, outside the off stump. He knows where Potts has to bowl with his field, so he knows where the ball is going to be more or less.
Yeah.
He's just enjoying himself. He's got a big smile on his face. He took a massive step there. And again, it's one of those sort of helicopter type shots. Ball, the bat whirling round over his head.
Well, the one thing about this tactic is you do know roughly where the ball's going to be bowled.
Exactly.
You can do what you fancy. Might be worth just a little leg stump Yorker now.
Yeah. Potts comes in, bowls wide of the off stump, and Head plays a shot way after the ball has passed. And he remains on 121. Nisa has 5 from 55 balls. He's just letting Head get on with it here, giving him excellent support. Australia 182 runs behind, and their plan: bat the day, bat into tomorrow, and stick England in with a big deficit. That's Australia's plan. And England desperately need wickets. They need 4 wickets before lunch, you feel?
Yeah.
So much batting here.
Yes.
Australia as well. Stark at 10.
They bat deep into that line.
They do.
They've stuck in a specialist number 8.
So Cass is coming on, and he went for a few yesterday as well. He went for a nice little 5.5 and over. So I think Head will be looking to get after him as well. I mean, he's very willing. He runs in all day, which is what Stokes likes. But, you know, it was frustrating yesterday. I was on, I think, with Alex on the BBC and said, right, new ball has to be Tongue and Stokes. They are the best of the bunch. In goes Cass, way outside the off stump, and Nisa ignores it. They've got to bowl first. They'll bowl tightly, right to the place. Yeah, all that. Well, of course, you know, Carson Potts open. They go round the park.
Yeah, set the tone.
And it's just gone, isn't it? You know, and what happens this morning? First 2 overs, Tongue and Stokes.
Yeah.
Well, why didn't it happen at the start of the innings?
Just a day too late.
Yeah, that's all. Cast again, lumbers in from this end. He's there and he bowls, and that's turned away into the leg side, down to long leg. Tossed back down there by Potts. And they take a run. It's interesting looking around the crowd how many different shades of pink there are.
I was saying, I think the boys were looking at mine a little bit critically, saying it wasn't sort of pink, but I'm
calling it powder pink.
Yeah, I'm going powder pink. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with my effort there.
But it's like, if you look around, all the different shades of pink that there are, from the dark to almost white, but just not quite.
Yeah.
All those different shades. You get it with blues, don't you? It's summer at home when people come in there sort of pastel colours. Happens about once a summer.
Short sleeves.
Yeah, you get the same sort of pastel effect, but it looks terrific. And the really bright pink on the scoreboard really is a cerise pink. Carson is bowling to Travis Head, in he goes, and Head steps away. He's gone for a mighty blow into the leg side. He's going to be caught. Oh my word!
Oh my God!
What a terrible drop. Deep square leg. An absolute sitter. The camera focusing on Ben Stokes, whose face is just crumpled.
Oh.
As Jacks has dropped a chance there that you'd toss to your granny in the backyard. Absolute sitter.
Oh dear. He's just taken his eyes off. He's got himself in a decent position and just looks back to see where he is as it's just coming into the hands. Oh.
Well, we had the worst shot of the day yesterday, and that's the worst drop of the day today. In goes Cast, bowls. They took a run for that, and he beats Nisa as he prods outside the off stump. Wow, toughest.
That's a bit of a goober, that is. The wheels are off.
I mean, you're right. That's what he was doing.
Yeah,
he was concerned as to where the boundary edge was.
Yeah, but catch the thing first.
Yeah.
Look up. Listen, I can't talk. You go. You have a little look where the boundary sponge is, and then you go for it. But it's just. He was a long way away.
He was a long way from it.
Yeah.
And these days they practice. You know, if you do feel yourself going over a boundary, you throw the ball back in. I mean, it's brilliant how they do it.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's done there.
It's a symptom. It's a symptom of lack of confidence.
Yeah. Well, there's the next one, full outside the off stump. A flashing drive from Nisa. Makes no contact. Well, Head can really fill his boots here. It's his day, isn't it? And well, I think you could say really. I mean, it's just a horrible, horrible miss. You just want the ground to swallow you up. And the reaction of the crowd behind. I've got that lady there in the pink. She's up there. She's got both hands in the air. She's cheering. Oh, dear me.
Oh, he's got his head in his hands.
Oh, in goes Cast. There he bowls full outside the off stump. Another eventful over comes to an end. You just feel that you can hear the wheels. Well, I think they're already loosened. I think they're now spinning off, to be honest. Tough as there you go. That's one for the archive. But, dear oh me, really bad miss. And now poor old Jacks is heading out to the boundary there. That's the reception for him from the crowd. It's a cruel world. But I'm afraid he should have caught that. Darren Lehman, good morning to you.
Good morning, Aggers. What a beautiful morning. I've dropped easier catches than that, Aggers. So we all dropped.
I think we all have.
Yeah. Do you reckon Tuffers has?
Oh no, not Tuffers. Tuffers never dropped anything.
He's out the back. He's standing.
I've seen Phil Tufnell take some amazing catches.
The cat
under pressure.
The cat.
Brian Lara in Barbados. I've seen him catch Michael Slater at Adelaide. I've seen him take some amazing.
He just said he was on classic catches.
Don't ever belittle Phil Tufnell's fielding. Let me tell you. Oh. In comes Potts, moves in, bowls to Head. Oh, it's all leg side now. It's all switched. And hang on a minute. There's not a single fielder.
It's not a single fielder
within range of the batsman.
It's not allowed. The 30-yard circles. You're going to have 4 in.
Well,
I've not seen anything like that.
I hadn't seen that, and I was too busy talking to you to notice what had happened there.
I apologise to our listeners there, because we were talking about Phil Tufnell. We looked at the ground, it was like Test match cricket, everyone was on the fence.
The last time I saw that was Ben Stokes batting at Headingley in 2019.
That was unbelievable, wasn't it?
Yeah.
How did you go with that catch?
That? Oh, I've caught it one-handed.
Tough.
Bowling short, pulled four. I would imagine it hasn't quite got out of the middle of the bat, but it's going to go. And Nisa's turn now. As I said, I could just feel the wheels coming off here.
Yeah, they've got to get some control somehow.
Yeah.
Bowl good length, they can't do it.
No.
You know, they're all good young men. They're trying hard, Aggers, but they're just Nessa now's into the play and they're scoring so freely. Boundaries coming at will. Tuffers in the back of the box. He's saying he won fried chicken for a year. The classic catch he took here.
Which was that one?
I don't know.
Potts coming in and bowling outside the off stump. Needs to let it go by. I remember a run-out incident. And Slater, he says, well, there was a Slater one at Adelaide when the whole of the hill came running down. It was a hook shot off Devon Malcolm. I do remember that. But here, there was an unfortunate run-out situation that Tuffers failed to finish off. The ball was lobbed to him and it went boing out of his hands. It was a bit like the Nathan Lyon one at Headingley, actually, talking about that game. And then he hurled the ball at the stumps to try and complete the run out again and missed completely. That was quite a comedy one. In comes Potts from the far end, bowls outside the off stump, and Nisa tries to smash that away through the offside, but doesn't make contact with it this time. It's just a confidence thing. I mean, the team just, I mean, look, they're sort of wandering around. It's all a bit, oof.
Well, they need something to change, don't they? Because Michael Nessa is doing the right thing here. He's got through the, well, how long has he been batting for? An hour 5. He's trying to play some shots down and get on with the game and drive it forward. So that's exactly what he should be trying to do. And the runs are coming thick and fast.
Yeah, they really are. Potts again moves in, bowls outside the off stump. I was just saying, you're a coach, Darren, but this is not the Matthew Potts I'm used to seeing. Springy, full of energy, good left arm, hit the pitch. He hasn't played for weeks, and it shows.
Well, it's again preparation, isn't it? Yep. If he had a couple of games under their belt, they probably needed the game while the 4th Test match is going on. Like a tour game then.
Yeah.
If they possibly could. I know you can't have a switch around as such quickly, but you need them playing some cricket.
Yeah, definitely. Here's Potts again from the far end, wider of the crease, and Nisa on the front foot drives that firmly back to the bowler. It's the end of that over, so a really good start for Australia here. They're 175 runs behind, still with 8 wickets left. 2 for 209. Jim Maxwell's coming in instead of me.
The Ashes Test Series
is on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and the ABC Listen app.
Good morning again. Poor fella on the boundary dropping that catch. I did see Tuffers outside and I thought, was that you out there? But that's unkind. That's unkind, isn't it, Mr. Buff?
He won classic catches, he's saying.
Well, he did start taking them. Yes, down the leg side. It's a bouncing ball, well taken by Smith as Cast banged it in and head got inside of the ball. I was on next door on the beeb when he dropped it, and I thought there must be something here. He's looking at the rope. He's distracted, but nah. He was looking at the ball and he dropped it. That's what happened.
We've all dropped catches, Jim. I've dropped these.
Of course.
I dropped Mark Taylor on 0 in a Shield game once at bat pad. Little lob.
Yeah.
Helmet got in the road. Just fell straight down.
Did he get 100?
Got 199.
Ooh, gee, he's Cast bowling, and Head says, no, I'm not going to have a bash. I'll just take a single, thanks. She dropped the field out, and that's smart batting in the circumstances. As he moves to 123 and the score to 210.
The late great David Hooks didn't talk to me for the whole game, so you can drop them. Catches are not easy, but those ones are a lot easier because your hands to the sky and it went flat, good sight. And he's a good fielder normally. You'd expect him to take that, but it just sums up the morning for him so far.
Cast is in. He's bowling. Nice's driving away to cover. Doesn't get through the field. And Jacksfield's out there on the offside, so they don't get a run, and he gets the Bronx cheer from the crowd. He's probably his barmy army, and just acknowledging the beautiful bit of fielding he displayed then after the unfortunate drop, which we're now saying, yes, it did hit his hands. They were going up to catch it. It hit him on the sort of palm of the hand and just went down into the ground, just like that. Cast bowls outside the off stump, and he lets it go through to the keeper. Nice's 10, heads 124.
Yes, it's been all Australia this morning. Travis Head now starting to get the realms of the real tough conversation now, Jim, for man of the series, isn't it? Mitchell Starc and Travis Head.
Yes, it's going to be a tight go there.
Alex Carey.
Yeah, those three. Yeah. They're the standouts. I'd still be with Starc at the moment, but yeah. Here comes Cast again. He's driven down towards mid-off, but there's no run with Stokes stopping the ball down there.
Probably I'm starting to lean towards Travis more and more, Jim.
Yep.
Only because of that 100 in Perth. On his back of Starc did get 10 wickets that game.
Yes.
10 in Perth.
You did.
So he did set it up as well.
Australia won the first two tests, and he'd taken 17 wickets.
Yeah, and then in Adelaide when they won the series, Travis Head got that brilliant 170.
Yeah.
It's a tight one, isn't it?
Cast bowls short. He cuts it and cuts well for 4. It's going down on the slope, as it were, towards the trumper stand, and that's pretty packed today. Most of the ground, other than the members, which has probably got a few defectors today, have gone back to work or well, whatever. It's not as full as it was on the first couple of days, although the ground is a sellout. 2 for 214 at the end of the over. And Cast, I got to say, he doesn't disappoint. You just know 1, 2, 3, 4. That's short, 4 runs.
It's been all serious. I mean, he's a leading wicket taker. His average doesn't look too bad, but he's given too many
19 wickets, yes.
Yeah, he's given too many freebies away. They all have, especially, I mean, you think last night, Australia only batted 34.1 overs, I think, Rick, for 166. I mean, that's a good clip. And we've got this unbelievable field again where they're all out. It's bumper theory, here it comes.
As it stands at the moment, Matthew Potts is, after this ball, he's coming.
Here he comes with a deep set field, and he gives it room and uppercuts it. Where's it going to land? Just in front of a diving attempt down at third man. And the result is a single, just a single, as Cast raced around to try and get to that ball on the full, and they collected a single.
We talk about Jamie Smith, right?
Yeah.
They're all out. They can only get him out one way, Travis Head. He could make plenty. Just duck it for a couple overs. I know he won't, and we love him for it, but this is the time where you just go, you know what, I'm going to duck it for a while, let you bowl that rubbish with all the men out.
Potts is in, and Nice is driving it hard to cover. Good save out there, preventing a boundary. But Cast came in, dived to his left, got his fingers to the ball, but couldn't hold the very difficult chance on the uppercut.
Yeah, but Jim, what I'm saying, you know...
Yeah, don't throw it away.
No, don't throw it away now, especially with Australia 2 for 215. It's no... You know, England could get 3 or 4 wickets quickly here, and all of a sudden the game's back in their favour. So, Trav, head down, you know, duck for a while and just keep going. If you do that for an hour and a half, you watch 6 o'clock at night, they won't be getting them that high.
Potts bowls, and it's edged into the gully on the bounce to Bethel, who stops it. Nice's 14, heads 125.
And you feel like if they bat all day, Jim, they'll be, you know, they're going to score 350. Maybe more if Travis gets going. Obviously, the extended hour, so you got extended half hour. So you're going to have enough overs to score quick enough. You're going to be in front. You think they're going to be somewhere close to 500? by the end of the day if they score at this rate?
Well, if they keep dropping catches, they will be, even if they do catch a few. Here comes Potts. Back goes Nisa and plays carefully away down towards mid-on. He's been there for over an hour this morning. 70 minutes of play we've had with a 10 o'clock start. He was on the DRS looking a chance of a nick to the keeper, but there was no nick. He hit the ground, and that was very early on today. Just ruling yourself out?
Oh, yes, I see. Keeping everyone so everyone knows we're at the speed on our
You might want to use that roster again tomorrow, so you shouldn't do that. Okay.
Oh, I didn't thought about that. Sorry.
Producer will get annoyed with you for crossing us off. Here comes Potts outside the off stump, and he lets it go through to the keeper.
At this day and age, we have a printer. You just get another one done.
A printer?
Yeah, you know, P-R-I-N-T-E-R. Printer.
Well, to be honest, the world has changed. When I first sat here, a long time ago, we never had anything like this. We didn't even have a producer, actually. We didn't really need one. Because all you did was sit here and talk, and you did 20 minutes, the next bloke did 20, and then the next, and you went around again. That was simple. Potts bowls, and he drives at this for 4. An extra cover drive from Nisa. He creamed it, crunched it. And poor old Potts, he's none for 80 from 11 overs. Thanks for coming. And the score rattles along to 2 for 219 at the end of the over.
Oh, beautiful shot, wasn't it? And he's made Shield hundreds.
He's not here.
County hundreds.
Ben's not here. He didn't hear a word of that.
Oh, no. Your grandchild won't be happy with you.
I'll give him another snake. He'll be happy.
Actually, members, what's the crowd now? Almost 30,000 start to play, so they're over that now.
I would have thought. I mean, the only place that looks a little depleted really is in the members, which isn't chock-a-block, but full enough. So we should top 40 again today, as the ground is a sellout, according to those that know, and it looks like it. A big day, Jane McGrath Day, the pink ball day, and the pink ball tests. Here we go, heads facing, bumper, 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 cast bowls, and it is a bouncing ball. It goes past him. He didn't play at it. We've got the fine third man. We've got a deep backward point and deepish extra cover, and then fine leg, deep backward square, deep square, with a square leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. So it's not an unusual field in the modern game, and sometimes it works. It should have. A couple of overs back when Jacks spilt what looked a pretty straightforward chance running around the rope at deep mid-wicket. Head standing outside the leg stump. Cast goes in, and back he goes to turn it down to fine leg, and they take the single. Why not? That's what you got to do. Just become the dairy man. Milking, milking, milking. Heads 126.
Well said. That's what I like to see. Just duck the first one. One doesn't rise as much. Take it down the fine leg for 1. If they do that, you know, at tea time they're still out. The balls, they're not going to have the pace on the ball, and it's not going to have as much carry. You're going to be tired, and then you can start taking them on. But no need to risk that now, especially at 2 for 220. I mean, as I said, they still need to be getting a long way past England. They're still 160 behind.
Here's Cast. Short ball, and he pulls it away, but he doesn't quite get it as he wanted to, and Duckett stops it at mid-wicket. It was the big shot, but not the clean hit, and he dragged it to mid-wicket rather than hitting it past or over him away to the ladies' stand. But he's got a bit more intent about his batting now that he's got into a rhythm. He was playing and missing a lot early on, and that's when England looked like they'd get him out. In fact, Duckett's now moved out from that mid-wicket spot to a deep square leg. 3 on the onside. Cass is on his way into Nisa. Nisa drives at this. Thank you very much. That's 4. Yeah. Pitched up, whitish half volley, and he smacked it through cover point and away to the boundary. So he's a bit contagious by what he sees at the other end, and he's starting to hit 4s.
Having got 6 runs off his first 60 balls, he's now hit 4s in each of his last 4 overs.
He scored 5 first-class hundreds, this man.
Yeah, it was a better shot. He hasn't tried to hit it as hard as the previous ones, so getting the pace of the pitch. Wide half volley, put away nicely.
Cast runs up again, and it's short on the back foot. He punches it out to cover, but he doesn't score as he finds Jacks out there.
Another good thing though, Jim, 256,014 virtual pink seats sold.
Yeah.
Aiming for 480, so that's gone up almost 40,000 this morning.
Yep. A very good ceremony. A pageant of sorts, you could say, with all the carry-on around the awareness for a good cause on Jane McGrath Day. Glenn McGrath out there collecting the pink caps from both teams before play started. It's Nisa and Cars. Cars bowls to him in his forward, and he knocks it away on the onside to that man at deep mid-wicket. He probably would have stopped a single had he been left where he started the over, but off they went. We're going to have a pause for refreshments here, and it's 2 for 225. Head 126. Nisa 23. What's the partnership worth now, Rick? As we travel towards this drinks break.
59.
59 added in an hour and 20 minutes or so. So, with drinks on the field, this is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
Get more from your garden all year with a subscription to our magazines. Gardening Australia delivers expert advice for each season, and in Organic Gardener, live green and eat well. Subscribe now at abcmagazines.com.au.
The Ashes, live across Australia.
Australia versus England.
Josh Tung's got the task. He bowls to head on 99. He square drives away to the boundary. And Travis Head winds up his bat, signals to the pavilion. It's a dozen test tons for Travis Head. He's done it all major Australian venues. 3 times in the series, recast as an opener. And Travis Head is playing the cricket of his career right now. The helmet goes on top of the bat. He raises it aloft. And there's 40,000 standing in pink applauding Travis Head.
Here's Potts again running in and bowling to Head, who pulls him through the leg side. Tucks him off his hip. And the ball is just flying around the SCG at the moment. Carsten is bowling to Travis Head, and he goes, and Head steps away. He's gone for a mighty blow into the leg side. He's going to be caught. He's, oh my word!
Oh my God.
What a terrible drop.
ABC Sports coverage of the Ashes. Australia versus England.
It's on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and the ABC Listen app.
Hello, Bub. Hello, everybody. Well, there have been a couple of horrible bits of cricket this match so far from England, and the drop of Travis Head was certainly one of them. Will Jacks on the boundary. 2 for 225 now. Head 126. Nisa on 23, and now Buff not only staying out there and wearing down the bowlers and making it maybe a little bit easier for Steve Smith and Khawaja to come, he's now actually scoring runs as well.
Yeah, it hasn't been a great morning. They just can't get control. They can't bowl the top of the stumps and just be consistent with it. Then they go to bounce the theory. Trev almost gets out, and then he almost does the Jamie Smith, didn't he? Everyone was on the fence, and he almost hit one of the Cars, who almost took an unbelievable catch. So I think Travis, and look, for England's point of view, if they get Travis and get the night watchman, all of a sudden 4 down for, say, 250, you can go bang, bang, you're back in the game. So I'd like to see Trav just negate that, let them go and actually have a bit of a partnership for another hour. Michael Ness has done a great job. He's starting to play shots, and he can, because he's got through, an hour 20 now. Done his job now to score some runs and put pressure on England the other way, because that gives the batters a bit more latitude. Ball goes softer, it becomes easier to score. It hasn't done a lot since the ball's got soft, has it?
Not a lot of movement off the pitch, but England have also bowled shorts again, and Potts came on and had, it was a horrible first few balls, wasn't it, to Travis Head, just width and crunched.
I feel for him, because he's actually bowled quite well in England, hasn't he?
In the county championship. I think last year was a little bit more expensive. I think his average was nearly up to 40 last year.
In the test matches?
Well, the test matches he's played, I think he started pretty well. 2022 he came in. His last test was 2024. I mean, he's One thing about Matthew Potts is, as opposed to some other bowlers where we've seen hamstrings and back issues, Matthew Potts has stayed fit. He seems like a very robust bowler. But, always difficult for him being thrown into one test match. It's, a month since he played that game, the PM's 11 at Lilac Hill. So that's a month of net bowling only. And then suddenly you're into a test match of an Ashes with the SCG. So, been a difficult time for him.
Yes, his average last year in the county championship was 42.21. The previous season it was just under 26. So a massive increase.
We're ready to go again after the drinks break, and it is Potts running in here. Bouncer to Nisa again. This field just spread. 3 on the leg side. 3 on the offside. Everybody else spread on the leg side in front of the Bill O'Reilly stand and the giant scoreboard that's been turned pink for this match.
I'm also bowling jacks. Bowling the major spinner in the side to Travis Head as a left-hander. I'm just changing up because it seems that both bowlers are now bowling short, aren't they? They're both doing the same thing. You get in too much of rhythm, so change the rhythm of the batter. Bowl your spinner.
Nisa awakes, Potts is in, the ball pops up, but it's safe. It drops behind points. Potts in his follow-through. Initially might have thought, is that ball going to balloon up and it'll be a leading edge and drop into my hands? He's gone through for 1, Nisa. 2 for 226. He had to get in behind it, try to defend it. Couldn't keep it down that time.
What I'd love to know is if they're going to keep doing this. I mean, they've got both bowlers. The art of cricket sometimes is you can't have both bowlers doing the same thing. You need something different. One going around the wicket and doing this if they're going to bowl short, and the other one bowling over the wicket and bowling fuller. So you don't want the batter just to get into some sort of rhythm that everything's going to be short all the time.
Yeah, and now for Travis Head. Same sort of field here with Potts over the wicket to the left-hander, stacked on the leg-sided big heave, who's trying to clear all those fielders out towards the Brawongle stand, and a big miss, and through to Smith it went on that occasion. Right about if Ben Stokes did toss the ball to Will Jacks, it's sort of putting responsibility back on him, isn't it? Saying, well, you dropped Travis Head, here's a chance for you to, you go out there and you try and get him out with the ball.
Yeah, and you never know. It might just create a little bit of a collapse. You got Smith in, Khawaja, left-hander.
Potts moves in past the umpire and to Head, a bouncer down the leg side, and Head is content to let that one go. Just flexed the knees and didn't offer a shot that time. He must have wanted the ground to have swallowed him up, Will Jacks. Right on the rope, mass crowd behind you.
Front of the Barmy Army.
Yeah, there are a few Aussies in there. You could see a few with hands on heads, a few with hands between legs, heads between legs rather, sort of, I can't believe it. A few arms up in celebration. Heads batting outside leg stump here. 3 back on the boundary and 3 in the middle of the field here on the leg side, and he's happy to nudge that towards square leg. Jacks is there fielding. And there's no run. Blue sky, some fluffy white clouds today, and a breeze blowing across the ground. Still just got that very typical slight humidity in the air. There's a lot of rain overnight.
They're saying none today, though, aren't they?
No, it feels very clear.
Yeah, it does.
As we are, approaching 11:30 local time. Potts turns, moves in across the lush green outfield, and Head, one hand comes off the bat here as he looked to work it to the leg side. Let me get hold of it. And it's a dot ball to end the over. 2 for 226. Australia are 158 behind. Travis Head 126 off 131. It didn't take him too long this morning to get the 9 runs he needed to reach 3 figures. Nisa 24 from 80.
Well, I'm going to ask you this. You're the smartest commentator we have in this room.
Not sure about that.
You are. I'm going with you. The rest...
You're not going to ask me a trivia question, are you?
No, I'm going to get a comment from you. So I argued with the skipper because he's always going to go New South Wales and I'm always going to go South Australia. At the moment, Travis Head or Mitchell Starc, man of the series.
Can I drop Alex Carey's name in as well?
Well, you can. You can do whatever you like. You're the boss. So 3 of them.
Well, can I also buy a bit of time and see what happens in the next 2.5 days?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Here's Cars. Bounding in here to Nisa, drops one short. He drops his hands and lets it go through to the keeper.
What about if we do an Ali Mitchell, Darren Lehman poll on man of the series?
What, here, right now?
Yeah, we'll just, we'll get the boys to mix it up on Twitter for us and social media and do that. And we'll
throw it out to our audience to get their votes as well.
And we'll throw
Very
Joe
much in
Root
favour of
in
that.
there for England because at least he's got 200s. So you've got 4 players. So we're talking Mitchell Starc, Travis Head, Alex Carey, and we'll have Joe Root in there.
How many dismissals for Alex Carey? Well, that's comfortably into the 20s for this series.
27.
Yeah. Here's Cass in up past the umpire. Back of the length, dropped into the offside towards point. Root's there to pick up and no run. Travis Head's
500 runs.
Yeah.
Is he? Oh, over 500.
Yeah, over 550 now. And the
Starks.
first 200s that he scored were in a bid to win the Ashes 3-0. So he's scored those hundreds in winning situations.
Yes.
But as a bowler, you've got to take wickets to win a test match. You can't do that without 20 wickets. So
you're going.
Starc has also played that role in the 3-0 win.
Then Kerry, Kerry's 27 or 28 dismissals as a keeper.
Say 27, Rick, just then.
27.
Plus 291 runs.
Exactly. He's got the 100 in Adelaide. Cass in, nudge off the hip, off the thigh pad, possibly into the ground. No run.
It's a good one, isn't it? Dizzy will go bowler because that's what bowlers do. They won't be hard.
He's just correct.
I would have gone Starc and then just Trav now, another 100 in Sydney, left-hander, South Australian. I'm going Trav.
I tell you what Travis Head has also done, because in a way, Starc would have been, on England's radar to be expected to do well in a way and have that kind of impact.
Yeah.
It's not to say Travis Head is a surprise, but the way he shocked and stunned England in Perth, I think possibly just set a tone, really, for the Ashes with the way England sort of crumbled. Looking for that Yorker. Well, it's been well executed. Cass thinks there's an LBW shout here, striking Nisa on the boot. Nothing from the umpire. England have only got one review left. Is that right, Rick?
If they use it now and they're done, they're done.
Well, they're going to use it on the Night Watcher.
Big risk to use it on a Nessa. Oh, they're going to. Wowee. This is massive. Like you usually on a Night Watchy.
Well, it'd be the second time. They've already lost one on Nisa this morning.
I hope for actually their sake, I actually reckon
You're
this
hoping
might
this
be
is
out.
out.
Yeah, I reckon this might be if hitting on the foot first.
Nisa on 24.
Not out.
Let's have a listen to the voice of Kumar Dharmasena.
Can go to front on, please.
Waiting to get the vision on the big screen here in the ground. 2 for 226, 158 behind Australia. A partnership in excess of 50 runs between Head and Michael Nisa.
Okay.
England yet to take a wicket on this third morning.
It's a no ball.
Nice and slow.
At least we've heard it's not. Right, here we go to the DRS.
Would like to see the ultra edge. Ball is very close to the tip of the
I think it's hit his toe first. I think you're right. I reckon
please.
It's hit the toe first, I think.
Yeah. Ball is very close to the foot.
Yeah, see how it's deep,
Would like to see the
deviated?
ultra RTS, please.
So we're seeing vision of the ball squeezing past, possibly onto the very toe of the shoe. Then there's the toe end of the bat, but Dharmasena is the one who's got to decide. Is there a
Nice and
teeniest
slow.
deflection? He's looking at it from square on as well.
Can you move back, please?
It's definitely hit his toe. I reckon this one's out. There you go. It's a good review.
Yeah.
They
I can
needed
see
this one.
more or less touch the foot. You
There
can
you
go. Okay. Yeah.
Sounds like Dharmasena is satisfied. that
Yeah,
it
but
was
I
foot
would
first.
like to see the first the before one, the Sticko one. Yeah.
Calling for Snicko to try and confirm this. Really zooming in. The ball there we're seeing is when it's gone past
With
the
the
toe.
Sticko replay, please.
It's hit the toe,
Toe
first.
first. It
It's hit
does.
the toe
The shoe moves, doesn't it?
Yeah,
You can
yeah.
see the
Clearly,
of the shoe.
ball hit the boot. You can go to the ball tracking when it's ready.
Okay. Here's the crucial
The
moment.
only thing is he outside?
On finish, it is not out. Impact outside.
Impact outside.
You can stay with your on
England have no reviews left. And
Yeah.
Ben Stokes' reaction there, he's got his hands on his head. Well, it took him a long time to go upstairs. He trusted whoever his trusted lieutenants were out there to say, no, go upstairs. And Stokes almost can't really believe it.
Well,
Their decision, no reviews now, both. 2 reviews this morning wasted on Michael Neser. Lost on Michael Neser.
I tell you, that's when you start getting big numbers from a batting unit, because now they've got to give you out to get a wicket.
Cast disappointed, but Stokes distraught. Carson again a bumper. Neser doesn't even offer a shot. Allows it to pass overhead. And in fact, he dug it in too short, and it's a wide. So there's more jeers/cheers from the crowd. This has been quite a horrible morning from England's perspective.
Well, the two reviews, Michael Neser, I mean, the nick to slip, I couldn't understand that one either, you know, the keeper.
Yeah, that was...
Because that just had that hit the ground noise, didn't it? You felt quite comfortable with that one. They reviewed that one. And that one, I didn't mind so much. I thought it would have been out, actually. So just outside the line, but that's it, done and dusted.
In goes Cast to Neser again, another bumper. And through it goes to Smith. Again, the field is spread. They're just hoping that Neser will take a swing and there'll be a top edge or a catch will go to the fielder. But you sort of feel like, you know, that moment came and then it went when Will Jacks put it down.
Well, it's been all Australia, hasn't it? We're talking, an hour and a half into the day. I haven't got the night watchman out yet and wasted two reviews. Couldn't be any better from an Australian point of view if you're a batter.
Yep. Travis had 126 not out. Down at the non-strikers end at the moment. Neser, the night watcher, still there as Cast is in down the leg side. He's able to angle it. A little clip towards short fine leg. Finds the fielder. Neser, dot ball. End of the over. Oh, England, where do they turn from here? Is it time for a little bit of spin just for something different? And Stokes bowled a 6-over spell at the start of the day, and I thought that was right, as Dizzy Gillespie has replaced Darren Lehmann. That England started with their two strongest bowlers today, which they have not always done at the beginning of a day or indeed the beginning of a session. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Ali, and good morning to our listeners. I mean, Stokes had bowled one ball last night, so he had to continue that over. But I like the fact that Josh Hunt came on the bowl and Stokes stayed on and bowled that 6-over spell. I thought that was the right decision by England.
The conversation's continuing about the player of the series.
Yes.
You've obviously got your vote in for Stark, but of course we've got to think of his batting as well, and Max from Hobart has flagged that point.
That's exactly right.
New over, down the leg side, banged in by Potts, no shot offered by Head.
And as Darren Lehmann said, yes, the bowler in me, the fast bowling cartel, I'll be pushing for a bowler. But it's interesting, and Max from Hobart, you're exactly right, and thanks for texting in. 151 runs at 30 and some important contributions, probably no more important than in Brisbane, where he batted a long time with the lower order.
Yeah, first innings runs as well.
Yeah, that's right. And 28 wickets at 19.
Potts moves in, right arm over, backing away Head to try and access the offside, which he does, out to deep backward point aerially initially, and then bouncing and fielded securely, and Head finishes his single with a walk, as he has been wont to do a lot of the time. Very good at conserving energy, isn't he? 2 for 228, Head on to 127. Yeah, I think it's Stark's contribution with bat and ball, but then does that bring, Carey into the mix with his contributions with catches, dismissals and bats?
Definitely. Look, it's a great discussion, great debate. But
how many of Stark's wickets was Carey involved in? His Potts moves in, looking to heave. It could have crashed onto his stumps. Michael Neser, he's spun a full 360 degrees and gone through for a single. Root picking it up on the offside, but has that struck him on the glove as well? He's dropped his bat as he's completed the single at the far end, and now the right glove comes off the hand. Took a nasty blow on the right arm at the close of play last night. So now the helmet has come off, both gloves have come off.
I wonder if it's hit him in the same spot.
The umpire signalled leg by.
Right. Now he's having a conversation there with Travis Head. Physio jogging down the steps and through the gate. He'll come on. No. Is he being waved on or waved off? Waved on.
He's being waved on. I think Michael Neser's in a bit of spot of bother here.
Let's see which bit of his arm he's holding. Is it the elbow again?
It was just below his elbow, Ali, and where it's strapped. I saw it last night when we were down doing grandstand at stumps, and it's strapped around just below his elbow.
Oh, it is, yeah. Big bandage. But now, look, he's pointing to a slightly different bit of the arm, maybe a little closer to that elbow bone. I'm getting a slow-mo of the ball dug in again. And yeah, right in the underside of the right elbow. Pretty line-hearted effort from him, though, so far, hasn't it been, with the bat staying out there? 87 balls so far, and then having the ability to then play his shots as well.
Well, he's got, I think, 5 first-class hundreds, and so he's more than useful with the stick. So these are important runs and time as well. I mean, he's batting for an hour and a half now. Today, Michael Neser starting to expand his game, a few shots.
Do you think your record's under threat here?
I mean, there's a long way to go. I mean, the surface is obviously a lot more benign here. I cannot say that with a straight face.
I tell you who has made a lot of runs as a night watcher. Have you looked at Matthew Potts' first-class century?
No, I haven't.
His highest score.
Did he come in as a night watchie?
He was as a night watchie, exactly.
For Durham. For Durham against who?
Durham. Warwickshire, I'm going to say. Rick, pull that up. I think we've got 159 or 160, something like that.
That's a great effort.
Yeah. Right, we're ready to go again. Neser at the non-striker's end. And Potts comes in here to head, and he's ramping this, just leaning back. It goes aerially down towards the sight screen, but Cast has pulled it back. Bethel then there to pick up, and they've come back for 2. So no real danger. Got it fine enough. Cast down at deep third. But the field well and truly spread, as it has been now for a good little while.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fielders on the fence, 2 behind square on the offside, 2 behind square on the leg side, and 2 in front of square on the leg side.
Potts again with head 129 not out. Bright sunshine, in he goes. Well, that's a very wide ball down the leg side, wide signalled, and rightly so. Jamie Smith tumbling to his right. Prevented that flying down towards Bethel at fine leg.
It's a poor delivery, there's no doubt about that. Jamie Smith just had to dive. Not sure what Potts is complaining about.
Had a word with Assam Raza there, didn't he, as he wandered back to the end of his mark. The partnership is, what are you now, 70?
Yeah, and a very useful partnership. I think the time as well, as I mentioned, is just keeping the England seamers out there, getting them more spells.
Standing well outside leg stump. His head is swing and a miss this time. Looking to pull that out towards the Jane McGrath stand as it is today. Through to Smith it goes.
Matthew Potts, 149 not out against Warwickshire in 2024. And this database goes back to 1990. And it's the highest night watchman score in English county cricket that I've got here.
There you go. I gave him a few extra there, didn't I? I was putting up to 160. Yeah. So you can thank me for that later. He needs to pull something back, though, with the bowling, because it's a horrible tone set. His first 3 balls of the spell today. Crunch for 3 fours by Travis Head. This time nudging it off his hip down towards fine leg. He starts walking. Brook off the boundary, picks up the ball and feigns to show, just to make sure that Head is forced to break into a little trot to complete the single. He sort of just toys with the fielders, doesn't he? I don't have to rush here. I'm just going to walk my ones and preserve my energy.
He can do what he wants, as long as he gets to the other end.
End of the over. Head up to 130. Australia 151 behind. And beginning the day, 218 behind. And Steve Smith and Khawaja and Alex Carey sitting in the pavilion. The next 3 batters due out for Australia will just be looking at this partnership and thinking, thank you. Just keep tiring those bowlers, softening that ball. And we'll be happy to come in against some tired legs and a softer kookaburra by the time we come out.
Most definitely.
Head facing up again, standing well outside leg stump. New over from Cast. The field still spread. Short ball as well. Keeps this down. Here is sprinting off for a single here because he wanted to, you'd imagine. Brings deep cover in all the way from the boundary to field, but it's only 1. So Neser to face up to Cast again. He has been more than capable this morning.
He most certainly has. Just talking about the man of the series potential, Michael from Nashdale said Stark's for me, especially with the extra pressure of having his two frontline partners, Hazelwood and Cummins, out. Also, batsmen always get the credit. Couldn't agree more, Michael. And another one, Dizzy, if Nessa gets 200, it would probably be dropped for the next test. Well, he may do if he runs out his captain like I did.
Never a good ploy.
Never a good ploy.
Maintain your place. Pass a bound at the crease and then digs it in short. Through to Smith it goes. No shot offered by Nisa. Oh yeah, a long time until August, and you'd imagine, well, Australia certainly hope that Pat Cummins will be fit and firing by then. And
Hazelwood.
Yeah. Well, have you had an update on Hazelwood's fitness?
Yeah, it's gone a bit quiet, hasn't it?
Very quiet.
Yeah.
Sort of expect at least a bit of an update on sort of how he's tracking maybe match to match, but as soon as you know a player is sort of not playing in the series,
yeah, that's right. And
maybe that's on us for not asking the questions enough.
Maybe. But it looks like Nathan Lyon, he's out for a significant period of time with that hamstring injury.
Yeah. In again, Cass. Past the umpire, moving around the crease, back to where a little towards leg, and in the end didn't play a shot. Through to the keeper again. It goes.
I think, Ali, from an Australian perspective, it just feels like with such a big gap after this test match until the next one against Bangladesh up in northern Australia, I almost sense there could be a bit of a changing of the guard in a way with the Australian lineup, just with some injuries. Nathan Lyons, the injury there. Obviously with the age profile of the Australian side. Is it an opportunity to start blooding some newer players?
And goes Cass. Bowls a length ball, edged and taken by the keeper. Well, that's more like it. And Nisa goes for a valiant 24 from 89 balls he's been out there in a partnership with Travis Head, which has ground the England bowlers down. Wore a couple of blows as well, but as a night watcher, he's on his way. He's done an excellent job, 90 balls. It's 3 for 234.
Yeah, he did really well there, Michael Nisa, but let's give some credit to Bryden Cass there, because he's got the field set for the short ball plan. And he's bowled short for a number of deliveries, and then he's pitched that one up and it just went away from Michael Nisa. His feet went absolutely nowhere there. He's playing from the crease, feeling for the ball outside off stump. You've got to give the bowler credit there. It's a good piece of bowling.
The most almighty roar here for Steve Smith on the SCG ground. He hasn't made any utterances about his own future. Of course, you always wonder how many more years will he walk out to bat in a test match on his home ground here in Sydney. 10,613 runs. But he comes out with Australia in a now position where they're still 150 runs behind, but 3 for 234, and he joins Travis Head on 131. So he will hope he can tuck into some bowling which has been way below what England have needed this morning. But they've got a new batter out there now.
They do have a new batter, but what they don't have is a ball that's nearly 55 overs old. So this is probably the perfect scenario for Steve Smith to come in. Old ball, not really doing a lot. Good surface, as Darren Lehman alluded to. It's not showing too many demons out there.
He'll relish this match situation, I think. Steve Smith loves batting against England. We know that. Hasn't probably made the big scores yet that we've seen in the past. Only 1/2 century this series so far, the 61 in Brisbane. Kind of feels like a bit of a situation made for him here, though, to get a big score under his belt. Well, we're back to a more conventional two-slip Segalia leg slip for Smith. Cass moves in, angles it across him. Now he went to follow it down the leg side. A bit of excitement from behind the stumps, but nothing on it.
Always just feels like a completely different game when a new batter comes in, doesn't it?
Partnership of 72 off 144 balls soaked up.
That's the work of a night watcher, isn't it, Diz?
He did his job and then some. So, well done, Michael Nisa. Thought it was a good strategy by Australia to send him in instead of Scott Boland.
Smith batting outside of leg stump. Travis Head leaning on his bat handle at the non-striker's end as Cass moves in over the wicket. Smith gets a ball which rises a little more on him than expected. Outside the off stump, dropped the hands and through to Smith it went. So, Bryden Carter, eventually a long-awaited wicket this morning, bowling a length ball to Nisa, taking the outside edge, and a catch behind. So 3 for 234. Australia exactly 150 behind, with Smith having joined Travis Head. Dizzy, I'm going to make way and let Jim Maxwell come in here for me.
No problem.
ABC Sports coverage of the Ashes. Australia versus England.
Live from the SCG. It's on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and the ABC Listen app.
So we're day 3 of the test match. No one at slip. And he bowls short down the leg side, and it goes through to the keeper. Potts none for 90, starting his 14th over. Hit 131. Smith yet to score. And there have been positives and negatives. I mean, if you think about England's bowling, the way they went about dismantling Australia in Perth on that first innings with pace, intimidation, control. Brilliant performance, but it was like that was the only bullet they had in the gun. As Potts charges in, he's bowling another short one. He tries to follow and run it over. Slip the keeper somewhere down to third man. And Cars is the poor bloke who's got to fetch it down there, but he didn't get a hold of it. So, what do you think? Should he just stop trying to play these shots, or what?
I think he'll keep going. Jim, what I think he should do is just maybe duck a few, because it does tire you out as a fast bowler, coming in continually. But they'll probably be thinking that England want to slow the run rate down.
He'll get 6 on the boundary now. Potts bowls short, and he goes inside. It hits it hard, wide of fine leg and down to the boundary for 4. That almost went for 6. He followed the short ball, and he hit it hard down towards the rope, and went wide of Brook, who dived to try and catch it.
I think one of the photographers nearly got cleaned up. They're sitting on the boundary.
He gave it a good swipe. Brook had a desperate lunge towards it, couldn't catch it, went past him, and it bounced over the boundary. Yeah, it just landed inside the boundary down there. 4 more to head. So what's Potts' next trip?
Short again.
Here he comes. He's bowling, and Head walks across, and he swings it away along the ground down to Bethel. Yes, I don't understand this, but I didn't understand Labuschagne bowling yesterday, and someone got out, so it could still happen. Head's 136, and it's 3 for 239.
It was famous last words yesterday when we were on.
Yes.
We were saying, why, oh, why, oh, why?
Yes, well, we're 40 minutes from lunch. Australia still trailing by 145, but you'd think they're about 100 ahead, the way Stokes has been trying to control and at least stop the runs being scored. But Australia on today by 73 runs in almost 2 hours. Now Potts comes in, bowls short down the leg side, and Smith allows the ball to pass as it bounces beyond his hip. Smith's yet to score. He's there because Nisa was eventually out for 24.
Smith just gesturing that there's something behind the sight screen. So it looks like there's something on the
tarpaulin.
Yeah, on the tarpaulin, yeah.
Yeah. Someone's dropped their car keys or something or other, and there's a chap going over some dark glasses, I think.
No.
What is it?
It's
one of those
signs that hold up for 4s and 6s. No, it's just a piece of cardboard.
But it's coloured.
Yeah, it's a dark colour, like a dark blue.
So Smith, don't get out to the next ball after that. 2 slips in the gully. Here comes Potts bowling to Smith, and Smith walks across and edges it to the right of Bethel, who dives and stops it. And that is the end of the over. Potts none for 95 from 14 overs, 3 for 239. Head, a magnificent batting, took him to his 3rd Test century of the series. And Australia trailed by 145. Now, I had a bit of fun in the BBC box before.
Did you?
I said, I turned around and I looked at them all and I said, now look, I know you're having a rough day, but I think you should take a little bingo thing or whatever you want to call it, a bit of Nostradamus, and each have a stab at the time Will Jacks will bowl. And Alex Hartley jumped back at me and said, he'll bowl the last over before lunch. So he bowls a ball here, Cast, that's fended off by head on the onside. They'll have to get to him eventually if they don't get a pile of wickets, surely.
Do maybe just changing the pace of the game.
The pace of it? I don't think I've ever seen in a test match so many boundary riders on a regular basis. There's 3 on the onside. There's 2 on the offside. There's a single almost anywhere you want to poke the ball, certainly on the offside.
There's actually 4 on the left side.
Oh, there's 4
now.
on the rope there. Yeah. The other bloke was having a Tosca with a security bloke. Now it's Cast in again. It's short, it's wide, and he's hitting it out to cover. He got over the bounce and hit it down. And they galloped off for a single as it was collected out there by Potts. 3 for 240, hit 137. Yep, he gave a very difficult chance for Cast coming in from fly third man. He dived and got his left hand to it a while ago. And of course there was the one on the boundary that was dropped by Jacks in front of the O'Reilly stand.
That was a bad miss.
That looked like he could have caught it with his eyes closed. Well, he may have done a better job with his eyes closed. It hit him on the palm of the hand and went down onto the ground. Cast runs in now. Back goes Smith. Defends the ball out there on the onside towards mid-on. So it's going to be a day of Australian batting, you would think. There mightn't be many wickets falling unless there's some craziness against the short ball. But there is certainly, on paper, a strong, long list of batsmen to come.
It's a very deep batting lineup, and you've got now, with the night watchman being used in Michael Neser, you've got Bo Webster batting at 9.
Here's Cast, 2 slips, a gully, a leg slip. Bowls to Smith. Smith drives at this, drives it away. Wide of mid-off and out towards the boundary. That's where it's heading, but it will be overtaken. As Stokes chases, they collect 2, which gets Smith off the mark at 3 for 242. So already 6.57 million raised for the McGrath Foundation.
Absolutely brilliant.
With donations and virtual pink seats purchased up to 3,029, aiming for 480,000. So it was a ceremony and a bit of a pageant on the ground leading into the day's play.
It's fantastic.
Now Cast comes up, he bowls, Smith walks across, and yep, tucks it away towards mid-wicket. Duckett's out there, they get an easy single. Smith 3 for 243. So but at least the English fieldsmen are running from A to B, and a lot of them have got a bit of mileage to cover.
To their credit, England, their body language has been good. Bryden Cast's been running in and consistently hitting 140 k's an hour. So you can't fault the efforts of the English. I think the criticism is I suppose the execution of the bowlers. I mean, they're pivoting to these short ball plans to Travis Head. They're just trying to explore ways to get him out.
Cast bowls to Head. Head pulls the short ball away mightily, and that's going away to the boundary for 4 between the 2 fielders out there at deep square and deep mid-wicket. Oh, that was a bit of a lollipop, and he was ready for it. But he was standing a good yard outside the leg stump when the ball was delivered. It was short, and he hit it with a rasp to deep mid-wicket, and it flew to the boundary.
Do you know, I referenced this in the pre-show, and I was speaking to Corby and Darren Lehman, chatting with Steve Waugh yesterday. He said it just sounds different coming off Travis Head's bat. And that's what that meant, and it's for our listeners, that's all about timing. And I mean, those pieces of wood that he has from his bat sponsor are pretty good, because they go off like a tracer bullet, don't they?
How many fours for Travis Head now, Rick?
22.
So that's 88 of his runs have come in boundaries out of 141. So that's,
and a lot of that's with a lot of fielders out.
Yes,
on the boundary.
Well, in that case, there were two men there, and he split them perfectly at mid-wicket. Probably the shortest boundary on the ground is on that side towards the O'Reilly stand. 2 slips a gully weight and a leg slip, and Tongue is bowling again, and Smith's leaving the ball alone outside the off stump. So England have tried 4 bowlers so far. They haven't gone for the 5th. They haven't gone for a Bethel or a Jacks, and Australia just patiently waiting for the ball to pounce on, sometimes more impatiently, I suppose, when you're getting bounced with a deep set field. But Smith's just arrived, and he's working into his stride here. Inspector Gadget does his normal little routine before he's ready to hit the ball. He bends at the knee, he waits, he watches. Here comes Tongue, he walks across and drives it square of the wicket on the offside, edgily, thick edge out there to duck it at point.
He started well here, Tongue. He's got his length right. He looked like he's attacking that off stump. Steve Smith asking questions of his technique, of his judgment of length. It's a good start. It's a bit in contrast to what we saw with Potts, who I think got hit for 2 or 3 boundaries his first few deliveries that he bowled.
Root and Brook in the slips, Bethel in the gully, Crawley at leg slip. He bowls again to Smith, who walks and gets a run. Just tapped it gently in front of Stokes from cover, and they raced through. So Smith moves to 4. 3 for 248. We're half an hour away from lunch on this lengthy opening session as a result of bad light and rain curtailing play to just 45 overs on the first day. Now for Head, the deep set field, fine leg, deep backward square, deep square, square leg, a mid wicket deep, a wideish mid on, a fly third man, deep backward point. Tongue bowls down the leg side. He just glides inside and lets the ball bounce through to the keeper. So for the most part, the short pitch stuff is keeping the score down, but every now and then Travis Head pounces, goes after the hook or the pull or the uppercut. He won't be playing many cover drives because the ball's pitching 3 parts way down 90% of the time. Seems a waste for a bowler of Tongue's skill that he has to do this. He's running it again. Head walks across. It's bouncing down the leg side. He just pulls inside, and it's another dot ball. It's one way of keeping the score down, but for how long can you keep banging it in like that?
That's right.
And keep control. You run out of gas, don't you?
It is hard on the body for a fast bowler to continually charge in and bowl short deliveries. But that may be England's tactic, is to try and slow it down, slow the run rate down.
We could be watching this tomorrow morning, the way Australia's going. Tongue again into Head. It's short. No, can't get a run there as he poked it square of the wicket on the offside, and it was collected out there by Brook to end the over. So a few dot balls to finish off with. 1 run from that over, and it's 3 for 248.
I know we don't like banging on about over rates, but England are 5 down at the moment, not having well, they do have a couple of slow bowling options. I don't know what you think, Jim, but for me it's a test match, and part of the regulations is you get 90 overs in a day. So, I know the argument I know Ben Stokes has been quoted as saying this, is that he doesn't care about over rates. The teams, the surfaces don't dictate that we play a slow bowler. But isn't that the whole point of it's a test match? You get presented with a surface, and you've got to structure up your team to satisfy the match regulations, which is one of the match regulations the criteria is to get 90 overs in a day. So you've got to structure up your team to be able to do that.
Potts is running in and he's bowling, and Smith's defending down the pitch. Well, I think I've told the story before about Maria Erasmus, who's now retired, but he was officiating in England in the last Ashes tour, and I spoke to him after the first test at Edgbaston, and I said, did you say much, particularly to Ben Stokes, about the over rate? He said yes. I told him, you're 5 down or whatever, and he just looked at me blankly and looked around the crowd as if to say, well, all these people are here. Do they really care what the over rate is? Potts bowls now, and he goes back. He's hit on the pad. A big appeal for LBW. It was a long way across, and it bounced. And they haven't got any reviews left, and the finger certainly didn't go up. So another Bronx cheer from some in the crowd as the English appeal dies in the mist. That was too high, wasn't it?
It was too high. Yeah, and Steve Smith even acknowledged that or referenced that. But just on your point there with Erasmus, umpire Erasmus.
Well, I'll just finish the story off as he runs in again, squares up Smith. Another usefully pitched delivery to cause him to defend. So I said to Maria, so what's your solution to the problem with the over rates? He said, oh, it's simple. You just keep them on the field until they bowl them.
I love that. Which is shoving a carrot at the television and everyone else who wants the game to be finished by a certain time.
But yeah, that's one answer.
I know, but Ben Stokes is saying I don't want to bowl someone overs like junk overs or dead overs, but isn't that all about the test, the tactics, the strategy, how you structure up?
Here comes Potts, left alone outside the off stump. Well, it cost England in the end, not that they were going to get to the final, but the penalty across the WTC, World Test Championship, is such that you're out of the reckoning. As Australia discovered, first year they ran it when their penalty for slow overweight cost them the spot in the final.
That's right.
So that's the consequence, really. Apart from the entertainment factor and everything else.
Well, yeah, that's right. But the consequence, like Cricket Australia must have been pretty filthy about that as well.
Here he goes. He bowls the ball. It's pushed away down the pitch. Mind you, he did also say that Australia had paid a bit of lip service to the whole idea of bowling the overs in the day.
No, absolutely.
Well, luckily they had line. But when you got 4 quicks, as we're seeing here, you are going to run foul of the law, surely, unless there's a lot of forgiveness from the match referee.
That's right.
So it's 3 for 248. Heads 141. Smith is 4. And Potts has got dot balling going. He's in again, and Smith is back. He's hit on the pad once more. So he's having a few moral victories. And that was a tidy over, perhaps the tidiest bowled by Potts so far. It was a maiden. Was that the first maiden that he has bowled in his spell of 16 overs?
Yes.
There you go. The game's tightening up. The Buff man is back with us. Hello, Darren. How are you?
Hello, Skipper. How are you, mate?
Well, it's the game sort of slowed down a little bit. A little bit.
Yeah, well, as the field's out for Travis, they're just trying to get him out, bump him out.
And as Dizzy said, how long can you bounce the ball like that without getting knackered?
Well, if they're still bowling at 3, 4 o'clock, they're not going to be able to do it. So
they'll be bowling tomorrow. Now Tongue starts a new over. Travis Head is swinging and missing. It's wide down the leg side. He followed that, and I think he has it in his mind. If he's going to keep bowling there, I'll get one of these and it'll go for 6.
Yeah, it's a catch-22, isn't it? Because he's going to get out if he keeps playing it.
Yeah.
But if he hits a few boundaries, and again, it's sort of inviting. 3 for 248. You know, you get a couple of wickets, you're back in the game, aren't you? 384, but if Travis just bats through, he doesn't play like that though, does he, Jimmy? Goes for it.
Bowls again, that's short, and it's pushed away for a single. That's the thing. If he bowls like that on the stumps, he can get a single anywhere. The only time I've ever seen on this ground, actually, everyone on the boundary was when Gary Gilmore was facing Max Walker in a Shield game, and he made 100 in the last session of the day. And Richie Robinson put everyone on the boundary, and it was ridiculous. You weren't going to get him out. He still hit them for 4. If you remember watching Gilmore, he could quilt it.
He could hit it.
3 for 249 here. Smith's on strike, and over the wicket here comes Tongue, short down the leg side, and Smith goes after it and misses it, but so does Smith. He dropped the ball down the leg side. And we haven't quite got that field for Head, but 6 of them on the boundary.
Yeah, well, they're just almost saying, well, bowl to the new batter. Head will hit one eventually and get caught maybe next time on the fence. It's 142. Slow down because Smith's just gone in and getting used to the pace of the wicket. 4 off 17.
Well, they're still 140 or so behind as Tongue bowls. Short, back, cut, hard, through point. Racing away towards the boundary. That is going to go for 4. Nice stroke, getting over the bounce. And Smith dispatched it towards the ladies' stand and picked up a boundary. Good timing. 250 up for Australia. As I say, they're still 134 behind, but they look to be on the way towards that total. Maybe not as speedily as some would like, but pretty efficiently anyway.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, 250 on the back of 140 from Travis Head. Smith, a beautiful shot in the back foot. Bread and butter for him there.
Tongue tries again wide of the crease. He's back beaten. Beaten outside the off stump. There's still a bit in this pitch if you get it right. And he hit the pitch hard. It bounced. And Smith was pushing at the line. So, as I've said before, don't be surprised if once we get into tomorrow's play, it does do a little bit more. Well, you'd hope it would. It's got a bit of sun on.
It's probably going to spin.
Spin? Oh, right. Even you might spin it.
Hey, I spun it.
Well, sometimes, but I think it was more perception. In goes a full ball down the leg side, off the pad around the corner. Crawley fields it slip. 3 for 253. While you try to explain how you managed to spin the ball, if you ever did, I'm going to make way for Corbin Middlemass.
ABC Sports coverage of the Ashes, Australia versus England.
It's on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Jim. Marathon 2.5 hour opening session. 20 minutes away from a close, so we tick towards the lunch break. Just the one man out today. The night watchman, Michael Neser, who went for 24. Eventually, he faced 90 balls. Made England burn 2 of their reviews on him.
That's the best night watchman result ever, isn't it?
Incredible. So Steve Smith walks out to bat, and England don't have any reviews. Smith 8, Head 124. He's on strike here as he backs away and just crunches a ball into the O'Reilly stand. He has put some hurt on that ball, Jack. Out of the ground.
Wow. A little less quicker than Tongue, so Potts is going the short theory. He probably should go the other way, really. But this is almost making it hard for the young man. You know, they've got them all on the fence. They're just trying to hit it, get a cloth pull shot, really, aren't they?
That's his century.
That's his century. Matthew Potts, 15.1 overs, none for 101. And they got 3 back on the leg side, and Travis Head still said, look, if you're going to bowl that short, this ground can't hold him. 148 not out. Hasn't this become a trend too, Rick? When he gets 100, he doesn't stop there. Travis Head. Potts in again. Again it's short. Head's pulling and then walking through for a single, as is his wont. And then just trots through as the ball disappears down to fine leg. So Head to 149, 3 for 260. How are you both?
Very good, Corb. Yourself?
Very well.
enjoying the cricket today again. Good crowd. What are we now? First drinks break, 38,073, so we'll get over the 40,000 again.
Yeah.
Jane McGrath Day, perfect weather, no rain. Never rains in Sydney. Good sleep. Happy to be at the cricket Nuffy and myself watching cricket. I can't complain. How's that?
We're very lucky to be here, aren't we? What a day for it. What a view as Potts comes in and bowls. Smith creeps across his stumps and then just defends back down the pitch. So the deficit's only 124. And the Aussies have a whole lot of batting to come with Green at 8 and Webster at 9.
Stark at 10.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Stark 10. He's got a 99 in Test cricket.
How about when we had Scott Boland last night and we asked him why he wasn't the night watchman, and essentially he said, because it wouldn't be right if Mitchell Stark had to bat 11. so that would have been the case, obviously, or Michael Neser that would have had to bat number 11 if Boland did it. There's Potts to Smith, who again just gets bat on ball and defends out on the offside. Travis Head, by the way, so this is his 1200. We've got a whole lot of data around this which we can get to, but he's one run away, Buff, from making it 7 scores of 150 plus. So that, we talk about conversion rates from 50 to 100. Talk about 100 to 150. He's better than 1 in 2. He's when he gets 100, he's going large.
Has he done the dizzy yet or not?
The double 100?
Yeah.
No. Ooh. High water mark of 175. As Smith just pushes Potts back down the pitch.
Well, he's got to beat Diaz.
Got run out for 175 in Adelaide against the Windies. His next highest score was the 170 second innings in Adelaide this season against England.
Oh, okay. I've still got him covered then in Test cricket.
Hey.
Well, there we go. Dizzy and I can chirp up a little bit longer for Trav. Might need be another half hour or so.
You've also got the missing piece that he's now looking for. He's become the only man in history that has scored hundreds at all 7 Test venues he's played at, as Smith defends back down the pitch and Potts field. So after the 6 to start the over, 7 from it, Smith 8 off 24, Head's 149 not out, 3 for 260. So Travis Head's now got the 5 major venues, being Perth, Adelaide, Brisbane, Sydney, Melbourne. He's also got 100 in Canberra, ticks off the ACT, and he's got 100 in Hobart. So he's got all 6 states covered. He's got 1 territory, and the only territory he hasn't got is the NT, where, of course, Australia go to play Bangladesh in August. That's something that you have done, Buff.
Yeah, but I haven't got the other 7 states.
So between the two of you,
we've got it covered.
What a great South Australian pairing.
Yeah.
That's a quirky little record, isn't it? And
well, he'll get there. He's every chance to get there.
Yeah.
When's that Test match in
August?
August?
Yep.
Every chance to get there. Could be a new look side too by then.
Are you going to come back for it? I just realised we've got a scheduling clash.
We have. No. I'll be in Northampton. I'll
have to do it without you.
Yeah, you will. Maybe I could zoom in. I'll come on your podcast.
Yes.
I don't do podcasts.
No, but you'll do ours.
I'll do yours. Yours and Ed, I will do.
You and Ed got a little, I don't know.
Bromance going.
Little bromance going. I called it out last night and Ed referenced just how much he saw your old game. He actually told a little anecdote on the pod following that, where he made the comparisons to the way Head's batting to the way you're going, and how he said Brad Haddon was out of ideas once trying to set fields to you. As the new over's about to begin here, Tongue's coming around the wicket from the Randwick end and up on his toes. Head's cutting, thick edge over the cordon away for 4. And there is the 150 for Travis Head. He's got 12 hundreds, and now on 7 occasions he's gone past 150.
Well, short and wide, guided it over. He's got that close face, so when he nicks it, it flies over slips. They almost need a third man if they're going to bowl short, but they've changed, haven't they? They said, look, let's go back to a bit more normal cricket with their bowling for Tongue. He's just got it short, tried to cramp him. Stays leg side of the ball and still manages to get it for 4. So the runs keep flowing, almost 100 in the session. With what have we got before lunch? Another 15 minutes.
153 not out. Head awaits Tongue, and he's looking to cut a ball off the top of middle and off, out through point for 1. Moves to 154, 3 for 265 the Aussies. The deficit is 119 as we tick towards the lunch break. Anyway, Ed's story was essentially along the lines of, we used to play against Darren Lehman. We could never get him out. We sent conventional fields, and he'd still score 100. So then we thought, you know what, we're going to set unconventional fields. We're going to put players in different areas. Eventually, Brad Haddon one day thought, you know what, we're out of ideas. We've got no idea how we're going to set a field to this guy. So basically told the New South Wales team, go and stand wherever you want. Pick a random position to go and stand in. Just you guys go and make it up. I'm not going to tell you where to stand, but basically told the 9 fieldsmen, go and do whatever they like. As Tongue's on his way in here, bowls to Smith, who turns the ball off his thigh pad straight to square leg. And sure enough, you walked out, had a look around the field.
So what's going on here?
So the story goes, thought, I have no idea what they're trying to do to me here. Nicked off.
Yeah, that's right. Because you get so many cues as a batter, what they're doing. I mean, if there's men out, like at the moment they're bowling short, or, Steve Smith is getting so many cues as a batter to face the ball. They're going to bowl pretty straight because the legs slip. They want to make him cover drive. The left cover's open. They haven't got 2 backs. They're not going to bowl too many short. They're going to bowl stumps or really tight lines.
Here comes Tongue on his way in, bowls to Smith, who defends out on the onside. So people that aren't hardcore cricket fans would think, cricket and being a batter is walk out there, see the ball, hit it. Whereas when you walk out to bat, as someone that had as much success as you did, it's almost like a computer. Like immediately you're thinking, right, based on their field, what are they going to do? Where are they going to bowl?
Yep. So, for example, if a right-arm swing bowler, when you ball swinging it back in, and they had more of a straighter field, I know they're trying to hit me, get me LBW. If the left arm is swinging it away and they had 3 slips in a gully, they're going to pitch it up. So I would cover my stumps a bit more and let it go from there. I would work out what they're doing and then adjust.
Tongue's on his way in, bowls to Smith, who miscues a drive, ends up out at point.
And then, for example, for our listeners, if they have 3 back block at the moment, I'm not playing forward because they're not going to pitch the ball up. They're going to try and hit me in the helmet, aren't they? So I'd sit deep in the crease. And a bit like Travis is doing at the moment. You sort of adjust your game to what's being thrown at you. And then the bowlers and the teams evolve and change their plans over an innings. They might go fuller, they might go wider, they might go spin as an option, they might just go in-out fields, they might starve you from the strike. That's all the evolution of making 100, hopefully 100 plus. So, Trav does it very well. They attack him early and then he gets away and then they defend.
Smith's on 8. The Aussies still 3 down. Smith digs out a Yorker, wants a sharp single and calls head through for 1. So head to 9, 3 for 266, 3 for 266. And these are the man out for 24 and heads 154 not out. So you can learn that not just by batting. That's through watching a lot of cricket when you're not at the crease, studying to see what they're doing to other batsmen. Is that just through a bank of knowledge that you're building over time?
Yeah, I think a learnt behaviour. Being a cricket nuffy helps.
Yeah,
I mean, you sort of pick up what's going to happen over a period of time, and making mistakes as a batter. Making mistakes, getting out certain ways to certain deliveries, and having to change and adapt to styles and trends, and how they bowl to you. Because if a side has success bowling a certain way, they'll do that until they don't have success anymore. So you have to work on that weakness or change your philosophy or how you're going to play that particular delivery. I don't just think you play one certain way to one particular bowler. I think you've got to chop and change depending on conditions of the wicket, how fast they're bowling, whether it's swinging or not swinging, whether it's spinning or not spinning. So you've got to chop and change your technique a little bit.
Potts is going to continue here. And he's still wicketless with 100 next to his name, and Smith works across the crease and turns it straight to the catchy man at mid-wicket. It's Joe Root, 3 for 266, the deficit 118. What do you got for me, Rick?
One other Australian batter has scored 12 centuries, apart from Travis Head. That's Arthur Morris. So I had a look at his figures. You just said that Travis Head has 7 scores of his 12 above 150. Arthur Morris has 6. So he's done better than Arthur Morris, who's a great Australian opener. But Arthur Morris does have a double in there.
Wow.
That's an empty box as far as Travis is concerned.
Oh, playing a miss. Smith just prodding forward, and that is a good ball from Potts as it pitches on a 4th stump line, hoops away from Smith. And Smith was forward looking to drive back down the ground, and a plain a miss flashing past the outside edge. We haven't seen him beat the bat all that much. 3 for 266.
Yeah, good bowling. Just beat the outside edge, pitched it up. So they got Steve Smith in Melbourne in it through the other way, bowling through the gate. Arthur Morris, what a lovely man he was.
So is that the most? Or is that by openers?
Number of centuries?
Yes.
No, I simply... No, I simply selected Morris because he had the same number of centuries as his head.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Potts is on the way in. He bowls on leg stump and turned away by Smith. Picked up at square leg. Throw at the stumps. Misses. Gee, not much in it. As the pick up and throw narrowly misses, and Ben Duckett couldn't hit on the onside. And Travis Head, who's been out there for really he's been batting for a couple of sessions now. Not the sharpest between the wicket. He does take it a little casual.
Oh, he's gone.
Yep, and he got the hurry up big time there, and Head's lucky that he wasn't run out.
Well, all the youngsters listening, he wasn't backing up. He was sort of sitting, wasn't he? Just cruising. Steve Smith likes to manipulate the field where he can get a single, get off strike, get down the other end.
He doesn't waste much energy between the wickets, does he?
Trav?
Yes.
No. I've taught him well.
that great, Rick called it out yesterday, that great vision from, was it from Adelaide, where he was running backwards to complete a couple of twos and just keeping an eye on the bowler and making sure he could do it at his own pace, or on the fielder, sorry. Making sure he could do it at his own pace. Khawaja's next in. Potts is on his way in. Head throws the hands at it, and a French cut between the body and the stumps and trickles away to leg gully, and they'll get a single there. So Head to 155, 3 for 268. Coming up during the lunch break, Darren Lehman and myself will be joined by two very special guests. Of course, the man who's behind the McGrath Foundation, one of Australia's greatest of all time. And of course, the husband of the late Jane McGrath, Glenn, is going to join us. So we'll hear from good mate Glenn McGrath during the lunch break. And Tracy Bevan, who's Jane's best friend for many years. So can't wait to chat to the pair of Glenn McGrath and Tracy Bevan at lunch. Smith takes a big stride down the track and lets it pass his off stump. What a day it is, Jane McGrath Day here at the SCG.
It's a great day, isn't it? Pink everywhere. And Jane McGrath's got a stand. Pitch has got nothing. We'll have to work on that. I'm sure the skipper will be behind something like that. We'll have to get him something in the ground. I mean, at some stage, a statue in the stand. Jane McGrath's stand will be all right.
Man out at square leg. Smith's on strike, awaits Potts and just defends on the offside. So end of the over. 3 for 268, Head's 155, and Smith's on 10. Corp and Middlemass alongside Darren Lehman, Rick Finlay on the stats. The second part of the lunch break, I just saw Andy Zoltzman's name jump up on the screen. So he's part of Rick's fraternity as the statistician for our friends on the BBC.
Is he the one with the really curly...
He is?
Yeah.
He's also a comedian.
He gets so passionate. I've seen him on the socials.
Yeah.
When they lose a wicket or something silly happens, like yesterday, Jamie Smith. That he has a good expression because he's had a lot of them this summer so far.
Rick features in a lot of our socials videos too, as he's reacting certain things that happen out on the field at ABC Sport on all your social platforms, whether it's Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or X, or whatever we're calling that nowadays. But so looking forward to chatting with Andy, as he's also a comedian as well, so does stand-up comic. So as we know with Rick, he's part of the barbershop quartet. The statisticians, they've all got sort of second side hustles. Yeah. So Andy's no different. We'll chat to him for a little bit at lunch following Tracy and Glenn. Tongue's on his way in, continuing. Oh, and on the back foot, Head just plays back down the pitch, trying to punch it out on the offside, and the inside of the bat rolls back to the bowler.
Tell us really poor again. Overrate. I know we harp on about it. You still owe me dinner, by the way.
We had 90 overs yesterday. What are you worried about?
No, you still owe me dinner. What are we? 65. So they'll bowl one more, you would think. It's going to be 30 in the session in 2.5 hours.
Tongue around the wicket, delivers to Head, who's defending off the front foot out to mid-off, and Stokes walks in to collect.
I don't think we're getting through that many today. I mean, 30.
Meant to be 98.
98, isn't it? Yep. The next session, they're only going to bowl, what, 23 or 24? They'll bowl a few overs of spin. They're -5 in the over rate. Who cares? They don't. But it's been entertaining cricket. One wicket for, what, 102?
Tongue on his way in, head drop and run on the offside. Smith calls him through and a sharp single out the point. Coming in from cover, Will Jacks collects that. Gee, how would he be feeling? He shelled one in the outfield earlier in the session with Travis Head on 121. And Bryden Cast was the bowler at that stage. It was put down, and really it's been a session where it feels like the wheels have come off a bit for England. They wasted both their remaining reviews on the night watchman, Michael Neser. One for LBW, one for caught behind where he hit the ground.
That is quite amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. Smith whips it off his hip, in the air but safe, through backward square leg. Cast has got work to do from fine leg around to his left, but saves the boundary. 2 taken, Smith to a dozen. 3 for 271.
One thing England have done today is reduce the run rate of the Australians. Yesterday, before stumps, it was 4.85 runs per over. This morning, it's only been 3.43, so 1.4 runs and over fewer.
Less overs and less runs off them.
Yeah, bowled a little bit better, but still some of the plans of, when you've got the field out in the boundary, you're just bowling bounces. You can't go at 5 or 6 and over. You're just getting a lot more ones, aren't you?
Tongue comes over the wicket. Smith in the air but safe. Just bunts back past Tongue and picked up by Stokes at mid-off. That was really on the adjacent pitch. And Steve Smith has a long look down the track. Hasn't looked overly comfortable for his 12 off 35. And that was high on the bat, looking to drive the rising ball.
Just a little bit there, isn't there, all the time, man. And especially with the new ball. So we've still got 15 overs an hour of batting after the lunch break. But just a little bit. There's enough there as the pitch gets wet.
Tongue to Smith. Turns it off his pad. Almost caught at leg gully. A diving effort. And Crawley can't hang on to it. And it trickles away down towards fine leg. And that is exactly why he's there. And Smith gets away with one. Moves to 13. 3 for 272. And Crawley in the catching position in the leg gully. Hands on his knees, waiting for that. Smith off the inside edge around the corner, and he got a hand to it. Crawley puts it down. Smith a life on 12.
Sure, you've got 2 hands to that? I mean...
he started with his hands. You can see on the video, he didn't have his hands together when the bowler released the ball.
I mean, like... Oh, maybe I'm being a bit harsh there. Now we're going to see the spin. Show Bashir start.
It's a gag?
Yeah.
Because he's not playing?
He's not playing, to our listeners. He should be, but he's not. The spinner should be playing, but he's not.
I was just chatting to Jim Maxwell off air, and Jim's been running between the boxes. He's also on the BBC, of course, during the days. You hear often on ABC radio during Northern Ashes. He does it at home as well. As Jacks on the way in, tosses one up, and a miscued drive from Smith ends up down at long on for 1. Smith to 14, and Jim said he was chatting with Alex much earlier today in the first hour of play. And Jim asked Alex Hartley, when are we going to see spin today? And Alex said, probably the over before lunch. And sure enough,
she's right.
65th over, and here we are, over before lunch. Will Jacks is on.
It is unbelievable. Well, I hope Australia are not going to rule it if they bat well today and bat more tomorrow, and then they need that spin.
Jacks to the lefty, head down the track, whacks it back at him, a hand on it from Jacks. He did well to stop it, and in the end he saved the umpire in the process as Chris Gaffney dropped it to the deck, and the deflection from Will Jacks has done the umpire a solid. Travis Head gives him a pat on the back. He gets through for 1, and Jacks a hand on a firmly struck delivery. He's put it down, but he's helped Gaffney out.
He hit that hard. Wow.
I've got a feeling they're not just going to let Will Jacks settle here and play this over out before lunch. 2 singles off the first 2 balls. Now Smith turns one around the corner for 1. 3 for 275. Smith to 15, heads 157 on a stunning day for cricket at the SCG. With the sun's out, it's not as hot and humid as it has been in recent days, and no rain on the forecast.
Well, that was an interesting shot though from Trav, wasn't it, when you're talking the lunch break? They want to get through, but takes it on.
3 singles to start. Heads on strike, looking to play a back foot punch, gets a thick edge, and it'll run away through gully, down to the third man boundary for 4. Travis Head to 161. 2 balls before lunch, 3 for 279.
Yeah. Good shot, because it wasn't that bad a ball, that one. Sliding into off stump. Maybe a fraction short. And gave himself some room and carved it behind point. Sort of thick outside edge. Well described, Corbett.
Jackson again. Head forward, driving along the ground to mid-off, who's a little deep, picked up by Stokes. He holds onto it. 8 off the over already, 3 for 280. Smith still 15. Head to 162.
And no spin, which will be pleasing for both teams. And I think we're going to get some spin.
Last ball before lunch. Smith drives back past the non-striker, down to long on for 1. So 9 off Will Jackson's only over. Smith 16, Head 162, his 5th Ashes 100. And at lunch on day 3 at the SCG, Australia in their first innings, 3 for 281. 3 for 281. And they trailed the test match by just 103. The only man out in that session was Michael Neser for 24, the night watchman. England wasted both their reviews on him before they eventually got him out. Caught by the keeper, Smith, off the bowling of Cast for 24. He faced 90 balls up until that point, but the Aussies in a commanding position now. England all out 384, and in response, the Australians at lunch on day 3, 3 for 281.
Welcome back to the SCG. Jim Maxwell with Dizzy Gillespie. Just waiting for things to unfold as we get into the afternoon. The weather's holding up very well. There's a light sou'easter coming across the ground and another very good crowd. It's a sellout, but it'd probably be about 46, 47,000 here today, all adding to the atmosphere as Australia continue to pull their way up towards the England total and 384. And Travis Head has dominated the day, going on to his 3rd century of the series, and he's over 150. He's hit a lot of 4s too. He's 162 not, 3 for 281. So there are 103 runs behind. Smith is 16, and Neser, the man out this morning. The night watchman hung around for more than an hour before he was caught by the keeper, Smith, off Cast for 24. So that's the situation of the game. I might just take you through those bowling figures, because that tells you a bit of a story about what we have seen here today as Australia continued to dominate. Cast 15 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 66, just over 4 and over. Potts 17 overs, 1 maiden, none for 104, 6 and over. Tongue 18 overs, no maidens, none for 56. Respectable. 3 and over. Stokes 14 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 41. 3 and over. And yes, he bowled. Jacks. Last over before lunch. They did score off every ball. 1 over for 9 runs. So a sort of frontline spinner, but maybe just in the apprentice stakes at the moment. Hello, Dizzy. How do you think this is moving? Even though Australia seem will need another 100 to get up level, they look to be on top. How do you see it?
Yeah, good afternoon, Jim, and good afternoon to all our listeners. Look, certainly Australia's session, wasn't it? Led by Travis Head, Michael Neser. They had partnership of about an hour and a half. Michael Neser, I thought he played very well until he was out-thought by Bryden Cass. Bouncer plan, then pitched it up and nicked him off. And then Steve Smith's applied himself quite well here. But it was all Travis Head. He's been absolutely superb. As you mentioned, he's hit a lot of boundaries, but he's hit a lot of boundaries even when the field's all out. He's been absolutely brilliant. And just watching the couple of the England players getting loose here just with the support staff. Looks like Jacob Bethel's bowled a number of deliveries to the baseball mitt. So, as well as Will Jack, so expect to see a bit of spin, I think, after lunch.
A twin spin attack at the SCG. Never been seen before.
Never, Jim.
Not in this match, at any rate.
Not in this match.
No. What about England's tactics?
Yeah.
Have they done enough? Have they bowled well enough here and there to suggest they can stop Australia getting a good lead?
No, I think Australia will get a decent lead. I think if Australia get a 150-plus lead, I think there'll be a lot of panic in that dressing room, the England dressing room. Because Australia will bowl better. The more I've seen England this summer, the more I'm convinced is that they actually can't hold a length. They can't consistently bowl discipline, line and length. That's why their default is going to the short ball plan, because they don't trust that they can actually bowl that discipline, line and length.
And why do you think that is? Is it a lack of skill, a lack of ability, a lack of not playing enough red ball cricket?
I think a combination of the three.
Yeah. Well, I was just thinking, how many of these bowlers play a lot of county cricket around the Test cricket? Or it doesn't seem to matter anymore?
Well, I mean, schedules, Jim,
yes.
are something that we continually talk about, and you want to give appropriate rest to players at appropriate times. We've got Ali Mitchell was talking about the 100 ball competition that they have at the height of summer in the UK, and the 50 over competition has been marginalised. It's played at the same time, but not all the best players are able to play it. County games are played at, bookend the season over there.
Well, playing in April is not much good.
No, it's tricky, and but I do have some sympathy in some quarters for players, just with the amount of the different formats of the game. There's so many of them now. I mean, you think about it. We play 5-day cricket, we play 4-day cricket. There's even 3-day cricket in minor counties. You've got 50 over cricket. In some parts there's 40 over cricket. There's T20. There's 100 ball cricket. There's T10. There's Hong Kong sixes.
Have you played in that?
I have played in a sixes comp. I remember playing, I don't know if you remember the Super 8s?
Yes, I do.
14 overs that was.
Yeah.
So I think 2 bowlers could bowl 3 overs, three bowlers could bowl 2 overs, and I think there was one where a bowler bowled an over or something, got it up to 14. But yeah, there was only 8 players on each side. So we've got lots of different formats. I can't think of another sport which has so many different formats within the game.
So the players are coming onto the field. Just a few SMSs here. Afternoon, gents. Really enjoying the call while going round the cattle. Re Glenn McGrath in the conversation just prior to lunch. There is a magnificent statue of Glenn in Narromine.
Oh, lovely.
All right, of course. You've got one at the Adelaide Oval, haven't you?
I do. Member of the Bronzed Aussie Club, Jim.
Yeah, I remember it all. Yes, very good. Now, here's another one. Loving memories of Mum. Passed away 1992 from cancer. So beautiful that something loving and positive has come from Jane's passing and turned into something that touches others in a positive, loving way. Very true.
Thank you, John.
Lovely support. And thank you for that, and thank you to everyone who's making a contribution. The virtual pink seats have gone up to 276,758. $6.9 million raised, and you can get more or donate on pinktest.com.au. And the next one. G'day everyone. Can Travis Head challenge Michael Clarke's record of 329 not out? I reckon he's in prime position to do so. Well, he might get out before that happens. So we're going to have some spin bowling at the other end of the ground. It is Bethel who will be bowling his left-arm tweakers, and this gives them a bit of a respite with 15 overs to go, I suppose, to a new ball, if that's what they're contemplating. They've got a slip, and Bethel's bowling, and it's pushed away by Smith out to cover. This has got the look of normal cricket. There's only two men on the boundary. Deep point, deep square, and the regulation slip, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and on the sweep behind square. And Smith watches Bethel. Left arm around the wicket, and Smith drives and drives well. It's going out, thundering away towards the boundary. A deep cover is well struck. It's a 4. Yes, well, Bethel's a bit of a part-timer and Smith's a bit of a full-timer. 4 runs.
Oh, and that was a half volley as well. So a player of Steve Smith's calibre is not going to miss out on that gift.
That's 164 in boundaries out of 285.
Wow.
3 for 285. So deep cover moves a little squarer, and forward goes Smith to a length ball just outside the off stump. So England trying to find a way. If they'd taken some catches, probably helped themselves. They've spilled a few again today, as Bethel around the wicket draws Smith forward, and he twinkles it around the corner there, just behind square, short fine, where Cass is fielding. So Steve Smith goes through his routine, touching his pad, tapping his bat, doing a little squeeze with his knees, and Bethel comes into him and he's down the pitch and has a go straight back over the bowler's head. It wasn't a great contact by the Smith gauge on a shot. He skied it more than hit it out of the meat, and it lobbed just inside the long off boundary, and they took 2. Well, it's always good to see this, of course, but it might give Bethel a little bit of hope.
Absolutely.
Bethel again around the wicket to Smith. Smith back and defending. He's down the onside. So 6 runs from Bethel and a bit of a miscue, but Australia 97 behind. Smith 22 ahead 162.
Yep, I don't mind this from England by the left arm spin of Bethel. I think it looks like it's going to be Ben Stokes, skipper, bring himself on.
Jacob Bethel comes into this match 13 first-class wickets at 70.
Right. Any test wickets so far? He's played a few test matches.
3.
3 test wickets and 1 first class. That's another
10 first class.
10 first class, sorry.
13 first class, including 3 test.
Yep. Yeah, right. So he has got 3 test wickets. So he's not what you'd call a bunny bowler.
His test bowling average is actually 31.
Yeah. Well, it'll be a challenge for him to improve on that. Now, Stokes is going to bowl with a pretty orthodox field by the standards of what we saw this morning when Travis Head was facing the quicker bowling. Around the wicket he comes in, and down the leg side he misses as he tried to flick it. There's a fine leg deep square, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off cover, slipper gully, and a deep backward point. This morning we saw 6 men on the boundary at one stage.
And I think the reason Ben Stokes can afford to own, I say only have 3 fielders on the fence is because he's probably the one bowler, along with Josh Tongue, who's been able to control his line and length. Unfortunately, Potts has been short of a gallop. He hasn't quite got it right. Bryden Cass has probably erred on the short side and been asked to bowl bouncer plans.
Here's Stokes again at head. Looks to drive. It was up in the block hole. He just dipped into it and hit it straight out to Jacks there on the offside. Jacks did bowl that 1 over before lunch, and now Bethel 1 after lunch. So there is evidence of occasional spin bowling. Occasional. Yes, it'll be something dribbled on about for some time. The dodo of frontline spin bowling for this test match, and it might be something other than in the subcontinent that we'll see again. Here's Stokes around the wicket. He comes in, and Travis heads forward, playing hard down the pitch. Stokes stops it in his follow through. So is this a trend we're going to see more of as Nathan Lyon in particular gets towards the end of his career?
Potentially. I know that this is a wicket square, a surface square, but with drop-in pitches, don't know, potentially.
But this isn't a...
No, I know this isn't... I understand this isn't a drop-in pitch.
But they referred it because of Aussie rules. They oversaw it with rye in winter.
Right.
So it's a slightly different composition, and maybe what's underneath the foot too. Stokes comes in and bowls the ball, is driven away, out to cover again, and Jacks is there to stop it.
Jim, is the reason for that the AFL or the football players are complaining that the square's too hard, even in winter?
I think that it has been. That's why in the last few years they've oversown it with this grass.
Right, okay.
So you don't play on a pitch that's basically dead cooch for 3 or 4 months.
Right.
And a lump of mud or whatever. So, yeah, it's a softer landing for those darlings who play. Around goes Stokes, and it's a bat-to-patter run on the onside as he tickled it away towards square leg. And he moves to 163, 3 for 288. Yes, we love our football season, but the problem is here, and it's the economics of sport. I understand it, that really this is the Sydney Swans ground. It's not the Sydney Cricket ground.
Yep.
You had a Shield final, you never play it here.
No, you'd play out at Silverwater if New South Wales won the...
Somewhere. It wouldn't be here.
It wouldn't be here.
Because...
Yeah, well, it's the same. Well, that's what happened last season in Adelaide. South Australia made the Shield final and had to play at Cameron Oval.
Yes. And
it was a great atmosphere.
Pretty good game.
It was a great game of cricket.
Yeah. Over the wicket. Stokes comes in and Smith is back and behind and pushing out on the offside to complete the over. A couple of runs scored since the lunch break. Another 13 overs to go before the new ball could be taken. Australia trailed by 96.
When was the last time they played rugby league at the SCG?
Oh, they have played...
That was a long time ago, was it?
No. They were a building next door for quite some time.
Right.
So they had to play they played a number of games here. Eastern suburbs, the Roasters, and other teams played some games here.
Yep.
They played rugby union here as well, whilst that was being built next door. But now that's the official rectangular football ground in the winter.
So is that just for the Sydney Roosters, or do a couple of teams play there?
It's mainly the Roosters, yes. Souths are trying to do a deal, but it hasn't come off.
Right.
And there's the Waratahs play rugby there, and of course we have A-League soccer.
A-League soccer
played next door as well. So it gets a bit of use, and there are quite a few concerts as well. Now Bethel over the wicket. He swept and it hits the pad and he's out. LBW. Hassan Raza has given him out and the head says, "Oh, I'm going to review that."
I just wonder if it's outside the line.
This could be a test wicket for Bethel.
Director, we have a player
tried to sweep, it hit the pad. Did it hit him outside, in line?
I think England think they've got their man. With their body language, they feel quite confident. It's a good decision by Travis Head to review this.
Nice and slow.
Australia have got 3.
Here we go.
Okay.
Looks to be in line.
RTS when it's ready.
It's hit him on the pad in line. That is out. You can see a bit of leg and middle. Yeah.
Flat line
and looking for a touch on the bat. No, nothing there. There's not much going for Travis Head here.
I think he's in a bit of trouble, Jim.
Out. Impact in line. Wicket City. You can stay with
the Barmy Army are on their course. It's hitting the leg stump according to the technology. And Travis Head's excellent innings comes to an end. LBW Bethel. Just as well England have played some frontline spinners in this game. 4 for 288.
No, those are fine innings from Travis Head.
Yes, he's getting applauded all the way off the ground here. His 3rd century of the series. And he's entertained us. And eventually, it's spin bowling. Yes, the forsaken spin bowling that gets a wicket.
Who'd have thought, Jim?
He raises his bat to the crowd. He turns and wheels around. Usman Khawaja comes out to more applause in his final test match after a little fist pump with Travis Head. A ground that Khawaja has made his own. for a number of years of playing Test cricket since he made his debut here a long time ago, 15 years ago, and he's coming out to join Steve Smith. It's 4 for 288.
Yeah, lovely ovation for Usman Khawaja and all the LED signs around the ground saying thank you, Uzi. That's a nice touch from the SCG.
Just touch.
Richly deserved.
Very much his home ground, even though he's been living in Queensland for a number of years now, having established his reputation at Randwick and then for New South Wales and Australia. His 88th Test match.
Was Randwick his only club here in Sydney?
Now you got me. I think so.
Yeah.
Because you know what it's like. Once you play for New South Wales, you don't always go back to your club on a regular basis. Some do. Not everyone does.
Yeah.
I'm sure he played there at some point with Simon Kadich. Now, Bethel, fresh batsman. Khawaja's there and he goes back and just watches the ball as it hits the bat and goes down behind point. The spinners are going to come into their own now. How dare you not pick frontline spinners in Test teams? Making a mockery of the game. And Bethel's got a wicket. Little left arm finger spinner. He's got a slip and he's bowling to Khawaja. Khawaja goes back, gets a quicker one, pushes away on the offside. You know, he looks like he can bowl a bit, this bloke.
Yeah, I think it's just as much as anything. You want to sometimes change the tempo of the innings. In this case, got a wicket.
There'll be a few fast bowlers who say, thank goodness for that. Bethel's bowling and he's back. And he's trying to get in behind it, knocks it down the pitch. And that's one of the reasons you've got to have some slow bowlers to give the quickies a rest, apart from trying to hold up at end and maybe get a wicket or two. And he might get more than one. He bowls again. Khawaja's back and slides it away, or tries to, but it's taken by the keeper. He was trying to run it down the gully to get off the mark. 4 for 288 Australia. They're still behind. They still need another 96 to get level. Khawaja watches Bethel. Left arm over. And he's back. Turns it around the corner to the short fine leg. And it's collected down there around the corner by Caster in the over. So, a wicket for Bethel. 1 for 6 from 2 overs. Smith's 22. 4 for 288. And Stokes is going to continue. It was good to see Stokes opening the bowling with tongue this morning. I think it's a view that a lot of others have around this team, that is the way to start with a new ball, because it seems more than obvious that Stokes and Tongue are the best bowlers in this team. Now, Smith's leaning on his bat. There's something happening behind the bowler's arm, and we had one of those little scorecard things, numbers, sitting on the tarpaulin at the other end earlier in the day, and Smith had it right in his eye line. He wouldn't have liked being here in 1888 when there was nothing. Stokes charges in now and bowls the ball. It's pushed off the edge down to the boundary for 4. He just waited on that, got a thick edge into the ground wide of second slip, and it fizzed off to the boundary. 4 for 292.
Jim, when did sight screens become a regular feature at cricket grounds?
Oh, well, I think they were there from the outset, but there was always a problem on some grounds, particularly in England, where it was difficult to manage. Lords, I think, especially. Leeds too. But I think there was always something like a side screen, but it wasn't very big. As Stokes charges in and they go back and across, and he sends it out there to point. This is the photo just down here. 1894. I don't know whether you've seen it when you...
Yes.
Yeah, lovely photo. taken from the other side of this ground, which is a panoramic view of the ground and Paddington in behind it. It's well worth a look. As I've said a number of times, well worth a look just because of the field placing. There are 7 men on the offside and only 2 on the onside, because onside play was considered pretty crude in those days. It didn't happen. Stokes goes in. Smith is across. Hit on the pad. Big shout for LBW. Umpire Gaffney not interested. And they trot off for a single. Is he going to signal leg by? He's waiting to see that they can't review it. They've run out of reviews, I think. So, no. So that tells you what he thinks. There was a nick on it.
Yeah, whether it was pad bat or bat pad.
He nicked it.
He hit it onto his pad, so no issues there.
Tick boof.
Tick boof.
That's what Farney de Villiers described it as. Tick boof. And boof tick is when it hits the pad first, then the bat.
Right.
But umpires in his time, of course, never gave those out. And in yours too, probably early on.
So are they Afrikaner terms? Yeah.
Yes. They're his individual Afrikaner terms. Yeah. Farney de Villiers, lovely fella. He had a toy car, remember? He used to race around.
Yes, he did too, didn't he?
Yeah. And he got a bag of wickets here.
He got 6 for here, and the South Africa defended.
They won the game, yeah.
Low 100 scores, yeah.
So around the wicket, it's Khawaja facing Stokes. Khawaja's forward. He's off the mark. He's wheeled it around the corner. Goes for one, that'll do. Down behind square. And the last test man, Khawaja, is on 1. 4 for 294. Australia trail by 90. So this looks like it's going to be an afternoon of accumulation for Australia. And hopefully from England's viewpoint, a bag of wickets.
Yeah, certainly think the tempo will be a bit different now that Travis Head's not out there.
Yeah, that changes the game. Anyway, Bethel's collected a wicket, and it's Stokes trying to get another. He comes in and Smith is back across in behind, sending it away on the offside. He's a chance of LBW. He's been struck there a few times, either outside or a little high. And there was one he nurdled around the corner that Crawley got a left mitt on.
That's right.
From Potts, I think it was. And England's 2.5 hours, unfortunately for them, was punctuated a few times by missed chances in the field. One glaring miss on the boundary from Travis Head to Jacks out at deep mid wicket. That looked straightforward, but he couldn't catch it. More of Stokes. He moves in, and Smith walks across and swings into a short ball. And he sends it for 4, skimming across the turf as if he was playing down at carrying bar for Sutherland. Easy peasy 4 runs there, and Smith moves to 31.
He timed that beautifully there, Steve Smith. Wasn't that short from Ben Stokes? It was about hip height. And Steve Smith just pivoted and just bisected those 2 men out on the leg side boundary absolutely perfectly. Beautiful shot.
Sweet timing. Stokes tries again. He runs in towards Smith and he leaves the ball alone outside the line of the off stump. So that's the end of the over. It's 4 for 299. Have you been outside today? Were you down there at the start?
I was in the pre-show. Yeah. I was doing the pre-show, Jim.
Was it warm down there? I haven't ventured outside as yet.
It was pleasant, I would say. Yeah, pleasant would be the word I'd use to describe it.
You picked up another shirt, I noticed.
I do. Glenn popped into the...
Was that $10,000? What did you pay for that one?
I just made the donation to the McGrath Foundation.
Well done.
Yeah. So, but it was nice. So Glenn got me this shirt because I said I've got a pink shirt, I've got a button-up shirt, but I thought I'd probably prefer to wear a polo. And
very smart. Bethel's bowling and Khawaja's nudging out at the offside as he leans forward. So the 300 just about up, and Australia trail by 85 head out. LBW on the sweep to Bethel for 163. Here comes Bethel again. Khawaja drives straight to cover. Couldn't get it through the field. It was over-pitched. And, they did get one.
They managed, yeah, there was a misfield there.
It was a misfield. I thought Crawley had misfielded, but recovered. And they darted off. 300's up. 4 for 300. Khawaja 2 on that misfielded cover. Now Smith, the gadget man. Bethel, 2 men on the boundary. Deepish mid-off too. He comes to Smith and Smith leans on it, pats it up the offside of the pitch for Bethel to collect. The blonde bomber, Jacob Bethel.
If Bethel could just hold his length, he could do a really important job here for England.
Well, he looks handy. He comes up again and Smith's back and says, yeah, we'll take one there. And I think he's, unless against this quality of batting, they probably work out. But just wait. You don't have to premeditate. You'll get something to nudge, push or hit through the field. Smith's 32 with a single out towards mid-wicket. Now Khawaja down there. Deep backward square. A man at short fine. Bethel to him and he drives and misses outside the off stump. Just played over it, attempting to welt it through the offside. The 5-4 leg side bias in the field and Bethel under the sunshine, almost clear blue sky, and he goes in from the Randwick end and Khawaja's back and behind, just watching, just trying to work out where he can manoeuvre the ball, but not at the moment. It's the end of the over. Jonathan Agnews coming in at 4 for 301. Khawaja 2.
The Ashes 2026, live across Australia.
The Ashes is on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and the ABC Listen app.
Dizzy, good afternoon, and good afternoon, everybody, on a beautiful day here. Just a gentle breeze, blue sky, lovely and warm. And some decent cricket, actually. We have a good contest here. Usman Khawaja looks a little bit nervous to me. I mean, it might be his last innings. He just looks a little bit tentative, I guess he would be. Doesn't matter how much Test cricket you've played. If you know it's your last one, I suppose you either go down two ways. You either go down and celebratory, or you're just determined not to fail. But anyway, he's on 2.
He would just be thinking this is an important partnership.
Yeah.
Develop this with Steve Smith. Tempo of the game's changed slightly with the dismissal of Travis Head.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of wickets here, and you wouldn't necessarily write England off as Stokes bowls and Smith drives some beautiful, smooth cover drive there, but it's fielded at extra cover. And there's no run. New ball due in 10 overs. So, I don't know, a wicket before that, they can get Smith out and start chipping away. It's,
the one advantage Australia have is they're back quite deep.
Yes.
Obviously.
Stark at 10.
That's right. Yeah. Bo Webster at 9.
Yeah.
But Bethel's got an important role at the other end, and Stokes coming in now.
Smith waiting, 2 slips and a gully. There's a fielder out at deep square leg as Stokes runs in, bowls down the leg side, short and paddled away. That's probably going to go for 4. Yeah, the fielder couldn't quite get there. And again, Smith looking for that short ball. He played a terrific shot in Stokes' previous over to a ball that really wasn't that short.
No, it was a very good shot.
Wasn't that a good stroke? Yeah. I mean, it's these really outstanding batsmen can make something out of nothing, really.
Well, they just make the margin for error a lot smaller for bowlers. It's simple as that. I applaud Stokes for bringing himself on here straight after lunch, but I just wonder how many overs is he going to bowl, because I'd be tempted, well, he must be tempted to take the second new ball himself.
Well, I wish you'd taken the first. Anyway, let's see. He runs in again now. Bowls very full, and that's well played by Smith driving, but he tried to get the ball between point and extra cover and couldn't quite get there. He worked the shot, but picked the fielder out. 4 for 305 in the 71st over, so new ball due at 80. It's a terrific innings from Travis Head, though. Wow.
Certainly was.
So more fidgets from Smith. Tug at the pads.
Just feels like more conventional cricket here, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Now we can just settle back a bit now and relax. In goes Stokes again, bowls, and there's a mistimed drive. This time Stokes is Smith's cross there. He plays the shot again. Of course, he's sending the ball through the covers, he's saying to himself. It ended up in the leg side. So, not quite get hold of that. Lovely lunch.
Yeah?
I mean, I don't want to. Well, do you know, I was just thinking as I sat down, what am I going to miss most about Australia when I go home on Saturday? The weather.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's -6. -6 in the Beaver at the moment, and that's not nice. That's cold, and there's a bit of snow around. It's not going to be a great week. I mean, look at this. The weather's that's going to be number one. Here's Stokes, and Smith on the back foot steers that away, square into the offside for a single. So 4 for 306. The second one, I'm going to push us out there.
Yeah.
Barramundi.
Barramundi.
Can't get it at home.
Can't get it at home.
No. A fillet of Barra.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's the texture.
Is this the lunches at the grounds?
We had one. No, just generally. This is just everything about Australia.
Okay.
I'm putting Barra. I'm just offering Barra as the second thing I'm going to miss the most when I go home. Love it. It's just a beautiful fish. Stokes going round the wicket to Khawaja, and that's been a bit leg-side-ish. He got a ball full and off stump at Khawaja early in his innings. Quite crease-bound. You can see him
doesn't move
a
his
catch
feet
behind.
Yeah, he doesn't move his feet a lot.
No.
It's with Khawaja.
So you're a Barra man?
No.
No,
I
thought you were a bit disappointed when I said it. Actually, I noted it. Thought, like I saw your face go. Really?
I don't eat meat, so.
Oh, not at all. Not even pesky.
No.
Oh.
No.
Oh, well, I didn't realise that.
No, that's
Therefore,
okay.
Barramundi is not going to interest you at all. But oh no, I love it. I say, Barra, Rick.
Yeah, I don't mind Barra. Yeah.
Here's a man who likes a bit of Barra, I reckon, settling beside me, and not just a small fillet either. I've just had one of those froggy things. Do you know? Thank you, Darren. We've been given these little frog sweets, and they are small, aren't they? That's a centimetre.
Yep, probably.
Yeah, by barely. Well, maybe it's 2 centimetres by a centimetre. It's a little frog, and it's red. There's Bethel starting a new over. The first ball played back. And the chap who very generously handed them out, saying these are so full of sugar, you've got to eat that in 10 pieces. I said, I can't. How are you going to break 10 pieces off that?
Chew it 10 times. He's saying
break it. You've got to break it in 10 pieces. Bethel bowls. That's defended by Smith. Happy to tap that away up the pitch. I'd challenge anyone to take 10 bites out of that.
10 bites or 10 pieces?
Well, but same thing.
Shall I have a go?
Same thing. 10.
You can't do it.
No, you can't. It's impossible. Bethel bowls. Played out towards mid-off. But you're all right. I'm like the sweets. Like he gave you 2 and ate them both.
Straight in.
So I'm probably full of sugar. But hey.
Well, I'd say full of something else.
Thank you, Darren. Shall miss you when I go home.
No, you won't.
But I'm going to put you third after a nice fillet of Barramundi. Now here's Bethel. Off the back foot, steered away, and there's no run.
You're talking.
I call that second. You say the second thing of the weather, Barramundi.
What about
second?
Ocean trout? What about Red Emperor? Nana guy?
I'm offering whiting, South Australian whiting.
Okay.
But Barra for me still, it's that lovely fleshy. There's Bethel bowls. It's driven, almost past him. In fact, he rather parries that away as he dives full length out into a gap. The ball goes, and they take a run for that. So 4 for 307. Smith 38, and Khawaja has 2.
You get the feeling the new ball's the game, isn't it?
Well,
they bowl well enough. The new ball get wickets, put pressure on the Australian batsman.
Yeah. Who's going to take it? That's the question. Who's going to take it?
Well, with the left-handers in,
Tongue.
Khawaja, Tongue's got to be one, but he won't really.
Well, he doesn't seem to want to.
It doesn't matter what he wants to and not want to. Tell him.
Yeah, exactly. Slip and a leg slip as Bethel bowls, and Khawaja again. He doesn't leave the crease at all. His play is absolutely rooted to the spot. And that's picked up at backward point. End of the over, 4 for 307. Interesting situation, Quadra, isn't it? I mean, he was dropped for the Adelaide Test, and that seemed like a career ender from an outsider's point of view, but it looked like they'd made the call. Smith gets ill, Quadra comes back, gets 70-odd. He might not have had this farewell. Is that a fair reading of it or not?
Yeah.
It seemed like the decision had been made there at Adelaide, didn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you, Usman. Lovely career. Off you go.
I just wonder if they'd won. What if they would have played him in the last Test match as a farewell?
Sort of a token game.
Yeah.
Like I suppose they could have done. But it did seem like they'd made that decision there, didn't it? Inglis comes in. Smith's ill. Oh dear, okay. Usman come back.
I think if Inglis got a 50 or a 60, they probably would have stuck with him, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right, Smith on strike and he's facing Ben Stokes. The slip, fine gully. Stokes runs up, bowls on the leg stump, tucked away by Smith into the leg side. And they take a straightforward single there. People slowly returning. It feels like a nice sort of leisurely lunch day today.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Beautiful crowd. We're almost
fantastic.
Almost 40,000 in.
Yeah.
So
working day. It's good effort. Yeah.
I mean, what's the biggest ground in England? Others.
Lords.
Aggers.
Lords,
and that fits
get about 30.
Right.
Give or take. But they've got the. Have you been there with the new stands put up? Not Compton and Edridge.
Northamptonshire don't get to play at Lords. We do this year. I complained, and we do. We're playing this year. Yep.
Excellent. Well, good. So you should.
Yes.
Well, you'll see they've built up the two stands. They're very impressive. Stokes bowls and Khawaja plays out to wide mid off, and there's no run. But they got real height to it, you know. So that increased it from around about 28 to 30, and now they brought down the Allen stand, which when you sit in the pavilion, except if you're Northampton, you'll be on the wrong side. You'll be on the left-hand side.
Left-hand side.
But on the right-hand side of the pavilion,
that little stand.
Yeah, known as the Gubby Allen stand. Yeah. That's come down.
Right.
And I think they might be doing the tavern as well. I think that whole side might be being redone. I haven't seen, but there's a lot going on there again. All ready for the Ashes. In 27, I suppose, is Khawaja. Plays it into the ground firmly. And fielded it at backward point. Yeah, so I don't know if they're being renamed or whether Gubby Allen, who was a great old English campaigner, he actually ran the MCC for many years. He was on the Bodyline tour, of course.
Bodyline tour?
Yeah, he didn't want to bowl it. He refused to bowl Bodyline.
Left armour?
No, it was a right arm fast medium.
Fast medium.
But he said no. When Douglas Jardine said stick it up the Aussies, he said no, I'm not doing it. Refused to do it. So he got a stand named after him at Lords instead. And there's Stokes round the wicket and he bowls, and Khawaja lets that go. That's the area to bowl at Khawaja early on. Foolish off stump.
It's been a bit of length since lunch, isn't it? They must have talked about, let's get back to some normal cricket.
Yeah. 2
slips of gully, a ring field, and bowl there, and Khawaja's not going to blaze you like a head for as such, but they haven't done enough of this for mine. All serious. Haven't just done enough to just nag away.
Patience.
Yes.
With bat and ball.
We've got some fish messages coming through.
Well, there's some I've never heard of there. And there's Stokes round the wicket. Bowls, and again, that full length. Trying to get Khawaja out of his crease.
So I'm a bit against the barramundi. A bit muddy.
Muddy?
Yeah, sorry.
I think it depends how you cook it.
Yeah, so I'm just Nanagai ocean trout.
Is that right?
Yeah, sorry.
Is that quite
whiting? Whiting, beautiful.
Yeah, I do like the whiting. No, Barra. It's a little restaurant near where we're staying here. There's a lovely Barra. You can't get it at home, you see. You can't. I mean, I looked it up. Because often fish, they have different names, don't they, in different parts of the world. So I thought, maybe you can get. So maybe it's called something else. But no. Stokes round the wicket, bowls out, round about that area again. But Khawaja's managed to poke the ball away out to mid wicket from pretty full and straight, and there's no run. I think there's quite a few Barra supporting there. Looking at the messages coming in.
Oh, look, I can see a few. Yes, Buff, Red Emperor from Broome. Can't beat it.
That's pretty nice up there. Do you actually catch them up there, do you? I found barramundi in a Tesco in Wales. Really? This is useful. I mean, Wales is a bit of a drive to go and get a piece
From
of fish.
where you are?
I mean, to go and get a piece of fish, I might not be tempted to drive all the way to Wales. However,
I like how he's cooked it.
Truffle mash. God, I shouldn't have started this conversation. Bethel starts a new over. And that's driven out to extra cover. Sprawls there on his hands and knees. And there is no run. 4 for 308. So 76 runs then. Australia trail by at the moment. The next one is pushed away back to the bowler.
Nice, Beth.
And there's no run. Interesting use of language, isn't it? The two countries. I know your spelling varies a bit as well.
My spelling varies a lot.
I know yours is not recognisable. Here's Bethel bowling. It's short, wide, cut off the back foot out to point. But in England, we would say that Australia trail by. In other words, it's like a plural noun, trail.
Yeah.
Whereas in Australia, you say Australia trails with an S on the end.
Oh.
Just noticed it on the screen.
So that's bad English?
No, I'm not criticising other. Well, it's good Australian.
Okay.
Well, being diplomatic. I'm being diplomatic. But yeah, it's different, isn't it? A different language. Bethel. Left arm over the wicket, and Khawaja comes dancing down the pitch and then just turns the ball gently out towards mid-wicket. 4 for 309. New ball, 6 overs away after this over. This camera's busy. There's a little motorised remote control one with his little pink bandana on it. Bethel bowls, and that's pulled by Khawaja towards the deep square leg. He'll pick up a single there as Bethel dropped a little bit short.
He's looked all right, hasn't he, Bethel?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. His first Ashes wicket.
Pretty good one. Travis said.
Yeah.
Years to come, tell the grandkids about that.
But doesn't it just show? You don't have to play a spinner. You can play him on anything. It doesn't have to be a raging, turning pitch to play a spinner.
Sometimes it's good to play him on the one that doesn't spin. You can beat him on the other side.
Absolutely. There's Bethel again. Oh, that turned a little bit. It stopped. And Smith was a bit surprised by that. He picked up a single, however, but that definitely just seemed to grip a little bit. 4 for 311. Smith 41. Khawaja 3. So Australia trails by 73 runs.
Well, I'm pretty sure Steve Smith and Ben Stokes won't want the wicket to spin.
No.
Because that's where the trouble will start.
Yeah, it is. I want you to see how many overs Stokes bowls here, because that new ball is, 6 away.
He actually shouldn't bowl too many.
No, I'd like him to take a new ball.
If he's not going to take the new ball, he might need to quite quickly.
Yeah.
So I'd stop. I'd just go 2 spin for 5 overs.
Yeah.
6 overs. Yeah. Try and weasel one out.
Yeah.
They might take the spin on like they did, and Travis Head got out. You pick up another wicket. If you get Smith, you've got 2 new batters with a new ball. The new ball yesterday nipped around a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah.
For the Australian team. Not so much when England bowled. Well, they didn't bowl on a good length. That was the biggest problem.
It's an interesting comment. Talking about the language and the trails and the trail. 2 television companies here. They both do it in different ways. And Stokes bowls, and that's defended by Smith. Well, one says trails and the other says trail.
Well, let's get back to something more interesting, the fish. The language, the English language is not my strong point.
Has Barrow won? That's the question. I'd like to know.
Well, we've got to have another poll.
And what's the best recipe for a really lovely? How am I going to?
Or a flathead or a whiting?
No, for a Barrow. What's the best way to cook a Barrow? I like the look. There's one flashed up on the screen there about truffle mash. That would be rather nice, wouldn't it? Fleshy fish, truffle mash. A few mushrooms. Here's Stokes, thick edge, all runs down to into the gully. Every time we touch that screen, it just
who's controlling the screen at the back? Well, they're having a mare.
A lightly
we try and see something and it just jumps off.
A lightly floured, pan-fried piece of freshwater Murray cod.
Ooh.
From the granite belt, washed down with a cold glass of Vermentino is hard to beat. Thank you, Jason.
Well, that sounds good, doesn't it? Relax. You've only got 4 hours to go before you get one.
Well, the trouble is that my wife can't eat fish, so we never get fish at home. Really? So I don't know why I started this conversation, really. Then goes Stokes, bowls. Oh, thick leading edge there from Smith.
Why is that?
I don't know. I think she claims to be allergic to it. So there we go. I know. So here, I mean, I just load up oysters.
So your name's Salmon.
Yeah. Here, I just load up shrimps.
Oh, do you? You're seafood when you're here?
Not to, because I'm not going to get another 4 years. Oh, I know.
That sounds good, though, that one.
Yeah, she's had a good day. There's been some high tea out the back.
Oh, that's a good day.
Really loving it. The whole thing. She's had a great day today. So thanks to our old friend Glenn. I think she might be coming in here at tea time, so watch out. So be very careful. In comes Stokes again and bowls. That's down the leg side. Catch it, somebody shouts, but in fact there's no appeal there as Smith does that.
What about that? The reviews lost on the night watching.
No. That just about summed it up, didn't it? And the great cheer when it went up on the screen, 3-0. It wasn't the score. It was like the reviews score. Oh, the crowd loved that. So, no, it was just about this morning. I think anything that could go wrong probably did go wrong on that catch out there. I just look back at the commentary with me and Tuffers. I mean, we had that one yesterday next door. The Smith shot.
I watched that last night.
It's been challenging for us commentators, you know.
Oh, you've been
very challenging. Then goes Stokes again down the leg side. Very well stopped. No, it's not. He's missed it in the end. I thought he'd got it. And Smith missed it. Bounced just in front of him. And he flung himself to his left. And it's going to be, what's that, buys?
Yeah, 4 buys.
Yours, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, I've got one for you.
Go on.
Smith's batting very talented. We know that. Let's just break it down the other way. How have you found his keeping? Because I think that hasn't been.
No, do you think both kind of go together?
Yeah,
the confidence is low in one. It kind of affects the other.
I thought he was better keeping that, to be fair.
Yeah.
In this series, he hasn't.
Well, bear in mind, he's not even the best keeper in his county.
Oh, that's true.
You know, he's been made into one, really. And Stokes bowling, and it's played out towards mid-wicket by Steve Smith. Ben Folkes is probably the leading keeper. He'll be up with Alex Carey, I think, as far as leading keepers in the world. But Folkes can't get in the side. 4 for 315. Thank you, Darren. I enjoyed that. I'm out of here, and Corbyn's coming in.
The Ashes 2026 5th Test.
Live from the SCG. The Ashes is on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Aggers. 4 for 315. So the deficit now down to 69. Smith 41, Khawaja 3. And 2 men out today. Travis Head fell to spin. Out for 163, LBW Bethel, and Michael Nisa was out for 24. Caught by the keeper off the bowling of Cass. Change of bowling, Darren Lehmann. We've got Will Jacks, who's coming on from the Randwick end. He's bowling to Khawaja, who's back and just punches out through cover point for 1. Back to the sweeper on the offside, so single taken. Khawaja to 4.
They might swap ends. They might go dual spin and have the left armour use the breeze from this end, the Randwick, oh, not the Randwick end. It's Paddington end, isn't it?
That's right. Interestingly, Will Jacks has actually got Khawaja twice in the series. There's been 152 wickets fall. Only 5 of them have fallen to spin, and Khawaja's been out to Jacks twice. Jacks has got 4 of the 5 spinning wickets in the series, which, as I said, is 5 of 152. He's going to get a look at the right-hander here, though, to Smith, who plays along the ground out to mid-wicket. Joe Root, your man, comes and does the fielding.
One thing Steve Smith does do here, it works out that, you know, the field's back. It doesn't take too many risks. Wait for a bad ball.
Smith awaits, slip in place, turns it off leg stump, takes 1. Out to square leg, so 4 for 317, Smith to 42.
This batting here is the difference between Australia and England. At the moment anyway, they'll probably do something silly. But they're going, we've got 4 overs here. We actually need to get through the new ball. We don't need to worry about the runs at the moment.
Jacks to Khawaja, defends on the offside.
We'll just play, take the ones on offer, might get an extra 10 or 15 runs, but most importantly, Smith and Khawaja have to be there for the new ball. If they get through that, then it's a big score. It's a really big score. So their match summing up situation is very good.
Khawaja defending again.
They're not too worried about the runs.
Yep.
They're saying, right, where England will probably go, well, let's get as many as we can before the new ball. Where Australia going, well, the new ball's probably make or break the game. Because if they get 1 wicket now and then get 2 with the new ball.
Jacks to Khawaja, again defending on the offside, no run this time. End of the over, 4 for 317. Usman's on 4, Smith on 42. Just repeating, Travis Head out for 163. LBW Bethel just after the lunch break.
Yeah, what I'm saying there is if they don't get a wicket, Australia know there's a real opportunity to nail the coffin in the afternoon. So if they can keep their wickets intact, where if they lose a wicket before the new ball and the new ball gets 2, all of a sudden you're 7 down, still behind. So it's a big moment in the game for both sides. It's whoever recognises this next hour of play, really, Corbin, that starts to gain the ascendancy. People will say, well, how many will Australia get? Well, it'll depend on that new ball.
Big screen just showing the last 4 overs. Only 10 runs scored. The only boundary in that time were the 4 byes. And other than that, it's just 6 singles with a whole lot of dots. Slowed down. Stokes to Smith, who works it along the ground a mid-wicket. Exactly what you spoke about, Buff, with one eye on that second new ball, which is 4 overs away. I know Jim Maxwell mentioned this earlier off air, that the date on the calendar, January 6, Usman Khawaja in 2018 and in 2022. And here we are in 2026. Scored hundreds against England on this very day.
Really?
How's that for a bit of symmetry? So twice he scored 100 on January 6 against England here at the SCG.
We'll have to get moving.
Yes. He might be not out at stumps. I don't know if he's going to get there today. Smith gets a short one, weaves out of the way. Almost at the halfway mark of this, the 3rd day. And Khawaja's 4 off 23. Smith's 42. 4 for 317.
We only had 30 overs in the first session, I think, Rick. Is that right? Pretty sure it was only 30. 1 for 115. And it was a 2.5 hour session, so it's going to be pretty slow. 2 hours this session, then another 2.5 hours with the obviously extra half hour.
30 overs and 5 balls.
Well, there you go. Thank you.
Of course, over from last night that Stokes had to complete. And the rain hit brought about an early ending. Smith defending out towards mid-off. 4 for 317. Highlight of the day, if you haven't been with us and wondering what you've missed so far, Travis Head made it hundreds in 7 different Australian cities. So all 7 Australian venues he's played at in Test cricket. He now has hundreds. So 11 of them at home. It's his 12th in Test cricket overall. He was dropped by Will Jackson 121 and ended up with 163. It's his 5th Ashes 100, 3rd in the series. 5 Ashes 100s takes him equal with Langer, Hayden, Alistair Cook. Takes him past Kevin Peterson, Graham Gooch, Ian Chappell. More Ashes 100s than any of those. And Smith again just defending out to mid-off, and Cast comes in to collect.
Got a good message from Andy and Bendigo. I wish Travis Head could get a bit better at working back down the gears. He had 200 for the taking, and him getting out needlessly just leaves the door open a touch. Next hour is pivotal. Love the call. Thanks, Andy. Oh, I wish he got 200 too. He's got to put that to bed. He's had a couple of good opportunities. Adelaide, what was that, 170?
Yep.
And today, and he should have just gone on with it and got 200. It's really picky. He's put his side in a good position, but you know, I'd love to see him get 250. Put the game to bed.
Stokes on his way in, bowls over the wicket, and Smith's confidently defending out the mid-off.
By scoring 163 today, he becomes the first player from any country to be dismissed for 163 twice.
Well, there you go.
There's clearly a red zone for him.
Yes.
Mohammad Azharuddin of India made 163 twice in Tests, but they were both not out.
Ah.
There you go.
You know what they say about the bogey 163? Or at least Travis is saying that, maybe. 163. 4 for 317. He scored just after 2 o'clock local time. Sun's out. Stokes is on the way in. Smith pushes out the point. Can't break the infield, and Jacks trots up from cover point to do the fielding. It's the end of the over, and that is a maiden. Smith 42, Khawaja 4. And the Australians 4 for 317, trailing the test by just 67 runs. If you're wondering about the batting to come, there's plenty of that. Alex Carey is in the form of his career in next. And then it's Cam Green and Bo Webster. So the Aussies bat all the way down to 9. And then number 10 is Mitchell Starc, who's got 2 half-centuries in the series. And there's lots of other guys that would love to have multiple half-century scores. And then at number 11 is Scott Boland, who opened
last
last time out in Melbourne. And Jacks to Khawaja, who he's got twice already in the series. Ristoli whips it away to mid-on. Pick up throw to the keeper's end. Some thought about a single, and that's denied. Gives us a chance just to put a little light on Usman Khawaja as well. Of course, his final test match is at his final test innings. Jacks around the wicket again. Khawaja defending back down the pitch.
Well, if he's batting tonight, it could well be.
Yeah.
Because they might only bat once. The next hour will dictate that, how the new ball goes, how he plays the new ball, getting through that.
Khawaja rocking back, cutting, can't beat cover.
I mean, that's the advantage. Khawaja played most of his last 40-odd test matches as an opener. And he'll get to use that skill in the next couple of overs.
Jacks tries again, tosses it up. Khawaja drives, hits it out to mid-off, wants a single, picked up by Stokes, throws the stumps, misses. Single taken. Khawaja to 5, 4 for 318.
It's like the calm before the storm, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, last. Sorry.
Just waiting to get to the new ball, yeah.
And then we'll know, but it could be his last one. Been a fantastic cricketer for Australia.
All right, points back, long on's back, mid-wicket's back. Smith's on strike, and he waits Jacks. He works the ball off leg stump, can't break the infield, and picked up by Cass at backward square leg.
I'm presuming he's going to go straight back to the Heat BBL because the Heat needed some batting after last night. Spriggy and Morey, and tough listen, that one.
Jacks on his way in. Smith forward and pushes back down the track. A dot ball, 4 for 318. End of the over. The Aussies trail by 66 runs. So Khawaja 5 and Smith 42.
You would have been happy with that result last night against my mob.
Yeah, the mighty Magenta lads.
They're not really exciting me, that fourth position, whoever wants it, really is not grabbing it, are they?
No. Can we see Joel Davies maybe bat a little higher in the order?
Well, after his last 2 performances?
He can play, can't he?
Yeah, it's a good player. Who do you want to move out then?
As in to finish 4th?
Well, no. Who would you like to get rid of for him to bat high?
Well, I know he batted below Moses and Ben Dorshus in Melbourne. And so there's 2 to start.
Oh, so you want him to bat ahead of Moses and Dorshus? Yep. Okay.
I think that at this stage of his career, I think I want to say, I like what I've seen. I want to see more of him.
Okay.
I want to see him face 20, 30 balls. Khawaja nicking one bounce to second slip as Stokes starts a new over. And it wasn't taken clean by Brook either. It'll run away down to third man for 4. So Uzi moves to 9, his first boundary. It's not a convincing one, 4 for 322. And Ben Stokes continues to try his heart out. And he extracts an edge there.
Good delivery. So you get Usman out. Need to slip a try. I suppose a bit tough, but they'll try and stop those. Or every run's so important at the moment for England.
First score off Ben Stokes for 18 balls bowled by him.
The Sixers last night, by the way, were 5 for 47 and 7 for 56. As Khawaja gets one down the leg side and watches it fly through. And in the end, they ended up running down the target 7 down. So from 7 for 56 to 7 for 118, they got the victory target to win by 3 wickets with 8 balls to spare. And just on that batting order for the Sixers, so Hughes and Bubba Azam up the top. Josh Phillippe got a globe last night in at first drop. He's had a good tournament. And then Moses Enriquez, Jordan Silk, Jack Edwards. And so Joel Davies came in at number 7. Too low.
Well, the only one you can replace him there is Mo, I suppose. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Because the other 3 are pretty important, the Sixers. Maybe Jordan Silk can slide down a bit because he can finish the innings.
Stokes to Khawaja, who's confidently forward and defending out the cover point. I mean, this is the push and pull all the time, isn't it? Where, you know, in domestic cricket, when you have a quality player, you want them to bat high up the top so they face as many balls as possible. They get out there when the ball's hard. But then when it comes to picking Australian teams, how often do we sit there and say, it's a specialist role, we need a finisher in the lower order, like the Tim David style player? And so maybe that's what Joel Davies is going to be. And if that's the case, great. There's always going to be a spot for you in any cricket team if you can do that, because that's a hard gig. You're either repairing an innings or you've got 8 balls to hit and you've got to put as many of them to the boundary as possible. Stokes around the wicket, bowls to Khawaja, whips the ball away. Can he beat mid-on? No. Cass skids and prevents the single.
That was a record 8th wicket partnership for the Sixers, by the way, in the BBL.
Wow, and a match-winning one. 4th
highest overall.
Okay. Well, what I'm saying with the 4th side, I just don't know who's going to grab it. No one's really grabbing it. The one that's probably flown by is the Thunder. I thought they were going to be in that top 4. I thought it was going to be, you know, Scorchers, Hobart. Melbourne Stars have done well. They've lost the last couple, but Scorchers, you know, Hobart and Thunder I had in my top 4. Thunder haven't won a game, or won one game.
Khawaja's on 9. Stokes to him around the wicket, and Khawaja defending back in front of the non-striker, and Stokes fields on the follow-through. 4 for 322. Trail by 62, the Australians. So Hurricanes on top. They've played 7 games. Scorchers then ahead of the Stars, who were 4 and zip. They're now 4 and 2. Sixers bob back up into 4th spot. But as you said, they're competing with the Heat, the Strikers, the Renegades, all for that final spot in playoff contention. And then the Sydney Thunder, 1 win through 6 games, as you said. Many people's title favourites, or at least a grand final pick pre-season, and they've under-delivered. All the BBL, of course, available through the ABC Listen app. As Khawaja lets the ball go wide of the stumps. End of the over, so 4 for 322. Khawaja 9, Smith 42. All right, in the bright sunshine as we count down to the second new ball. Feels like the game's in a little bit of a holding pattern. We're one over away before the second new ball's due. Khawaja's 9 off 33 and Steve Smith is there on 42. The man out in the session so far, Travis Head, went for 163 LBW off the bowling of Jacob Bethel, and much earlier the night watchman faced 90 balls. England burnt both of their remaining 2 reviews on him before he was eventually out, caught by the keeper Smith of the bowling of Cass for 24. 4 for 322, the Australians. They trail by 62 runs with drinks on the field. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
The Ashes may be coming to an end.
Australia have won by 82 runs to retain the Ashes.
But don't worry, there's still plenty more to come with ABC Sport in 2026. The BBL continues every night.
Connolly hits to the leg side. It's high, it's long, it's massive into the stands.
Grand Slam tennis at the Australian Open from January 18.
Backhand Sinner, he's got it. Yannick Sinner is once again the Australian Open champion.
Australia and India in women's white ball and test match cricket.
Big 6 from Phoebe Litchfield.
The men's T20 World Cup, plus the women's Asian Cup.
She goes for goal and scores. Hayley Russo and Australia take the lead.
And that's all before the footy takes centre stage once again. ABC Sport, on radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
The Ashes, live across Australia.
Australia versus England.
Now Bethel over the wicket. He's swept and it hits the pad and he's out. LBW. Hassan Raza has given him out and the head says, oh, I'm going to review that.
I just wonder if it's outside the line.
The Barmy Army are on their course. It's hitting the leg stump according to the technology. And Travis Head's excellent innings comes to an end. LBW Bethel.
ABC Sports coverage of the Ashes. Australia versus England.
It's on your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and the ABC Listen app.
Drinks being taken here at the SCG. Barely a cloud in the sky. Blue sky, green outfield, a sea of pink all around us, and the players in their whites getting ready to take their positions in the field again with The score 4 for 322. Australia 62 runs behind. Travis Head's wicket, he was out for 163. Magnificent innings, gave some chances. England really poor in the field with the big missed catch. With Will Jacks down on the boundary. 2 other chances that were harder, but eventually he was out. LBW sweeping to Bethel, 96 behind at that point. That's brought Steve Smith and Usman Khawaja together. Usman Khawaja, Stuart Clark would have felt all the love as he walked out onto the SCG ground for what may have been maybe the last time. We don't know if there'll be a second innings or not, but he will hope to leave this ground with very, very fond memories. He's already got so many in the bank, hasn't he?
G'day, Al. G'day, everybody. Absolutely, he's got so many memories of this ground. And, yeah, he got a reception, as you'd imagine, for Usman Khawaja playing in his last Test match. Will he get another innings? Oh, I don't know. I'm sort of talking to various people around the ground and what do you think? The new ball is going to be so crucial because if England don't...
One over until that's available.
So that's available one ball. If they don't get 3 wickets with that new ball, Australia could post 550 because it'll get flat. The ball will lose that hardness, and then they've seen the ball nip around when the ball's new, which is great for the wicket, great for the game. And then as it's got older, it's flattened out, and Head was the prime example of, taking the game on. Smith's just delaying the game, getting some people to sit down up in the stand.
Was ever thus.
No, you can see there's a door there that people go in and out of.
It's sort of flashing, isn't it? Because the glass
and
is
it's annoying. And now they're going up, they're going down, they're going back. Smith's got them sitting down and he's ready to go.
So Brook at first slip, and it is Will Jacks into Smith here. Gently eases forward, turns it towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Now Ben Stokes has been bowling, hasn't he? Yeah. Which leads you to believe it will be Tongue and who?
Carson Potts.
Surely not Potts with the new ball.
Well, he bowled the new ball in the first innings.
Forward comes Smith.
Are you not bowling
it past mid-wicket? A sprawling chase back for Root for 1. I'm going Tongue.
If you're not going to bowl Potts with the new ball, when are you bowling with the old one? I don't know. I do feel sorry for Potts because he's been sitting on the sideline for so long, right? And then wheel him out. So good luck. Hope it goes well. Poor fella.
It's been a big ask. A punishing time for him. Forward, pressing Khawaja. Thinks about a single here off the defensively angled bat, running into the leg side. And Steve Smith quite rightly says, no, let's not take a single there because there's a fielder backward a square on the leg side. Maybe Josh Tongue was just slightly out of his line of sight and wasn't aware. Around the wicket here, Khawaja does nudge this one in front of square this time. Out to the deep, Duckett is there to field and Khawaja jogs through for the single, moving him on to 10 into double figures. Smith 43, back on strike.
If Australia post 480, 500, say, which is another 180 for me, it's not guaranteed by any means. You worry about England's second innings.
Nudged into the leg side, no run. Well, England then have got to score really big. Well, then I suppose it's about how long England can bat is the draw then in the equation, depending on how deep this innings
I think
goes.
That's the point, though, isn't it? That you could see, if there's no real opportunity to win the game, then what does that mean mentally? You're 1 foot on your way home.
Jacks over the wicket to the right-handed Smith, looking to drive into the onside to end the over with a dot ball. So we will have that new ball available at 4 for 324 and 60 runs behind.
The fourth umpire, Joel Craig, he's got the brand new ball in hand. I don't think he's going to throw it. No.
Well, I think the umpire, and I think we had the new ball out in the middle already.
Oh, no, he was waiting for the old ball to come in, so they had to wheel the ball off. So they'll wheel the old ball off. What about the good old-fashioned bowl a couple with the old one, then take the new one? Where's that gone to?
Stark's done that a few times.
Yeah, that's the way you did it. That's the way Dennis did it back in the day. You warmed up with a couple of looseners, and then you took the new pellet and you were ready to go. You came steaming in. The third one you bowled, the first one with the brand new one was 160, steamed in there.
Well, walking back to his mark, it will be Matthew Potts with the new ball. So he had the opportunity at the start of the innings. It went quite horribly. And even this morning, the first 3 balls were crunched for 3 consecutive boundaries by Travis Head.
He bowled Travis Head. He bowled short and he just hit them all for 4, didn't he?
And he's going got to be bowling to Khawaja, who's been out there for 35 deliveries so far for his 10. So change of pace, next phase of the game. Second new ball, 2 slips down the gully. Khawaja facing up outside the off stump, defends it, angles it out towards cover, and Will Jacks is there to field. So we've got point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg here for Khawaja.
He's been touched up by the Australians, hasn't he, Matthew Potts? 17.1 overs, none for 104. That's not what he would have hoped for in his first test in Australia. But Travis Head, he was in still a touch earlier on. He was belligerent at anything that was loose.
And there was quite a bit that was loose.
Yes.
Around the wicket, Potts in a tighter line, outer edge into the ground and out towards second slip. And that's better from Potts. He's had Khawaja squared up a touch. And certainly had the slip cordon interested. Potts walking back to his mark. A bird fluttering across the green turrets of the members' pavilion. Flags are waving merrily. So 60 run deficit for Australia to make up here before then starting to build a lead. Australia in pursuit of 4-1 in this Ashes series. Around the wicket, Potts. Late decision to leave from Khawaja. Shaped as if he was going to dab it and play a late cut and then just held the bat back.
I think that hit the bat. I think that might have hit his glove or his arm or the bottom of the bat and then just it didn't carry through the keeper. It bounced to the keeper. We'll get a side-on shot of this in a second, but pretty sure Khawaja got an edge on this, but...
Well, the crowd are suggesting it did. Well, off the bottom edge of the bat, was it, as he left the bat?
That's unlucky for Potts. No glove. Geez, that's unlucky. If you get a bit of glove on it and it goes to ground, like, things aren't going your way, are they?
Khawaja crouches, waits for Potts to come in. Now then, there's a shout for LBW. Well, things are looking a little bit different suddenly with this new ball.
The new ball has just nipped around, hasn't it? It's just gone off the seam. Khawaja just looking a little uncomfortable, shuffling on the crease. He's got that technique where he doesn't go forward. He's playing from the crease. Bit high, hit him above the pad.
The appeal died down very quickly from England.
England has still got one review left, have they not?
No reviews.
No, they've used their review. They've used them all up, have they?
Is there a time, do I remember right, when after 80 overs did the reviews get reset?
There was a time back in the game, that is correct.
Not anymore.
No, you get 3 there, but you used to get 2 and then they'd reset them.
Around the wicket again, forward and defending. Out to Jacks at cover, no run.
So they'd reset them after 80 overs. So new ball, 2 more reviews. Now it's 3 flat out. And if you waste them, but people were using a bit flagrantly back in, because they knew they were getting 2 more. It's actually not there for that. It's there for the...
It always was there, wasn't it? For the one where the umpires made a real mistake and you don't want to be aggrieved by that, and the game shouldn't be determined by...
What happens if the umpires made a really bad one now, like a stinker now? It's done and dusted, isn't it?
That's England's fault for misusing them before. Oh, lovely off drive from Khawaja, straight back down the ground, and that's going to run into the rope for 4. Ben Stokes from mid-off is never able to chase that down. Khawaja on to 14.
You know what that was? That was like, when you have some throwdowns in the nets, and early in the game, you haven't had a bat for a while, and someone says, listen, throw me a few. Just want to feel them on the bat. That was just floated up there on the length, and Khawaja just sort of crests the ball back down the pitch.
With ease.
With ease, and then just, and you jog after it thinking, that's one of those ones where you're not quite sure you're batting well, but throw me a few. That's what the tail-enders used to get. Just throw us a few. So I feel like, go at the bat, they bowl 150 at your head. No one ever goes in the nets and say, throw them at your head. Because that's what you get when you're a tail-ender and walk out the bat.
Of course, you're not going to practice that.
No, throw it, but then you start to think to yourself, maybe we should practice that because that's what people bowl to you. Anyway.
It's like Alex Carey, he doesn't practice standing up because of the risk of injuring your fingers, getting a broken digit. Yeah. Right, it is Cast opposite Potts, so it's as we were in terms of England's new ball bowlers. And the same field with 2 slips gully. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. And it is Smith flexing his knees as Cast is in.
Full bunger.
Yeah, full toss that rather surprises Smith. It's bad up to it to Ben Stokes at mid-off. Was not expecting that.
It was genuine full bunger.
Where did it arrive? He's standing here with his back to us as we're watching. So it arrived sort of knee height.
Yeah, he was that surprised. And swung a bit too. Smith didn't know. It's not something you're expecting. You're looking on the wicket. He's looking for somewhere down where it's going to land.
Australia 56 behind on first innings. Carse moves in, bowls now, reaches for that outside the off stump, and that'll be 4 out to the ladies' pavilion. Jane McGrath stand as it is today. So too much width from Carse.
Yeah, it was a very poor delivery, that full, wide. Steve Smith just timed. Interestingly, Pat Cummins sitting down in the dugout, he went and got the ball and threw it back.
Ah.
Geez, that's what spirit of cricket.
Excellent.
Spirit of cricket there.
Saving the
back in the
poor
glory
English
years, mate.
fielders.
You'd have looked at it and said, "Get it yourself. We're not getting that for you."
Very gentleman.
Yeah, very. That's why Australian spirit of cricket. That's why we're good.
Carse moves in outside the off stump. Smith leaves this one alone. Through to Jamie Smith it goes.
A little bit of shape for Carse. Just he bowls wide on the crease, in and away, and it'd be nice for him to get in a bit closer to the stumps. I think if he could work on something, I would say that's it. Just a little. He doesn't have to get much closer. Just a foot.
Just needs to tease him into the shot, doesn't he?
Yeah, just a little bit, and he'll make it his job to left-handers, because he's got a bad record, I think, against left-handers. Rick, if I'm right in saying, I remember you talking about this in Melbourne. He doesn't get many left-handers out.
Smith awaits. Carse moves in, bowls. Fuller delivery again. Driven, but only as far as Will Jacks there in the covers. Which takes me to this SMS from Beansy in Broadford, Victoria, saying, I've been wondering after the 2 catches Will Jacks has dropped today, admittedly, quite rightly, she says Beansy?
Beansy, I'm going bloke.
Says the caught and bowled was a very tough chance. Was the beauty he took to dismiss Steve Smith in Brisbane an outlier? It was a stunner.
Great catch. But it has
been counted out by
I'm going to say yes.
Terrible miss today.
It's one of those ones. Like he dived, put his hand out and it stuck, didn't it?
That was a stunner. And they don't always stick. Outside the off stump, little bit of shape again from Carse, left alone by Smith. But the caught and bowled was absolutely drilled back to him by head today, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
And to the left in his follow through, he smacked into the hand and then sort of ricocheted away. It was hit so hard. So that would have been another absolute.
Would have been a great catch if he'd caught that. Like, it would have been an absolute stunner.
But
it would have been Marnus like in Adelaide. Either or of them. They were, or Smith like in Brisbane, or you would have been talking about it like that.
But when he was standing in front of the rope in front of the bill, O'Reilly stand and had 2 hands up in the air ready to take that one from head. That was not good. Driven on drive by Smith for 4. Just to the onside of straight. Not far away from the stumps. And with that, Steve Smith moves past 50.
That's a glorious shot by Steve Smith. Any time you play an on drive, you talk to any batter up here in the commentary box or down with the team, you play an on drive of that ilk, you know you're hitting the ball well. And Smith, full, straight back down, hit it hard too, then did a couple of Steve Smith mannerisms, sort of waved his arm a bit like it seemed on him, and he still got it out of the middle. Geez, that was a nice looking shot though. You'll see the replay here. Raw, it's hit right out of the middle of the bat.
The 45th 50 to go alongside the 36 hundreds in his career. Just a little bat waggle around the SCG to acknowledge the applause. Khawaja now, around the wicket comes Potts and new over. And through to the keeper it goes. Khawaja wandering away towards square leg.
If Harry Brook was facing Potts, what do you reckon he'd be doing? He'd be running down the wicket willy-nilly here, trying to hit every second ball over cover.
To the pace of Potts?
Yeah, he would just think, I'm going to take this on. That's the way. The Australians are that's probably been the difference in the teams. The Australians are prepared to grind it out for a period of time before doing stuff like that. And, we've seen Head play some really audacious shots.
Khawaja awaits, Potts is in, a little bit of width there, and Khawaja's happy to let that one go. I'm going to chase it with the gully fielder there and backward point as well. Well, you've got the complete contrast in style, haven't you, with what we saw from Travis Head earlier and now Khawaja. He does just bring this sense of calm out to the middle when he plays.
He's very laconic, isn't he? Yeah. He just lets the game flow. Doesn't, we used to joke when he was a kid, he didn't sweat a lot, like nothing stressed him out. It was just put my pads on, walk out and bat, and they bowled, and I'll hit it when I needed to, and that's the way he played.
Crouches low as Potts moves in, has to drive at this, and does. Can't get it past cover though. A tumbling stop from Duckett, extra cover and no run. He talked about his favourite test match hundreds in the lead up to this match, and one of them being that what you might call the miracle innings in Dubai in like 40 odd degree heat, concrete jungle as he described it. 80% humidity. And then he highlighted the Edgbaston 100 in the Ashes in 2023.
Yes.
Finished off, of course, that run chase in stunning fashion by Pat Cummins and Nathan Lyon being out there at the end. As Potts moves in around the wickets and clipping away. That one's angled in on leg stump. Khawaja helps it down towards wideish fine leg. There's a fielder there, though, it's just the one. But I actually witnessed the end of that match from, you know, when you go down ready for interviews at the end. So I was just inside the advertising hoardings, crouched down, and the ball that came to the boundary route, I think it was Crawley, wasn't it? He went to field it, slid, kind of took the ball into the rope with him. That was right in front of me there.
Yes.
And then Pat Cummins tearing off around the outfield in the most pumped celebration. But Khawaja's celebration for his 100 there in Edgbaston was probably the most animated. I reckon I've seen him to get 100 in the Ashes in England.
Yeah, I think he scored 100 here and he danced, didn't he?
Oh, he did.
He did a dance here. He did it was more not my style of dancing, Alan, probably not yours either. We're more ballroom style dancers. But
the cha-cha-cha.
Yeah.
Over the wicket here, Smith defending to a fuller ball, back at the pitch, and Potts picks up in his follow-through.
He was more rap, I think. Modern day youth.
R&B. He did. It was sort of a bit of a jig, wasn't it? I remember being on commentary and describing him dancing with delight.
Yes, it was a very Khawaja-esque. Must be one of his favourite iTunes, iPod...
TikTok dances,
yes.
Now that was more David Warner's thing. Over the wickets, played quite late, brought the bat down. And Crawley in the floppy white hat picks up in the covers, end of the over from Potts. Australia 4 for 337, 3 overs into the second new ball now. Australia 47 behind, Khawaja 15, Smith 51. After Travis Head was the last man out for 163. Michael Neser faced 90 balls as the night watcher before he was out for 24. Frustrated England this morning. And in the slipstream of Travis Head, started to play a few shots of his own as well. Brought out some crunching drives. And then after a bit of a sustained short ball attack with the field spread everywhere, Bryden Cass with that field spread for the bumpers, bowled a good length ball and got a nick behind to the keeper. So Neser was the third man out, and Travis Head then for 163. Before that, yesterday, Weatherall 21, Labuschagne 48. Carson again, Khawaja went to pull, but then struck right on the body, right in the midriff. The ball's dropped down at his feet.
In the roof.
Did not quite line that one up or time it.
I think it just got to him a bit quickly, didn't it?
Just a bit bings. He threw the shot.
Oh
no.
Yeah, he gloved it into his top of his thigh pad. So if it hit him in the stomach, I thought he would have keeled over. Usman, he's 39.
Yes.
There's not a washboard there, Al.
There's only one fielder there, mid-wicket on that leg side. So if he does pull, he's trying to go very square to the left of the mid-wicket fielder. Carson over the wickets, driving out through extra cover. Really another eased stroke along the ground. Khawaja turning for the second. And back he comes, fielded in the deep by Josh Tongue. And returns once again. Rachel Khawaja, his wife, is in the stands with their 2 young daughters. An emotional time for them. The partnership has now gone past 50 between Smith and Khawaja. The 2 players who played a lot of cricket for New South Wales together. Khawaja then, of course, moving to Queensland, but this always his spiritual home and where it all began for him, and as he described so well in the press conference, growing up just around the corner from the SCG, and when he was young and they couldn't afford tickets or membership or anything, he would come and sort of press his nose up against the gates, try and get in for the post-tea session. Struck on, no, he got some bat on that, out towards Duckett along the ground.
You think for Cass to get him out LBW, as we saw with Weatherall in Adelaide, I think it was, he's got to be that full. That's pitching in line and shaping back down, but it's almost a half volley, that. Mind you, to Khawaja, that length, because he doesn't come forward at the ball these days, is not a bad place to bowl and make him drive the ball. You can see even the one he hit through cover, there was no real power in it, he just pushed it in the gap.
Cass turning again. Australia 45 behind. Over the wicket, Khawaja is struck on the boot pad. This time the finger's gone up. Is that the end of Khawaja's innings here? He's reviewing. In his last test match, he's on 17.
You may as well go down. If you're going to review, now's your time. If you're not going to review in your last Test match and potentially your last innings, you're never reviewing.
Director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I have checked both feet. Fair delivery. Front on, please.
Well, he's standing mid-pitch with Steve Smith, looking up at the big screen. Australia 45 runs behind. We don't know whether there will be a second innings or not. Struck low on the pad.
Would like to see the RPS.
Very low by the ankles.
It's hitting pitching leg. Oh, it's hitting him in line with leg stump, I think, and going to go on and hit middle stump. I don't think he's hit it. No.
Put the ball tracking.
Yeah, I think I think more than half the ball's going to land inside the tram line. So
impact in line.
Here we go, having a look at the ball tracking.
Hassan, you can stay with the on-field.
That's Plum. You know what? I'm okay with him reviewing that. That's his last innings. Don't worry about it. I'm good with that, Usman. I would have reviewed it as well.
Well, Usman Khawaja is out for 17 in what may well be his last innings in Test cricket. And the SCG rises to a man who has stood for so much more than cricket. An 88 Test match career in 2 halves. A debut on this ground in 2011. A resurgence in the Ashes with those incredible twin hundreds. And he's removed his helmet. He's soaking up the moment. And he bites his bottom lip as he walks off to a tremendous ovation on the ground that he has loved so much, and he's getting an awful lot of love back at this moment.
You know, interesting he didn't raise his bat or anything like that, Usman, and maybe that's not his style, but he must feel as though he's going to get another innings. You get the sense that he thinks, I'll get another crack at this, so why waste any energy and salute the crowd now? But either or, that's it was a nice moment there. Everyone stood and they applauded, and he's played 88 Test matches for Australia. He's been a servant of the game, and you know, whatever your opinion is of Usman Khawaja, one thing you can't fault is he's been a really, really good player for Australia, and he'll be remembered as someone with the 15th highest Test run score.
Yep.
At present.
Well, his wife Rachel was looking on almost with a look of concern in her eyes as Usman walked back up, whether it was just a bit of a emotion there, but
maybe.
Yeah, there was no big acknowledgement of the crowd, and no doubt a bit of disappointment that he's out for 17 in his last innings, but as he said already, for him the fairy tale was already done. But the new batter then is another left-hander, Alex Carey, struck on the pad again. Cast has gone up. All the Barmy Army have now joined him.
Review it? Oh, you can't, sorry.
Well, now it's the Australian fans who are revelling in the fact that there are no reviews available to England.
I think this one's a bit more leg stumpy, leg side-ish. Yeah, that's not out. And not hitting this. That's pitched outside leg, missing leg. It would have been a bad review to review that.
England probably would have.
They would have lash it, you reckon? Yeah, not risking anything by no review there. That was a good... He sort of worked out that if he bowls really full, he's a chance. And the ball's shaping back into the left-hander. So, good delivery that. Picked up a wicket with a very similar delivery. That's what I mean. Get closer to the stumps. That's out.
Last ball of the over here from Cars into Carey, who's scything away out to the deep cover boundary for 4. The fuller delivery. Well, the full of Khawaja's wicket was for 5 for 339. And Australia now trail by 41, 5 for 343 at the end of that wicket taking over from Bryden Cars.
You know there's good pace in the wicket when that's back of the length. Alex Carey has just sort of lent on that, and it is rocketed away off his bat. Just goes to show there's still plenty of pace in this wicket. He's hardly played a big flourishing drive at that. He's just timed it more than anything else, and well, that's just raced away. Lovely shot, Carey, back into the crease, back into the first up in his innings. He's in good touch though. He's coming off the runs he scored in Adelaide. Struggled. I think he got 20 in the first innings in Melbourne. You know, this is not Melbourne. This is a much flatter wicket than that. Although there's a little bit offer still.
So he talked about if Australia lost a couple of wickets, what might happen. They've lost 1 here. How many at the moment, Stuart? Australia's still 41 behind at the moment. How many can they get? How many would they need to make sure there's a result? As here's Smith is beaten by Potts. That's a beauty. A fuller length delivery. Had him drawn forward into the defensive shot and passed the bat to the keeper.
England can't let the lead get over 100. So that's another 140 from here. They don't need the tail wagging. That's the last thing England want. They want to probably 6 and 7 for pretty quickly when the ball's still new. And if they get 6 and 7, then there's a chance for them to really put some pressure on the Australian lower order and really stop and limit the scoring. Some bloke's got his glasses on. It's the cameraman or some bloke.
Somebody's sunglasses.
Yeah, the reflection off his sunglasses were.
Does this give me a moment, Stuart, to give you a dog fact of the day?
Yes, go for it. Hit me.
Right. Schnauzer.
Yes. I don't have one of those.
Do you know what the word means, Schnauzer?
Schnauzer.
German breed.
German,
See?
yes.
Here is Potts. Over the wicket to Smith, forward defence, back up the pitch into the hands of Potts.
Let me think. Sausage.
No. Think of what a Schnauzer looks like. Sort of wiry head.
Yeah.
They were used to pull carts back in the day. They were kind of working dogs.
That's a bit harsh on the old dog. Every dog had a function. No, I don't know.
Schnauzer means whiskered snout.
Right.
There you go. There's my dog factoid of the day for you.
Have you got this all memorised, or have you got it written down somewhere in a...
Here's Potts over the wicket, bringing his bat down on a line outside off stump.
In your little black book of facts, dog facts.
In my multitude of postcard-sized notes on every breed of dog.
Yeah. No,
don't send questions in.
Yeah, please don't. Yeah.
Don't put me on the spot. Yeah. It's not all up there.
You went home last night and went through your dog and went, oh, I'll go with this one. No one will know this one.
Which factoid of the day can I bring Stuart to the table? People wondering why on earth dogs. It's because I commentate on Crufts every year, which fascinates Stuart. Fascinates a lot of people.
Yeah. So do you go and prepare? Do you get to pat the dogs and stuff like that, or the owners very...
No, there is a whole area which is the A to Z of dogs, and there is volunteers who bring their dog, and one of every single breed. Potts in, title line again, Smith is forward, brings that back down.
Is it like the Australian and English cricket team where you have 35 support staff, all you got a groomer, washer, and a blow dryer?
People do their own grooming on the spot when they're there, but no, there is a section.
Are there any dog fights?
No, they're all very well behaved and very well trained.
Do they have a Rottweiler show?
Oh, the Rottweiler is there.
Yeah, right,
absolutely.
okay.
Yeah.
Really big. What about the Great Dane show? These people.
That's
really
an amazing day when you see the Great Danes.
They're like horses.
250 Great Danes in one place. Potts in a little bit fuller, driven out to cover. Miss here by Crawley, sprawling on the ground. But he chases back to pick up, and a single is taken. Yeah, it's extraordinary to walk into an arena and just see Great Danes everywhere you look. You feel as if you've sort of walked into a disproportionate world.
I've walked into the land of giant dogs.
Yeah. No, it's quite an impressive sight. All right, 5 for 344. One more ball here to come in the over. So the field has switched around for Carey, the left-hander. 2 slips. And we're getting a leg slip again here for the left-hander. Fine leg back on the fence. Yeah, a leg gully is being stationed. So Potts taking his time here along with Ben Stokes, who's still waving his arms around. And who is he positioning? Asking leg gully just to come a little bit tighter, a little closer to the bat. Crawley's there at mid-wicket. Mid-on, mid-off is Stokes. Cover and a backward point as well. Last ball of the over. Potts around the wicket and Carey defends that ball angling into him. Bowler picks up in his follow-through, and that is the end of the over from Potts. So 5 for 344. Australia are 40 runs away from being able to start building a lead here at the SCG. Carey on 4, Smith on 52. Stewie, dog facts over for a minute. Jim's going to come in to replace me.
There's a lot of people going, oh, thank God for that.
Here's Jim.
This is cricket on ABC Sport.
Australia versus England on the ABC Listen app.
Head to the Sport tab for live coverage and analysis of the Ashes.
Dingle, dingle, dingle. Here we go. Another over starts from Cars, and Cars gets an awkward ball at Smith. It jumped a little bit and hit him, it appeared, on the glove as he ripped one hand off the bat. 5 for 344. Tuffers.
Jimbo.
How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
So how many you reckon that Australia will have to chase in the 4th innings here to win the game?
Well, they're turning the toss around on us, aren't they?
Not yet. Australia is still 40 behind. Things can happen. Here comes Cars. Back and across. Smith twiddles it away. Now through mid-wicket, wide bit on for a single. Smith's 53. 5 for 3, 4, 5.
He looks like he's got the bit between his teeth, Mr. Smith, though, doesn't he?
He likes batting here. Did you know that?
Well, probably.
I'll just ask Rick. What's the average on this ground in Test cricket? I think it's something Bradman-esque.
80 or something, 90.
Yeah.
Up that way. But he just looks... I mean, he hasn't had much of a series. Obviously missed the one in Adelaide, didn't he? Through being a bit poorly. And, you know, class players, they like to get hundreds.
So we've got Carey on strike with a leg slip and 2 slips. Cast runs in and bowls it, and he drives it attractively through the covers and away to the boundary on the far side. It gallops out to the rope for 4. That's how Carey's been going this series.
Yeah.
So, Smith averages 64, just under 64 and a half. At Sydney, 1,096 runs before this innings.
How many hundreds?
4.
All right.
So today will be his 5th.
We'll see. It's lovely conditions. The pitch is playing well. The sun's out. All those things keeping England in the field for as long as they can. But Carse is running in again, and Carey drives again. Thank you. Straight through extra cover. And that is the shot of a man who's in a little bit of form.
Seen it like a beach ball.
Yeah.
He's only just turned in. He's hit one off the back foot, absolutely out the screws, and then just pulverised. I mean, it's a wide half volley.
It was a wide half volley, but
it's still got to put it away.
It was a pretty exciting stroke.
It was.
Yep. Big gap between mid-off and cover point. Cover through extra cover, and he's banged it out to the trumper stand, and that really flew off the bat. So Carey's already 12. Cast tries again. He comes up to Carey down the leg side. He just drops inside the line of it. I thought that Bethel looked like Phil Tufnell today. Well, at least there was someone bowling spin.
Well, I liked it. Funny enough,
and he got a wicket.
I know.
On the sweep, your old trick.
Unbelievable. Hey, who thought it?
Where's he been hiding?
I don't know. We don't know where he's been hiding for about a year. It was nice to see someone roll the wrong.
English cricket's gone weird with spin bowling.
It has indeed.
Yeah, you know, they're dodos. They've become absolute dodos. And Carter's got the new nut. He's running in towards Carey. Carey's forward, and he plays firmly straight past the bowler. It's running up towards the side screen, and it's just cut off inside. Tickled back inside the rope by Stokes. And the result is 3 runs. Yeah. So sumptuous batting from Carey. 4 and a 3. He's 15. It's 5 for 356. They're 28 runs shy. And Tufnell got head out for 163.
Yeah, I did. Little loopy one. Perhaps didn't bounce quite as much as Mr. Head would have thought. Just went under the under edge and hit him on the pad. I must admit, when Tufnell was bowling, though, he wouldn't have been given that LBW decision. I wouldn't have even bothered appealing, I don't think.
Really?
Yes. You never used to get there.
They just said I was missing leg, or...
Yeah, pitched outside, or missing leg, or...
Cruel game.
Back in the day, it was.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't cruel.
DRS, you would have had double the number of wickets.
Well, I would have never have got one like that. That is for sure. But it was hitting the stumps just.
Now, Tongue's coming in to bowl, and you're talking to Michael Vaughan down in the other place, and he scratches his head. He said, Stokes and Tongue have got to get the new ball.
Of course.
But no one wants to hear it.
No.
Who matters? Tongue around the wicket. Bowls the ball is pushed away by Carey down towards mid-on. Yeah. Just have a look at those bowling figures of Stokes and Tongue comparatively. Tongue, where is he? 18 overs, no maidens, none for 58. 56. Your 6s are the same as your 8s. But don't worry about it. And Stokes, 21 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 63. 3 and over. Tongue bowls it, hits the pad. There's an appeal for OBW, not a confident one as he scuttles through for what should be a leg by. As it wobbled away, umpire Gaffney waiting to see if they're going to go upstairs. No, he reckoned he nicked it onto his pad, and it's a run. So if you look at Potts, 20 overs, none for 110. And Cass, 18 overs, 2 for 95. So they've gone 5 or 6 and over.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
No pressure.
Now we're back with Smith. He does like batting here. In goes Tongue to him. He drives it beautifully wide of mid-offer for a single. There's a fumble there by Stokes, but it doesn't concede another run. Just a single. Yes. As soon as Smith hit that, the crowd were going with it, but it went to mid-off. Only one. Only one. What was this other thing? Here's Steve Smith asked Bryden Cass to turn his sunglasses around while he was fielding because the reflection was in his eyes.
Yes, that's right. He was fielding at mid-off.
Gee.
Yeah.
He could see the Opera House from the dressing room, Steve Smith. Around the wicket, Tongue bowls the ball that's hit firmly to duck it out there at cover.
Yeah, he had him on the front of his cap.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so he said, can you just turn them round?
But not when he was bowling.
No, not when he was bowling, no. He was at mid-off.
But was he on the line of sight?
Well, no, he was at mid-off. Why mid-off? It must have been just twinkling at him a little bit.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to be in a cafe taking an order from Steve Smith. And just say, you're going to have a cup of coffee? Black? That's it. Thank you. See ya. Around the wicket, Tongue goes in again, and he comes forward and plays it hard down towards mid-on where Stokes fields. Smith 54, Carey 16. Australia trailed by 26 runs at the moment. And a wide leg slip and 2 slips and a bit of restlessness in the crowd giving it a clap, but there can't be slow hand clapping Carey. He jumped on a couple in the last over. Tongue bowls to him. He goes back. He's cut in half. Did he nick it? Did he nick it? No. Umpire Gaffney, his response to that appeal is over, and they're not going upstairs. So it's 5 for 358 at the end of the over.
Yeah, decent-ish over there from Tongue. At least he's looking to get the batters forward, trying to sort of like home in on pads and outside edges, inside edges. Might get the odd LB. At least it's in the area where you can get a wicket.
So first test against the Martians in your English summer. Who's opening the bowling? Who's your pace attack?
I don't know. Well, it all depends who's opening the batting for the Martians.
Won't be Wood. Will it be Archer? I mean, yeah.
Don't know. Not sure. I don't know, mate.
Cass, will he keep his place?
Well, he's certainly going to be coming under some pressure, isn't he?
Yeah.
He picks up his wickets. He's not a new ball bowler for my money. He's not a new ball bowler. He's a first change bowler. Honest, big heart. But he needs to get his fingertip control sorted out a little bit. But he does pick up wickets. For my money, Tongue. And...
It won't be Potts.
No, it won't be Potts.
Who else have you got in them?
If Archer's knocking about, he might. I mean, there's a couple of young kids coming up.
Are there?
Yeah, there's a couple. You know, what's it? Jack, Eddie Jack, or Baker, and there's a couple of young lads who would be looking at this from at home, thinking to themselves, right, I start the summer well, I could get myself a run out here.
Well, here we go. We're only a few overs into this new ball, and Potts is down at the Randwick end with the keeper up over the stumps. He runs in, Smith goes across and defends. 2 slips, a leg slip, but the keeper standing up to a newish ball, and that was 125 Ks. So that's, I mean, again, I don't get this.
No.
He's not a new ball bowler for England in a test match.
No, he's not.
He might be for the, Blancastanis at Edinburgh or something. Where does he play for? Durham.
Durham.
Here comes an outside the off stump. He's onto that. Chase that. Hit it hard away towards the cover boundary. And the result is going to be 4. A little bit loose and at a friendly pace. And Smith helped himself to another boundary. He's 58. Potts none for 114 in his 21st over.
Ooh, juicy.
I hesitate to say the cafeteria is open, but I think the cafe is providing some free drinks. As Potts goes in again, and he's defending back and across. He actually bowled a couple of good overs with you, Rock. He beat Smith with one that went off the seam, but it's just the lack of pace at this level against good players.
Yeah, well, Nisa hasn't got a lot of pace, has he? You know.
No, but he does bang it a bit more, don't you think?
Yeah, he sort of bursts the pitch. Potts looks to try to kiss the pitch.
So Potts tries again, and Smith leaves the ball. Good take outside the off stump from Smith. So Australia began the day at 2 for 166, and they lost the wickets of Nisa for 24 and Head for 163 and Khawaja for 17. LBW, plum LBW. It was full on the line of leg, middle and leg, and he reviewed it. It was a bit optimistic.
It was a bit.
Was his final innings probably. Back goes Smith and keeps one out that scuttles on a little bit on the line of the stumps.
Perhaps he thought he deserved a little one, as he said last game.
Yeah.
Jim, you probably knew the two other players who played their very last innings at Sydney and scored 17.
17. Well, Greg Chappell got 100.
Yeah, he's the only Australian century maker to do that. Yeah. Sam Loxton.
I missed that one, yes.
1951.
Yeah.
And before him, Leo O'Brien in 1937.
Leo O'Brien, lovely man. I remember talking to him one day as he goes wide of the off stump, and thank you. I'll have 4. And Smith, as is his way, he's such a fastidious fella. He said, I've just hit it for 4. I know that, but I need new gloves. I need new gloves. I've only been wearing them for 3 overs. That's the end of the over. Corbin's coming in. He's going to do a hullabaloo. 5 for 366 with 18 required. See you, toughest.
See you, mate.
This is cricket on ABC Sport.
Australia versus England on the ABC Listen app.
Head to the Sport tab for live coverage and analysis of the Ashes.
Hullabaloo. Connect.
What's that?
Jim's hullabaloo thing. Don't worry about it. How are you, toughest?
I'm all right.
England need another breakthrough. Tongue's on his way in. Trying to work it away straight around the corner, and he's caught Carey. He's fallen the same way again. Straight to the leg gully. Sharp catch taken by Bethel. And Alex Carey, for the second time in this series, turning it around the corner off leg stump, straight to the leg gully. Tongue gets the breakthrough. England have their 6th wicket. Carey out for 16.
Oh, he was looking in fantastic form as well. And is that bowled for? I think it might be bowled for from Josh Tongue. Well, certainly the fielder was there. England's best fielder as well. Jacob Bethel manages to hang on to it, sort of chest high. But it was just another ball that's just slightly drifting down leg side. Decent enough length, and he just can't sort of take the bat away from him. And it's very difficult as a batter. You see that and you think, I'm just going to knock that through leg side. Didn't get enough of it and just chipped it. Well, not chipped it, sort of slid off the face.
Yeah.
Straight to leg gully. But
remember in Melbourne that Stokes got him in the exact same way. They moved Crawley in there. Essentially put one on his leg stump. He turned it straight to him at leg gully, and then rinse and repeat. Same thing here. Tongue first ball of the new over, in at the leg stump. Carey whips it off his pad, straight to leg gully, out.
I mean, I'm going to say you bowled for that. Occasionally.
It's not pretty cricket.
No, it's not. But it's in the back of your mind there.
Yeah.
And that fielder sometimes just gets in your head a bit. you know, especially if he got out the Stokes, as you said beforehand. Yeah, but he'll be kicking himself because he looked in good form.
Yeah.
Crikey, I mean, he's clattered her through extra cover.
He's averaging only 18 at this ground, Alex Carey. He's got a top score of 38, and that hasn't been bettered here. Out for 16. Caught Bethel at leg gully off the bowling of Josh Tongue. So he's out, and that brings Cam Green to the crease at number 8. And former Test number 3, as he was in the Caribbean. He's in at number 8. Short on runs, averaging less than 20 for the series. And Tongue's on his way in. First ball to Green.
Oi.
Takes it off his hip. In front of square leg, takes a single, and Duckett moves up the field. And Green is off the mark, ball 1. 6 for 367. The game's alive, tough as
well. I mean, it's been a little bit soporific this afternoon, hasn't it? But just a rejuvenated Josh Tongue with that wicket. Perhaps a little bit of fortune, but you don't mind it. You take them anywhere you can.
The Barmy Army have found their voice.
Yeah.
Occupying most of the Trumper and O'Reilly stands on the eastern side. They're all in pink today. They've been accused of being a bit pink in the Aussie sun in the past, but today it's by design.
Yeah. Oh, I sometimes haven't got T-shirts on and they're a bit pink.
Here comes Tongue over the wicket to Smith, who back foot drives out through cover point. He's going to get at least one. In the end, it's going to be picked up by Jacks coming around off the boundary. Just a single. Smith to 63. And the Aussies trail by 16 runs. So 6 for 368.
Got to get in. Get a couple now. Back in it, as you say.
This is a critical stage in the Test match.
Absolutely. This is the stage of the Test match.
I think a couple of times in the series so far we've seen England get to this point and then just allow the game to drift.
Yep.
There's Tongue outside the off stump and Green lets it go, but 6 down. They've got Green and Smith at the crease, and then Webster, Stark, Boland to come. And there's only 16 runs in it, so big hour coming up after tea.
Absolutely for England. Absolutely. They haven't been able to do it all summer, have they? They just haven't been able to nail those little spots. And what it is with the ball especially is because they can't get it in decent enough areas enough time. It's not through lack of effort.
The ball's only 9 overs old. Green new at the crease, drives straight back down the ground. Can't break the infield, Stokes Fields. So 2 slips, 2 gullies, man at point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg.
It's been strange, hasn't it? I mean, I think it's the Travis Head effect, really. Is that, as you say, still trail Australia, even though up until this point you think Australia have been all over us, you know. And it was like they were miles in front, isn't it? Body language hasn't been great in the field for England. But this is a chance now.
Tongue's on his way in, tries again to Green, who looks to work it off his pads. A little noise as it passes through into the gloves of Smith. He's not interested. And umpire Chris Gaffney shakes his head. It's the end of a successful over for Josh Tongue and England. Australia 6 for 368. Green's 1. Smith is 63. They've been burning reviews today. The Aussies have used 2 on the way out. Head for 163. Khawaja for 17, both LBW. England were out of reviews before the night watchman was even out.
Yeah.
And so they've got none remaining. The Aussies have 1 left.
Yeah, they burned, and that one, it was funny that the Bryden cast one with Nisa, was it Nisa on the foot?
Yeah.
I mean, we were all sitting there going, oh, it's hit the foot, it's hit the foot. I sort of forgot whether it was going to be outside the line or not. Yeah, we were all up. Is it the foot? Is that? Oh, no. Yeah, outside the line. Anyway, yeah, they've burned through those.
Yeah, but this a little move out of the Aussies playbook. Jamie Smith is up to the stumps.
I don't like it. It's 10 overs old in it, the new ball. And you're bowling the bloke who's had no rhythm all game. And yet he's got the new rock in his hand.
You've got square leg out, deep backward square out. So 2 back leg side. And then points back as well. There's a slip in position. And he'll be somewhat blinded by the keeper who crouches down. Smith's on strike and works it off his thigh pad just in front of square leg for 1. And his namesake Jamie Smith dance out from behind the stumps to retrieve it. So Stephen to 64, and the Aussie deficit down to 15. 6 for 369. Coming up during the tea break, a member of your travelling party is going to join me as our feature guest during the lunch break.
Lovely.
Jonathan Agnew's beautiful wife, Emma.
Oh, right, yes, well, yeah, there's a story to be told about today, Pink Day.
I look forward to chatting with her during the lunch break. I did get reliably informed that some important Australian industries are bracing as Green is forward and defending back down the pitch. But when Emma and your wife, Dawny, goes home, that could be a huge hit to the yoga and Pilates industry.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That Australia could be on the downturn.
They're going to be closing the shops, boarding up the windows. No, we've single-handedly helped the economy and those businesses.
But everyone had a good time?
Absolutely. Always beautiful country. Love it here.
Pot still wicketless. Green getting an edge into the ground and into the gully. There's nothing on offer there as Bethel dives out to his right. He's got that shock of peroxide blonde hair coming out from underneath his navy blue cap.
Big blue skies.
Yeah.
Golden beaches.
What's not to love?
Blue sea. Green pitches. It's all right, isn't it?
How good.
No, we've had a fabulous time, thanks.
I noticed there's very few test matches to go 5 days, and still obviously a bit of cricket to play out before we get there yet. There's Potts to Green, who lets it pass. But I noticed a lot of our British friends and our BBC colleagues, rather than sort of any kind of sundowner on Friday night, a lot of you are on the way out.
Well, no, I've got things to do back home.
Yep.
Busy man, mate.
Yeah, I can understand.
Yeah, busy man. Go back, reintroduce myself to the family.
Yes. It's a long time to be away, isn't it?
Yeah.
5 test matches.
Yeah.
You think back to Perth and all that optimism.
Oh.
His Potts on his way into Green, who drives through extra cover, and that is 4 runs. And that'll be a confidence booster for big Cam Green. His first boundary, and the Aussie deficit is down to 11 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot from Cam Green. Bit of a gift again, though, from Potts. Just sort of floating it down there. But a nice extra cover drive. Good technique. Didn't try to overhit it, and just got a good piece of it, good stride to it. Yes, all that optimism.
Yeah. Potts on his way in again to Green, who just drops it through the vacancy at cover and takes a single. Stokes moves up from mid-off to retrieve it, so Green to 6. 10 runs the deficit. Any highlights? Anything stand out early where you think, look back on this trip and that was particularly great, or got to see?
Well, that first test.
Yeah.
That first bowling effort.
Yep.
Everyone was like meerkats. It was like, what is going on here? You know, something's afoot here. And then the air very, very quickly sort of came out of the balloon.
Yeah.
It was amazing. You know, you kept trying to put the old sticking plaster over it. Oh, no, it'll be all right. And then another hole and another hole. And then... and it was just lying on the floor. Yeah, that was great, though. But that's
a pretty good recount of what happened. Here we go. New over beginning. His tongue's wide of the stumps, and Green lets it go on length.
But no, that was amazing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, that test match, I think everyone was just like, wow, you know, something's afoot here. You know, a couple of low scores, bumpers, pace. Yeah, it had it all, didn't it? You know, in a very short space of time. But then, and then the Travis Head knock.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just like, what is going on here?
Yeah.
I mean, it was an incredible test match. I mean,
tongue to Green, who's on 5, and he works the ball off the back foot just in front of square leg for a single as Duckett picks up, hits the stumps. Smith safe, single taken. Green to 7, 6 for 375, deficit's 9.
Yeah, I mean, Travis Head at Adelaide.
Yep.
Alex Carey at Adelaide, and the wicket-keeping performance. Joe Root, first one.
Yes.
Brisbane. So there's been lots of things to marvel at and look at. Just not quite sure what's going to happen with this England team. There's been a lot of grumpy people in that press box behind us.
I could imagine. There's a lot of people in the press box that a lot of journos paid their own way to come out thinking that this was going to be
the one.
the tour. And Smith gets one that hops up on him and takes a hand off the bat. Keeps it down though, through point for one, and Crawley underneath the wide floppy white hat comes in to do the fielding.
What about you? What view?
I'll definitely remember that Travis head knock for a long time. I'm still getting my head around the fact that we're sitting there at lunch and England are 1 for 60, effectively 100 ahead. And then that was the last time we had lunch in the test. It was all over that. How did that happen? How was it all over?
I like lunch. Yes. Best meal of the day, lunch. 2 day of the shootout at the MCG.
Yeah. Tongues in again, bowls to Green, who lets it pass.
Looking at Matthew Potts' bowling, it's the first time, of course, he's bowled in Australia. So looking at those bowlers whose first bowl in Australia is at Sydney, he's 18 runs shy of the record runs conceded without taking a wicket. John Waugh, none for 142 in 1951. Potts, of course, still has the opportunity to get a wicket, but currently sitting on none for 124.
It's not a record I'm sure he'd be hoping to hold. Tongues on his way in here, bowls to Green, who just drops it off the back foot out through the gap at cover for one. So Green gets to 8 and a nice start. He's turned the strike over. He's hit a glorious cover drive. Deficit for Australia 7, 6 for 377.
Just looked a bit more positive in defence, hasn't he? He's just sort of like dropped and go. Busy. Under a bit of pressure, of course.
Yeah. And just interestingly, averages only 27 at home. And yet his only 200s in Test cricket have both come away. Got a glorious 100 in Wellington and his first Test ton in Ahmedabad. As Smith drives confidently but straight to Stokes. He turns theatrically, mimics the shot with his hand, and then tucks the bat under his arm and he's headed to the pavilion. So that is tea. With Australia 6 for 377, the Test match near enough even. The Aussies trail by 7 runs. They've got 4 first innings wickets in hand. Steve Smith 65, Cam Green is on 8. So Australia trailing by 7 runs, 6 for 377. Now it is the tea break.
Welcome back to the SCG. Jim Maxwell here with Darren Lehman and Rick Finlay on a fine sunny afternoon. The game's just about level. 7 runs from being that, with Australia's 6 for 377 versus England's 384. And at the moment, Smith has jollied along and he's made a half century, another half century on his home ground. And Australia with Smith on 65 and Green on 8. The highlight today, probably the batting of Travis Head, who went on to 163. His third century of the series, and 163, which included 24 fours and 1 6. He was out sweeping at Bethel and LBW. Apart from that, Neeser was caught by Smith off cast for 24. Khawaja LBW to cast for 17, and Carey, the old leg trap, caught by Bethel at leg slip from Tongue for 16. So the players back out on the field, and still a few overs to be bowled today. It's 3:30 local time, and we'll be going through, you would think, until 6 o'clock. Won't be a problem with the light. Darren Lehman, how's it going?
Afternoon, Jim. Yeah,
where's all this heading now?
Well, it was a little opening for England, isn't there? Little opening. 3 wickets in that session for 96, and Smith's still there. He probably holds the key, and Green under pressure to hold his spot, batting at 8. But if Australia's still batting at the end of the day, they're going to be well in front. That's the key for them. England, on the other hand, want to get batting. They don't want that lead to be too much, and they certainly want to be in front of Australia tonight with no wickets down. That'll be their best scenario in this session. But it's been funny old day, isn't it? It's been good Test match cricket. We haven't seen it for a while. Like good, hard. Everyone's running in. I mean, England lost the plot this morning with a bit of bowling, but that session was a lot better.
So Australia have added 211 for the loss of 4 wickets today. The ball is still newish. 2 slips and a gully behind Green. And Stokes is back into the attack and he bowls the ball. It's driven out to cover. And there's no run there. Stokes has done a lot of work so far in this innings. He's now 21 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 63. And Tongue 21 overs, no maidens, 1 for 63 against Potts 22 overs, 1 maiden, none for 123. And Cass 18 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 95. I just wonder if Stokes and Tongue should take the new ball, but that doesn't happen. Stokes is the workhorse. He's running in to bowl, and Green is forward and wants to run, but he won't get it because Bethel's there in the gully to stop it running away. No sign of the pitch varying in bounce too much today? Not so far?
Not too bad. New ball's done a little bit more, hasn't it?
Yep.
The seam, but they're still playing pretty well. Started to deteriorate from, tomorrow onwards, you would think, last 2 days. How good was Emma Agnew at tea? How good was that?
Oh, yeah. She's a star.
She is a star.
Yeah, but something's rubbed up on Aggers over all these years. It's good to see. As Stokes down at the Randwick end of the ground, and he runs into Green, who's going forward and leaving it outside the off stump. Who's this bloke? Dom from Faulkner. Well done, Emma Agnew. Sense of community is something we're missing in the big cities. We could all take a leaf out of the book of rural Australia, and we could also find a bit of rural life where Emma lives, at a place called the Beaver, which is spelled Belvoir, just in case you were wondering.
I've been there, I know it. I drink their cordial.
The cordial in the pub. King's Arms, did you go there?
Haven't been to the King's Arms yet.
It's next to their house, and Stokes bowls, and it's just outside the off stump. Yeah. So if you go to if you go to Agger's place, you'll be bound to be dragged next door for a point or two, because if Aggers suggests, even thinks of feeding you, you say, no, I know you can't burn toast, mate. We'll go next door.
There was another caller saying that we should get her on air to call a few overs.
Oh, that's only for politicians, isn't it? But a very good idea. Yeah. There's, the answer to this, but talking of calling a few overs, Stokes runs in again. He bowls to Green. Green forward. Squared up a little bit by one that just moved off the pitch. And then who's the only Prime Minister to call a ball in a hat-trick on the radio?
Ooh.
It was a while ago.
A while ago.
Mm-hmm.
Bob Hawke?
Correct.
Wow. Good get, Buffer.
It was the second ball of Merv Hughes' extraordinary split innings hat-trick.
Oh, that's a good call from me.
You're getting cues from children in the back of the box.
No, I wasn't then.
Oh, very good.
So I did that on my own back.
Independent thinker, yes.
Thank you, Skipper.
Very good. Stokes runs in again to Green, and Green's forward. He runs it down to third man. Just got over the bounce and steered it between second slip and gully. He picks up a boundary. He moves to 12, 6 for 3, 81. Just 3 behind at the end of the over.
He played that quite well, actually. He nicked that in Melbourne, but he rode it nicely. He probably could have left it if he wanted to, but he played it nicely, down, straight down, in between the gap of second slip and gully. Went for 4. As you said, only 3 runs behind now. If we run over that, makes it...
So you reckon we should give Emma an audition to see if she can upstage her husband?
Oh, I'd be more than happy with that.
Yeah.
You?
Fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
You telling him or am I?
I don't want to be looking at you for the next 5 years.
Oh, sorry, Picasso.
We need to have a little bit of movement at the station, Yeah. Sorry, that goes for you too, Rick. Yeah. Anyway, we'll ginger the place up somehow.
So short. Oh, bumper theory's back, Jim.
So it's Tongue lashing out. He comes in. A bouncer. There he did lash out. Banged it in. And Smith ducked underneath it. Yeah.
So they're going to go short. Leg gully short.
Short why for you?
Why?
Sydney.
No.
Oh,
Why?
she's not. Oh, I thought she might be turning up for the end of the series.
Why is that?
To celebrate an Ashes victory with you.
What? Yes.
And the party that's been organised at the end of the match.
Have you organised the party yet?
Well, not yet. I'm just waiting to see what happens with the game.
Right.
Could be a tie. Anything could happen.
It could. You are correct at the moment.
Yep. In goes the short ball. Was steered away by Smith down towards one of the two men deep on the offside. And they collect a single. Smith 66. Clickety click. 6 for 3, 8-2. 2 behind. So what's your next cricket after this? You doing a bit of bashing?
I've got all the bash games, yep. So after the Sydney Test, I've got the Heat game on the 9th. I've got, or the 10th, sorry, and then I've got Adelaide after that. And I'm sort of Melbourne, Sydney. I'm all over the shop. Jim?
Nothing's changed. All over
That's
the shop.
exactly right.
Yeah.
Well put.
Gee, the heat melted last night. In goes the Tongue. Short wide, hit through the covers off the back foot. And it was knocked down at cover. Otherwise, it could have been the boundary as Crawley dived to stop it. Took the heat off the stroke. Green gets a single. He's 12. 6 for 383.
Yeah, a lot going on. Big bash after this finish of the summer from the Test point of view. Heat were very disappointing last night. Lost to Corbin 6s.
7 for 54, chasing 115. And they got out of it, the Sixers. Amazing stuff, that. Tongue's in a bouncer, and he goes down on his backside under the limbo bar, boy. He got right underneath it and lost his footing as he tried to avoid that short ball. It was a bit ungainly. Smith normally recovers his poise from any awkward situation, but that, yeah, had him ducking and weaving, and he went down onto the ground. No problem. He scraped himself up.
Hand gesture that seemed back a long way. It didn't seem back that much. It was just him making the gestures that he normally does.
Inspector Gadget. No slip. Too deep on the offside. Tongue again bouncing past the helmet of Smith down the leg side. So we've got this tactic which sometimes works, most of the time just looks silly. We've got a fine leg, a deep mid-wicket, a man behind square, another just in front of square, a mid-wicket and a sort of deep mid-wicket. So we can 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 on the onside, 3 on the offside, a fly sleep, a deep backward point and a cover. And Smith's got first, second, leg slip to cover. Tongue again, short lifting, and it goes past Smith, just past his gloves and his bat. Good glass ball from Tongue. So the over goes by, and Australia trail by 1 run.
1 run. Get a big lead if they can. It's been a crowd's crept up at tea time. Jim?
Yes, it has, and the pinktest.com.au, the McGrath Foundation update, 7.6 million raised, 306,884 virtual pink seats are purchased. Here we go. Our old friend is out there again with his big chunk of metal, and he's either tampering or tamping, depending on which thesaurus you read.
Which one is it?
Well, I think actually it's probably tamping.
So you've come the other way now, have you?
No, I don't like it. I think tampering is much more appropriate to describe what he is doing. But apparently, even though it is a tamper, yes,
the producer's very happy at the back here.
Stokes bowls and is pushed away to the offside. Yes, let's go. Have a single. Green just knocking it out on the offside, and Smith responds. He's 14, and they're level. Level, 6 for 384 for Australia. How many more can they get? Can England polish off a long tail here, of a very long, strong tail?
Well, it's going to get down to the last little bit, isn't it? Like, if they can get through the day, Australia will be well in front. They'll be happy. Start of the day, they would have said, if we can bat all day, we'll be enough in front to put pressure on England in the second innings. That's all they'll be trying to do. With Smith there, he'll be trying to anchor the innings with the rest of the guys. And Cameron Green will be looking to bat like a number 6, not a number 8.
He comes in down the leg side. That's a wayward delivery from Stokes to the keeper. We've got the team in here. Nice to see you. How are you? All right? Hello, Kerry. You're looking beautiful as ever. Yeah. And you, my friend, Lisa. Lovely Lisa Maid. Welcome to the show. This more like it, Mr. Producer. Got to bring a bit of energy into the box, so to speak, as we watch Stokes at the far end. Oh dear, you get distracted sometimes, you know, as he runs in and he's slammed over cover. Oh, up and over, inside out to the cover boundary. Smith has smashed it to the boundary, and Australia lead on the first innings. Very nice to see you. You're very appropriately attired for a summer's day. Yes. Yep. And it's very important to have these name tags on, because I know what it's like in there. You may forget by 6 o'clock who you are. Yeah.
Are you finished? Eyes forward. Eyes forward, Joe.
Oh, dear.
Well, it was a good shot, that. Over cover. Cricket's on, Jim.
Wasn't that something? He's practicing for some T20. Stokes tries again, and Smith walks across and just pats it away on the offside, steers it down behind point. Whoops, what's he done? He's leaping around as if he's pulled a calf muscle.
He just tried to twist. I wonder if he's twisted his ankle as he's turning there, Jim, for 2.
He's stooping down and grabbing his right ankle, but he seems to be all right with a flex or 2. He's going to survive. He's 71. It's 6 for 389. Well, we might see Smith dine out a few more times here to take on the bowling, try and move this game along for his team. Stokes runs up to Green just to plays the neat little nurdle to backward point and gully, and there's no run. Jim, you'd remember smokers who used tampers to tamp their tobacco. They'd be tamping prior to lighting up. Thank you, Rick. And you do, when you get the coffee, you know, you're a barista, when you whack the coffee down in the thing that you stick into the machine, that's tamping, isn't it? Or is that tampering? You can't make decent coffee unless you tamper with it.
That's just whacking it down, mate, making it flat. Put it in there and filter it. Then you drink it.
Are you capable of making
with
good
sugar
coffee?
and milk?
Stokes bowls, and he's edging almost. Pushed forward at that. It didn't carry through to the keeper. And that is the end of the over. There you go. Australia's 5 ahead. What else can you tell me?
Well, about the cricket, or?
You don't make coffee at home, I bet.
I make it.
Do you? You any good?
Yes, I've got the Belletti, you know, the one that roasts it upwards with the water, steams it. That's a good coffee.
Very good. Well, you better make one for us as we go. You're on a promise for next season.
I'll bring one in, actually.
Yeah, please do. Please do.
How's your day been?
Oh, pretty quiet.
What are you early off today? Is that right? You just got something on again?
Yeah. The best part of the day was again with the interaction of female company, and I said to Alex Blackwood,
what about me and the rest of the crew?
Well, you're not a female company.
Yeah, but you've just flicked us off.
Just socialising. You're the social king. You should know what that's about. It's about engagement, about being kind to people, about making them feel welcome when they walk into this box.
That's why you're a skipper.
And what's happening here? He's throwing his arms up here, the umpire. What's his problem? umpire Gaffney. There's someone moving out of the stand below us. Anyway, here we go. Tongue, the verbal tongue-lashing man. He comes running in and he bowls a ball that's pushed away by Smith. He says, if they're going to have this stupid field, I'll take a single and let you have a go. Smith is 72. Now, there was a moment this morning looking at England's bowling, which was a bit everywhere. And I said to Alex Hartley down the road for the beam, I said, I'll tell you when the game's up for England. That's when Jacks comes on to bowl. When do you think he will bowl? She said, very good. Last over before lunch. And she was right. That's when he came on. And England got 1 wicket by then as Tongue pitches up and he's driven smoothly down the ground. Good save at mid-off, preventing a few runs. Very, very good save from Mr. Cars.
So, anyway,
what else do you want to say?
I want to know, where are you going? You're leaving us early?
I'm going to an amalgam of Australians and English people who are out here to watch the cricket, ostensibly.
Amalgam, is that collection, is it?
Same thing, yes.
See? That's a good guess from me.
That's very good.
Thank you.
It's like making, you know, a hot chocolate or something.
Okay.
You've got a bit of amalgam going on in your cup.
Yep.
Well, these are Poms and Australians getting together to have a little libation. You got that one? Libation. Oh. And his Tongue on his way again bowls the ball, which is back and across and defended.
Is libation a drink?
It could be, yes. Okay. It is very good.
2 from 2.
Yeah. You won't need
Who needs a dictionary?
You won't need the thesaurus when you get back to
I won't.
Hands. Yeah.
Not with you, Skip.
Someone's probably stolen it anyway.
No, it won't be. They won't steal it.
Why is that?
I nailed it to the desk.
I think, no, the next one is synonyms and antonyms for you. That's the next book. Yep.
Anyway, continue with your story.
I don't know where it was.
Cricket's on.
Oh, right. I'm watching the cricket. Yeah. The game goes on. The game goes on. Yes. See, because you did that, Mr. Producer, you balked that poor bloke, the Tongue man, and he stopped halfway through his run. Now he's going. He's moving. He's coming in. He's going to bowl. And Green's back. Taken on the body, inside edge into his pad. And he stays on 14. Australia lead by 6.
We've got to get back to the cricket. So, yeah, they're bowling a little bit fuller to Cameron Green, trying to get him drive. He nicked that one that fell short last over of Stokes. That's how they've been getting him out in this series, sort of fending or driving at one.
Do you think Australia's going to get a bit more ambitious with its shot selection now?
No, I think they'll try and bat the day.
Grind?
Yeah, I think. Well, they'll play the shots if they're there.
They'll be looking, as he is now. He watches the ball go past outside the off stump. Yes, there's a fair bit of time left. We've still got over 2 hours.
2 hours. And the one thing I do know, Smith, they might play shots if Smith gets out, but Smith is so hungry and his thirst for runs, as we know, is second to none.
Bradman-esque.
So once he's in like this and the field's back, he'll be thinking, you know what, I can just hit the one, stay in, just need to ally. He doesn't need to do anything. He's got Stark's at 10.
Yeah. And the night watchman bowling at 11. Couple of slips in the gully for Tongue. He bowls it and is off the back foot. Steered down behind point. There's no one down there. No one down there. Who bowls this stuff without a third man? If you do, they go for 4. So the score is now up to 394. Where are you going? You've got to stay here because at the end of the over, I'm out and Ali is in. There she is. She's coming in and you're staying here. Keep telling the same jokes and they'll be applauding all the way around to the Barmy Army.
The Ashes 2026.
Australia versus England.
It's on your radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Six for 394. Hello, Buff.
Oh, you get a seat eventually here.
Jim's eventually moved out. The lead is 10. At the moment, Australia looking to lead on that, and who better from their perspective to have than Steve Smith, who not this series so far, but he has historically been a run machine against England. Maybe this innings is the one for him. Ben Stokes to continue. The 24th over for him of this innings over the wicket. He bowls to Smith, who gets just a little squared up, pats it back down the pitch and looks exceedingly surprised, I think, back towards Ben Stokes. A little bit of a shake of his head towards him. Not entirely sure why, but it's quite difficult to interpret a lot of Steve Smith's body language.
Yeah, it's whether it's someone moving above the side screen, which I can never work out because the side screen's so high. I mean, it's not Joel Garner bowling. Watch the ball. Yeah, and Stephen, he's in now. He's thinking, I don't want to upset any rhythm. I want to bat right through. He's got a good opportunity to make 100 here. He's going to stay in, obviously. Fields out.
Yep, one slip gap to Gully. One catcher, Joe Root, on that offside at short extra. That ball cut back into him, strikes him on the body, drops into the ground. Bethel coming running forward from Gully. Still looking sprightly in the field. England buoyed by the 3 wickets they took leading up to tea. And we've given them a lot of heart.
Yeah, they hung in. They were certainly better lunch to tea than they were first session. I mean, first session and
very ordinary.
The session yesterday, they got away from 166 in the last session yesterday. But the 2 sessions today, 115 in the first session, wasn't great bowling, but 3 for 96, you'd be happy with that in the second session.
We've got to think if they can get rid of Steve Smith and just try and restrict the lead, which is only 10 at the moment. But Stokes moves in again, gets a bump up through to Smith, Jamie Smith that is. And Steve's dropped his hands and didn't offer a shot. But he's playing in what is now an 8th Ashes series, Steve Smith. And I mentioned he loves batting against England. His top 3 test scores are all his double hundreds, all against England. Perth 2017 when he got 239, his test best against the Poms in the Ashes. So
he's lucky enough to see those top 2.
Yeah.
Fantastic batting.
What was it like watching him from the dressing room?
Very, very. In his prime, we're talking when he was...
Stokes moves in now, and he steers this through the vacant backward point region out to Duckett. Deep backward point, takes 1.
I would say those 4-year period, that 4-year period from roughly then to the 19, that was unbelievable batting. Missed a year, obviously. But that's some of the best batting I've seen, or batsmanship I've seen from a person over a long period of time against quality opposition, home or away, not just home. And to watch it, he was quite at ease with his game. Once he was fidgety at the start of innings, but then it was very calm, a bit like he's doing now. You know, just play the situation of the game. Don't worry about. Didn't look too far ahead. Just live the moment.
Here's Cam Green crouching to wait for Stokes on the drive up to mid-off, not quite out the middle of the bat.
Knew what they were doing, their plans, adjust accordingly. He'd oscillate between the gears when needed. If he had a bowler he could take down, he wouldn't be afraid to do that. He'd happy to bat with the tail. You know, he pretty much covered all bases in that sort of 4 or 5 year period. Very much like Joe Root does most years as such, but the difference in that 5 year period, he did it home and away.
Yeah.
Joe did, barring probably Australia until now. And I think Root's done that over the last four years. And now, since the last time England here, since then he's been unbelievable, hasn't he?
Released from the burden of captaincy, you might say. Full from Stokes and defence from Green up to mid-off. Was it Steve Smith who said it's the end of the over? 6 for 395. Australia's lead 11. Green 18. Smith 73 not out. Was it Steve Smith who said whenever he got 100 he'd reward himself with a bar of chocolate? Was that true?
Yeah, it was.
And is it genuinely like wouldn't really eat chocolate other than when he got 100?
Well,
is it all a bit of a myth?
Bit of a myth, I think, but a bit of Pinocchio.
Made for a nice line.
He did reward himself when he made him that regularly. He had a bar of chocolate every week.
Well, yes.
You know, he was in.
It stops being a treat, doesn't it? If you're clocking up hundreds that regularly.
Yeah, he had to get the size up. You know, the family block. But it was the control he was in. You know, that's one thing I've noticed with world-class players. They get in the zone and they just say, you know what, I'm doing, this is how I'm playing. He's worried about something up behind the side screen.
Is it people moving to and from their seats? Yeah, above the sight screen, it's the next raft of seating, and there's a gentleman walking down the steps carrying some drinks. Yeah, it's a perilous place to be sitting, particularly when Steve Smith is batting. But maybe the door staff need to close those doors a little bit earlier. Right, we're ready again, and it's Josh Tongue. A short ball and a tumbling take by Smith down the leg side as Steve Smith leaves it alone. So, again, catches on the leg side here for some short stuff, fine leg. The leg gully, mid-wicket. A deep mid-wicket, 2/3 of the way back. And then we've also got a fine-ish deep third, deep backward point as well. And then an extra cover halfway back.
I think one of the things I remember so vividly was in a one-day game against Pakistan, Adelaide, when Riaz bowled that unbelievable spell to Shane Watson. Shane Watson was playing one game, Stephen Smith was playing the other one. You know, he'd bowl a bounce to Smith, he'd just duck under or knock it on its head for one. There's something going on between the umpires and the skipper.
Well, Steve Smith's come forward to have a word with Chris Gaffney. They're looking towards the England dugout now, are they? What are they waiting for? There's not a lot of movement going on down there, so I'm not sure what we're pausing for right now. Steve Smith's leaning on his bat handle at the non-striker's end. I don't think this is a Steve Smith issue. Has somebody gone into the England dressing room to ask for something? Joe Root, who's at sort of deepish mid-on, he's looking back towards the England dressing room as well. Is there somebody missing from the field? No, 1, 2...
Yeah, one short, aren't they?
No.
Stokes.
Fine legs signing autographs down on the boundaries. He's missing. No idea what this...
And we wonder why our over 8 gets slow. This will be interesting what it is. Oh, yeah.
Are they looking for a helmet?
Helmet.
Oh, but it's just taken ages. Why is that helmet not down in the dugout ready to be brought out? Here we go. Here comes the substitute. So...
And it's Joe Root fielding...
Joe Root's going under the lid, is he here?
Well, I think he might be going really close on the offside or something like that.
Like a short slip type of
So he
fielder.
might ride it, stop him riding it. Don't know.
Let's see where he goes here.
Well,
Have you seen Jacob Bettle under the lid before? Ollie Pope has often been short leg when they've wanted a short leg in.
Yeah, I'm not sure Joe Root should be. He had a back spasm yesterday and now they're making him...
Oh, cramp, he said, rather than an actual spasm, but all the same.
But you know what I mean? Like,
he is going in at short leg, 2 pitch widths away. How about this? Your veteran, your former captain, Joe Root, your century maker. I love it that the experienced head is willing to go under the helmet. Don't give it to the juniors. Right, Tongue in, we're ready to go. Tongue over the wicket, short, and it's rolled Smith over, almost a full backward roll in the direction of Joe Root. He left the ball alone, and act of swaying out of the way, almost a little bit of circus gymnastics. Maybe something out of the PE class. It probably wasn't as well coordinated as someone who was trained at the circus or in gym. What's the question on the SMS? Can you please tell me if that's William McInnes who does the Ashes introduction? I've been wanting to know the whole summer, says Fiona in Geraldton. And the answer is yes.
Excellent question, Fiona.
0467 920 222 for anything on the SMS. Darren Lehman and I here. Tongue in again, short ball fiddled away, a little bit of an uppercutish out towards deep backward point. Crawley moves in from the boundary and Smith comes through for 1. What about this ploy then with a short leg into Steve Smith? Would it unsettle him, do you think?
Well, he's just going to go offside because there's less danger of getting out. Really the only way he'll get out is he flashes one to third man or nicks a fine one off the glove to the keeper. He's going to play leg side of the ball. He'll just play the ones. He'll just take the ones for his thirst for runs. He hasn't made as many runs as he would like this series. So his thirst for singles and just keep batting will be there for the rest of the day.
Green waits Tongue. He ducks under a short ball. Not so easy for Cameron Green from his height to get underneath them, but he does crouch very low in his stance, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He's a good player. Short bit by him. He had that mistake in Brisbane where he stepped away and fired the full one in. But outside that, he's pretty comfortable. The ball's still hard. I'm more inclined to get the length right and try and nibble it around a little bit. You get the ball soft quite quickly here. What is it? It's only...
We're into the 97th over, so
17 overs old. It's not old, is it, really?
Tongue moves in. Tall man. Dark brown hair over the wicket. Hangs one into Green. Gets in behind it. Defends back up the pitch to Tongue.
And it's hard work to do, Ali.
Yeah, it's how long they can sustain it for.
I mean, we're half hour into the last session. We'll play 2 more hours because they're over 8. You know, Australia will be happy just to keep grinding him in for as long as they possibly can. And if they can bat the day, it'll be all Australia's day. You know, they'll get another 80 or 90 from here, you would think, the rest of the day. So that'll be, what, 100 and around 100, 110 in front. They bat well, they might get a few more.
Green awaits. Short leg in place. Again, not tempted to play. And the ball pitches and bounces over his head and through to Jamie Smith. So England opting for the bumper barrage at the moment. Smith and Green looking to build their partnership. Smith on 74. Green is on 18. Darren Lehman's making way. Jason Gillespie will be in a second. 12 runs is the lead. 6 for 396. So this second new ball is still relatively new. And Australia's aim now to get through to the day, see if they can even continue this innings into day 4 and see where they are really at the end of the day. England need 4 more wickets. I remember I had Nisa the night watcher, so Bo Webster would be due in next. There's another all-rounder to come with Stark and Boland. The last men in, and we know that Stark has been very handy with the bat during the summer as well. Dizzy, welcome back.
Good evening, Ali, and good evening to all our listeners. You're right, Mitchell Stark, he's got 150 runs at 30 in this series, so a couple of 50s.
And what do you make to a change of pace here? We're going to go back to Jacob Bethel.
Don't
the
mind
spin
it.
With a harder ball.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Might be able to get something out of the surface, possibly.
Just grip while the seam's still a bit prouder.
Yeah, maybe.
Now, Harry Brook is there at slip, so the left arm spin, the ball turning away from the right-hander. Backward point, a deep cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket on the boundary, almost at deep square. Use of the feet by Smith, smashes Bethel back down the ground and over the rope for 6. Well, that's what's happened with the introduction of spin.
Welcome to the crease, Jacob Bethel. He would have been thinking that Jacob Bethel was just going to want to land one, so he anticipated it's probably going to be full, get down the wicket.
It's brought up the 400 for Australia. And so the lead, a slender 18 at the moment. But Bethel's first ball of a new spell, smashed for 6 back down the ground. He moves in again and bowling around the wicket here, and Smith off the back foot. Gets it through the hands of cover. Along the ground, out towards Duckett. And they're able to take 1. It's Joe Root there in that position. Doesn't miss too many. 6 for 403 in reply to England's 384, remember. Did you like seeing Joe Root under the lid at short leg for the quicks before when Josh Tongue was bowling?
Yeah.
Unusual.
Try something, I suppose. What I didn't like was him calling for it after one delivery. So we're all waiting around.
Well, just not being ready by the side of the pitch.
Not being ready, get his helmet, get his box, all that sort of stuff. And just these are the things that just adding time.
Bethel into Green this time on the drive over the head of Root at cover, out to the deep to Duckett once again. Another single taken. So 6 and 2 singles so far, Rick.
Steve Smith's within 2 runs of becoming the second highest run scorer in Test matches between Australia and England, about to overtake Jack Hobbs, 3,636 runs. As Smith's currently 3,634.
Right, and then only the one ahead.
Bradman, 5,028.
Bethel in around the wicket then. Smith eases this out, forward of square, takes the single.
Rick, what was Bradman's average against England? Sorry, question without notice.
Green waits, bat poised in the air. Bethel, bleached blonde hair. A wavy curly mop as he bowls in around the wicket. And Green gets a little bit of a tangle. He wanted to work this into the leg side. Struck on the front leg outside the line.
89.79.
It's extraordinary, isn't it?
It's not bad.
Yeah.
It's a bit disappointing when you consider his
well, it's well below his
average.
career average, isn't it? I mean, could he not have done better? A little wider of the crease. Green this time looking to use his feet, but it's away off a thick outside edge. Just running square out to the deep backward point boundary, though. Duckett picks up, and Green's jogging back for a second. So a somewhat expensive opening over from Bethel. 6 for 407, the lead 23, but might it bring about a mistake? You said maybe an edge, a catch on offer. Well, they look to attack.
Certainly what England will be hoping, but from Australia's perspective, we've still got Bo Webster to bat, the two batters in at the moment, and Mitchell Stark. They'll be wanting to increase this lead, get it north of 100. They start getting over 100, get it nudged towards 150. That England dressing room will be a nervous camp.
That makes it very difficult for them second innings, doesn't it?
It does. There's a couple of wickets to fall. Things could happen quickly.
Ben Stokes is replacing Josh Tongue here. So what the ploy be now? We saw Tongue bowling to Smith with a short leg in place. And now we've got 2 in the deep, on the leg side. So offside, we've got a slip, a gully, deep backward point, catcher at cover, mid-off, mid-on. So at the moment, reasonably conventional. We've got 2 back on the leg side, though. If there is a bumper, length ball, and defended into the onside. Root is there to pick up. So Steve Smith, 82 not out at the moment.
I'll tell you what, you've got to give the England captain some credit. He's putting in a shift. It's his 25th over, and he's bowled just a tick over, well, basically a quarter of the overs that England have bowled. So he's trying to lead from the front, isn't he?
Yeah, and he got the 2 wickets, didn't he, of Weatherald and Labuschagne last night. Nothing yet today for him in the wickets column. But he's been busting a gut, you might say. Yeah. And he's in now past the umpire in his Panama hat over the wicket. There's a short ball swung away by Smith. And Duckett, I'm not sure he picked it up immediately, but he's waited for it to come to him. It dropped into the ground and it's fielded securely. A single taken. So he's willing to take it on.
Level with Hobbs.
Goes level with Jack Hobbs. Runs in Ashes series.
It's actually all England versus Australia, remembering that not all England versus Australia are Ashes matches.
Oh, do you mean you're taking this as one-day matches and everything?
No.
What?
Test matches between Australia and England.
Oh, OK, of course, before the actual Ashes.
And including other matches recently that are not Ashes matches.
Understood. Stokes moves in here to Green, over the wicket.
Yeah.
Nurdled out towards the vacant point region. Gully moves across the field and Smith back on strike. The lead up to 25, 6 for 409.
Well, we're going to have that next year, that one-off test, the 150th anniversary.
Yeah.
Will that be played for? Will there be a trophy for that, or a...
Good point. I haven't heard what the actual prize will be.
Yeah, because obviously it's not Ashes.
Won't be the Ashes.
No, that's right.
And those other celebratory matches we've had. 87, 88 and so forth.
Bicentenary and
1977,
So one more here for Smith. We'll take him above Hobbs for those England-Australia test encounters. Stokes moves in now to Smith. Bit of bat, bit of pad. Moves through for 1. Did it come off some bat as well? Watch the umpire. Is he about to signal a leg by? He is, yep. So
still level.
He stays level. 6 for 409. Of these little milestones within the game. Keep us on tenterhooks. Rick
Findlay with bated breath is
ready to scrub out Jack Hobbs.
Well, relegate to 3rd place.
Well, yes. They crossed through his name as far as Smith is concerned. But yeah, he's been a thorn in England's side for so many series, hasn't he, Steve Smith?
He really has.
Incredible. At Test 100, he's got 36 to his name so far. Down at the non-striker's end is Smith. Green waits for Stokes to move in. Fence into the onside. There's no run. Yeah, Dravid with 36. Sangakkara 38. Root now level with Ponting on 41. And then it's Callis 45. Tendulkar 51. Callis is... Yes. Looking over his shoulder at Joe Root.
Yeah, no doubt.
6 test matches in the England summer.
It's well within Joe's reach. Absolutely no question.
The 51.
I think so. We were discussing it last night at Grandstand at Stumps, and I think it's within his reach for sure. I think Jacques Callis definitely.
Yeah. No, I think Root will break many more records yet. Stokes moves in, bumper to green, left alone and taken by Smith. So end of the over from Stokes, the lead 26, green 22, Smith 83, Australia 6 for 410. That last delivery was a no ball, so not quite the end of the over, and those substitutes were running on with drinks and their fluoro vests. They're being ushered back off the field by the umpire. I think even was Josh Tongue was about to go off and perhaps have a little moment of relief, should we say, and Ollie Pope was poised to come on as fielder, so he's going to have to wait for another delivery as well.
Steve Smith, of course, does have some history as not passing a milestone. I remember he ended up a season or a match on 999.
We were waiting for his 10,000th career run, weren't we, in tests here at this ground? Yes. And he was left stranded. It was last season, wasn't it, against India? And then he had to wait until the Sri Lanka test match to achieve it. Green waits as Stokes is in. Defended, angled away off the outer edge into the ground and fielded by Bethel. So that is the end of the over now, and on do come the substitutes, and off goes Tongue. Pope will be on the field for the start of the next over. The lead 27 with that extra 6 for 411. Dizzy Gillespie leaving you for Jonathan Agnew to join you.
The Ashes Test Series, Australia versus England.
It's on your radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Good afternoon, Dizzy. Rick, you were mentioning something there, some sort of stat that you have lined up?
Steve Smith and Jack Hobbs are equal at the moment in runs in test matches between Australia and England.
Wow, okay.
Second place.
Bang on, so absolutely level pegging.
83 he had to be.
Okay, well, he's on strike. He's twiddling his bat. There's lots of gaps out there. He's going to face Jacob Bethel, who took a wicket earlier today. Had Travis head out LBW. But now Smith leans back, cuts hard. And that's fielded at backward point, and there's no run. Beautiful afternoon, not a cloud to be seen. Just lots of blue sky. It's pretty warm, and certainly for those sitting to our left, fanning their faces with anything they can find at this stage of the day. Scorecards, match programmes, anything like that. Just to get some fresh air in front of their faces. Bethel bowls, and there's the run, therefore, that takes Smith into the lead, pushed away out towards point. A little milestone that I don't know if... Is he a big milestone man, Steve Smith? I don't know.
Oh, I think he is.
You think so? You think he might know that one?
He would know that one, I think.
Well, he's beaten Jack Hobbs, was a legend. He was still playing well into his 50s, wasn't he? How many hundreds? He scored an incredible number of hundreds after he was, I think, 40. Did you know what, 100 hundreds after he was 40 or something ridiculous? Just turned away into the leg side by Cameron Green for one more run. So the lead goes up by 1.
Yeah, first class hundreds. That's
yes,
correct.
after the age of 40.
That's how many did he get in total?
199.
He finished on 199. Wow.
Couldn't squeeze one more. Not bad though. Score 100 hundreds after your 40th birthday.
Yeah, that's fair effort.
It is. So Bethel borrowing his left arm spin, and Smith looking for a single there down the ground to long off. Can't beat the diving bowler.
I saw that stat yesterday. Joe Root, 2400s in his last 60-odd tests. So that's quite extraordinary as well.
It is if you consider sort of the backstory of losing the captaincy and all that stuff. Yeah. Bethel again bowls, and that thumps into the pad as Smith's trying to hit that away into the leg side. It's a great one for gesturing, Smith. If something doesn't happen that's quite right, he will play the shot that isn't quite right. He gestures with his left hand as to where the ball should have gone or how he should have played the shot.
It's annoying to watch at times.
Very. I think he must really wind bowlers up.
It would have wound me up as a bowler, no doubt.
Yeah, I think so. Bethel again. It's tucked away where Smith was aiming the last one, really, and that rolls away to square leg. Two fielders collide there to the amusement of the crowd out at square leg. And that's the end of that Bethel over. So it's 6 for 414. These two have now put on 48. So if they get another 2 to take it up to 50 partnerships, must be heading for some sort of record of the number of 50 partnerships in an innings, I reckon, because is it every inning? Just about. I haven't got my little book with me, but
top of my head, the record I think is 6.
6.
Yeah.
So how many would we have if these two did the first pair put on 50? Yeah, they did. I think, is it every one? I think every wicket's put on 50 if these two get 2 more.
Not the 6th.
Oh. Not the 6th. So, never mind.
Carey.
Of course. Here's Stokes, and he's driven. Oh, what a beautiful shot that was. He timed that so well, but he only gets one as that cannons out of Root's hands there. Extra cover. Crikey, hit that hard. Smith goes to 86. The lead is 31 for Australia. And with plenty of batting to come, so it's more or less followed the plan today. I think Carey getting out was a bit of a strange one. Second match in a row, caught it leg slip. Oh, now so Emma was on at tee, wasn't she? Why is it she just kind of just takes over? I mean, tell me, Dizzy. You can be honest. You can be brutally frank. Here's the next one from Stokes, tucked away down towards deep backward square leg, and the fielder just hoovers the ball up inside the boundary edge. And they take 2 off. Even has suggestions that she should do some calling.
Well, that's exactly what I was about to say to you. There was a SMS that came in,
right,
and Darren Lehman was on the comms and suggested that Emma Agnew should do some commentary. And I think Buff was basically looking to start a petition to replace you with your wife.
I was thinking more replacing him, actually. That's what they meant, obviously. They heard Buff
absolutely.
Get Jonathan's wife on. Get anybody on. In goes Stokes. Over the wicket, bowls short, pulled by Green, out into the deep. It's a mighty hit. Into the crowd it goes. Stokes dropping short, a rather tired delivery, if I'm honest. And it's been flogged into the crowd by Cameron Green, who I think probably owes his team a few runs, frankly. He's 31 not out.
He does.
Anyway, Claire, thank you, Claire. Yeah, I'm really pleased that she was given the chance to speak about it, because that's what today is all about, really, isn't it? You've got your cricket, you've got your sport, but actually today's about so much more than that. And it was not a good time in Emma's life, and this is always a target. So she's had a great day today. In goes Stokes, over the wicket, bowls. Green comes forward or rolls back up the pitch. Stokes picks it up, and there is no run. And Glenn's been great. I mean, Glenn stayed at our house. I think he was pretty jet lagged, or at least he seemed to be asleep all the time. Anyway, when he came, we lived next door to the pub in our village,
right? And
there's a few the usual local know-alls are in there. You know, I said Glenn McGrath's coming to stay. I said, all the usual sort of nonsense. Anyway,
as soon as he walked in,
about 2 days later, Glenn walked in, and they all go, okay. This massive figure in this sort of low-ceiling pub. They went very quiet. In goes Stokes. And this is outside the off-stump. There's no stroke, including the village know-all, who the year before, when Alistair Cook came to stay with us, actually was quite busy telling Alistair how to open the batting. I mean, they're everywhere, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely.
So Cookie took it very patiently.
Yeah.
However, the sight of Glenn coming into the pub, but even that bloke shut up. So anyway, Glenn's been great with Emma, which is nice. Well, it's all about, isn't it? It's
100%.
We all go through these ups and downs in life, that's for sure. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. Stokes in the sunshine, the Barmy Army singing in the distance. Wheels round and strides out once more. Over the wicket he goes and bowls, and Green tucks him off his hip. Smith ran that first one quite quickly and then realised about halfway down that they'd only get 1 run for that. It means that Green will keep the strike. And with the playing hours all a bit odd today, means there's going to be an interval here at 6 for 424. Drinks are on the field, and it's grandstand cricket on ABC Sport.
Here we go.
Coming to the ABC, new drama Goolagong.
She's a natural.
Brand new dog park.
I'm happy with that handshake.
And so much more.
That's 2026.
Just you wait. On ABC TV and ABC iView.
The Ashes, live across Australia.
Australia versus England.
It's on your radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
Deep mid-wicket on the boundary, almost at deep square. Use of the feet by Smith, smashes Bethel back down the ground and over the rope for 6. Well, that's what's happened with the introduction of spin.
Welcome to the crease, Jacob Bethel.
In goes Stokes. Over the wicket, bowls short, pulled by Green, out into the deep. It's a mighty hit. Into the crowd it goes. Yeah, massive hit that. The crowd are stretching their legs now. Now, this is nice. I was going to put a petition out. These poor fellas who come out with their drinks cart. There are at least two of them here. Usually it's one solitary individual who drives the drinks cart out there. No one talks to him. Because, of course, these days it's all about their own drinks and bottles and all different lotions and potions. So at least he's got a mate there, but they're just standing there, completely ignored. It must feel a bit awkward. I think we ought to have a petition up.
They're a bit lonely.
Just please, one day, will somebody go and talk to them?
Oh, here they are. They're walking over now.
Well, they're wandering, but they're going to be ignored, though. They're pottering off towards the England team, saying, does anyone want a drink? Maybe. Possibly.
Oh,
and they're saying, no, thanks. And now they're going to the umpires. There they are, three umpires chatting. Would you like a drink?
No one has.
No, thanks. No, thank you very much. And they're wandering off again. I mean, it's rather sad, don't you think? Can't somebody just
I
once,
haven't noticed
just for
it.
one day?
I'm actually
have a
feeling
drink?
a little bit sorry for
Well,
them.
look at it. Now they load up their drinks bottles again. They'll be in the buggy, and they'll be off, and that's it. That's pretty sad.
It's all about promoting the sponsor, though, isn't it?
Well, it is. But you'd think that someone one day might say, thank you very much indeed. I'll have a sip of your drink. Instead, he's doing a leisurely turn in a clockwise direction. Quick wave to the members. He goes to the shadow of the floodlight pylon and heading off again. Here he comes. Actually, he's got a good speed up, to be fair.
Does.
He's put his foot flat on the floor and he's going to come back here. He's going to park up. He'll probably go to his superior. He'll say, do those drinks need topping up? And they'll say no. And off he goes under the stand and he'll park up. He's getting a round of applause from someone down there. Thank you for doing that. It's a young lady in a blue hat down there who actually gave him a round of applause.
She saw the effort.
She did. She said, well done. And they gave her a smile back. Crazy, isn't it, the things that go on? Mind you, at least that's a fairly sort of standard size drinks cart. I mean, some of the ones you get in India, like the size of the space shuttle, go out there. They wheel them out. Drinks bars open and all that. You've seen them, you must have done. And again, nobody has a drink out of it. They load it up and drive it off afterwards. Right, Bethel's bowling again, and Green leans back and just runs the first ball off the face of the bat to backward point. And there's no run. So I don't know what they do down there for the next hour or so. But anyway, it'd be nice if just one day somebody took a drink. Bethel bowls and tucked away by Green out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. T in Queensland. What T stands for, is that?
Let's call it Tom.
Well, apparently, basically, yes, here's Bethel round the wicket. Bowls pushed off the front foot by Green. Out to deep extra cover. But, well, it looks as if Emma commentating is gaining momentum on the text line, which is worrying. Because she'll start to believe it, you see.
Right.
T and Queensland. Yes, we need Emma commentating. As we know, behind every great man, there's an even greater woman. Love yous all. That's a bit of Aussie for you. Thank you, T in Queensland. Just stop it now. Just nip this in the bud, OK? Here's Bethel bowling, and it's pushed away. She used to be a broadcaster. That's how I first met her, working at Radio Leicester. Okay. But then she got bossy and got into management and producing and that sort of stuff. So she doesn't do any more broadcasting. Just bosses people about, sacks them, that sort of thing. Here's Bethel round the wicket, bowls, that's swung into the leg side, and that'll do 4 runs. I mean, he's only a sort of an apprentice bowler, really, Bethel. You do tend to get the bad ball popping up. Yeah,
absolutely.
He dragged that one down and easily put away. Poor Walter Smith, who twiddles his bat. He's doing a great job here. It's building Australia's lead. I suspect he senses, like a lot of us do, that England are vulnerable. Smith 90 for 145 balls. Bethel bowls to him. Forward he comes. Plays it out to cover. You get a sense as well that Steve Smith, they're all competitors. Yeah, Joe Root can do that. I'm going to go better. I'm going to go better. Yeah, everyone's talking about Joe Root's innings. I'll show you. The lead 45. He's on 90. Cameron Green 33. And 6 for 429. There's lots of play left today, another hour and a half.
A few minutes ago, I worked out that we'd had 77% of the elapsed time, and we'd bowled 64% of the allocated overs.
Right. Lord.
That was at 4 o'clock.
That's excellent maths, Rick.
It is. But it's about the same every day, isn't it? I mean, you know, every day of the series. We haven't had the overs bowled any day.
Not one day.
Oh, it's crazy. Crazy, but nothing seems to be done. I mean, mind you, if they bowled their overs on time at Perth and Melbourne, there'd have been one-day tests.
That's true.
So, change of bowling. And they're winding poor old Bryden Cast up again. And he's going to bowl from this end. I mean, he never gives up, this fella. And he's on his way, and he bowls outside the off stump. Green moves into line and plays off the back foot to cover.
I'm sorry.
There's more coming. No.
All the texts are coming thick and fast now for vote 1 Emma for commentary.
We need to nip this in the bud. Andy and Freshwater, bring Emma on. Another one. Emma Agnew on Radio Leicester. My English daughter-in-law's from there. Well, there you go, Martin. That's our neck of the woods. Melton Mowbray. No, don't punch the air, Rick. Not that Melton Mowbray. I'm talking about the real, the original Melton Mowbray.
Oh.
Not the one up the road from Hobart, which I went to visit last time, as I was telling you. Wasn't much there. 6 for 429 in goes Carson bowls. That's tucked away out to mid-wicket. There was an old pub that was being renovated, I think. It was hard to tell whether it was being renovated or was just kind of dilapidating. And not a lot else, actually. I'm not sure it's worth the price of the car hire, but I thought I'm going to go out there and have a look.
I'll tell you what, we might get some texts from a few people in Tasmania.
Yeah, but you weren't from Melton Mowbray. There was no one there. If we get a text message from Melton Mowbray, Tasmania, well, I'll do something. I don't know what yet. We'll have some. We'll have some sort of bet. In goes Cast over the wicket, bowls, and that's punched down the ground and mid-on, and there's no run. Serious question. Who's the serious question coming from? This is the question. It's not coming from the producer. Serious question. Would she be up for it? Not sure I can talk about that in terms of my wife, to be honest. How would she go? These are the very leading questions coming in now. Would she be up for it? She has a beautifully modulated voice, like my own. She could definitely have a 15-minute spell. Yeah, in goes Cast bowls, and that's hurled in mid-pitch over Cameron Green's head and taken by the keeper. No, this needs to be kept in control now. So a challenge for text from Melton. We don't know if it's definitely come from Melton Mowbray, do we? That's the trouble.
Well, you think someone just from Tasmania?
Well, anyone from anywhere could just text them out. Like, hey, g'day, I'm from Melton Mowbray and I'll lose my bet. We need to have some sort of check on this. Well, I suppose there might be some sort of mobile phone tower in Melton Mowbray, Tasmania, is there? I think it's unlikely. Cast again. Bowls and pushed away by Green. Ball of good length out to mid-wicket. Lead is 45 for Australia. Green 33. Smith has 90. We've had a brilliant innings from Travis Head today.
Now the lead 127. Australia really batting themselves into a position of dominance with Steve Smith backing up the century from Travis Head. And Steve Smith's now moved clear of Rahul Dravid in the list of all-time Test century makers. He was level with him on 36, so he's now moved to an outright spot on the list. I mean, what a treat for spectators, really, this match, Buff, to have seen two modern greats of the game in Joe Root and Steve Smith both score centuries. And then you see Travis Head, who is a different kind of phenomenon as an opening bat that he's turned himself into in this series. But even before that, we knew he was a phenomenal way about it with the bat. But when you see a 5-match Test series like an Ashes series, or an India-Australia series, which is also such a big rivalry now, you sort of want to see the class players perform class feats. Outside the off stump, Webster, the call of no, out to Crawley at points.
You do, and there's obviously different ways. Travis Head's taken the game to a different level in the way he wants to play it and go about it. Harry Brook's the same. He can take a game apart, as we know. He's just he's got to get to the next level and getting 100, 120, 130, 140, blah, blah, blah. Like yesterday, he got out, and it was just a neither here nor there shot for Harry Brook. One he could defend. I spoke to him this morning. I said, what are you doing? You missed out on 100 that you should get. And that just gets down to the hunger he needs.
Tongue moves in, fuller delivery. Webster defending, angling out towards the covers, no run. You spoke to him this morning, did you, Harry Brook?
I spoke to both the Yorkie boys.
Yeah.
Always good to catch up with them. Really nice young men. Yorkshire, very proud of them.
What stage was Harry Brook at when you were at Yorkshire?
I had him at Northern Superchargers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just a youngster then, but had all the attributes.
Headingley based, of course.
Yeah, so that was always a joy to work with great players.
Tongue moves in. Bowls now to Webster. Oh, swish of the wrists to roll his wrists over that one. Keep it down. Is there to field. Root will be really pained by the way today has gone. I mean, the 100 he scored in Brisbane ended up in a losing cause. And I think the first innings 100 here, he was at the time helping to really put England into a strong position. And of course, we all know what happened to Jamie Smith, who was his prime partner, set to take England deep. But now today, and the bowler's not able to back up, and you see that hard work sort of eaten into so quickly. He desperately wanted that 100 to be in a winning cause. Full toss here, driven. The off drive down the ground. Chase is on. Hot slide back, he saves the boundary. They're coming back for 3. Ben Stokes was there in partnership down by the rope, sends the ball back into the middle. Yeah, a bit of a slip perhaps there from Tongue with the full toss.
And that's the difference, Ali, in terms of when the field's out. Smith just said, you know, I'm just going to bat. He played a few different shots, but pretty much he said, well, the field's out, I can't get out, can I? So I'm just going to take the ones and just maneuver the scoreboard that way. And he had a couple of accomplices there. Travis Head sort of decided to take it on like Travis does, doesn't he?
The lead's 130. Smith here, the ball pops up but lands safely in front of Gully. Well, a rare time he's not in control. Well, I say not in control. I mean, he plays those tennis swats and you think it doesn't look like he's in control, but he still knows what he's doing. That one, genuine edge that ballooned up, but harmlessly so.
Alison, we're up to 7 50-plus partnerships in this innings.
Oh, is this another?
It's an Australian record, and it's only one off the all-time record. India versus England in 2007 had 8. So, yeah, second in all of Test cricket.
That's quite something.
Yeah.
Well, it's batting Australia at the moment. All these partnerships adding up to a very strong position. Tongue moves in. Defence from Smith. The full ball on middle and off. And Tongue tosses the ball away to Smith at the end of the over. 7 for 514. Just a couple more minutes, so we'll get one more over in here as the shadows have really extended across the ground. The tall, distinctive floodlights of the SCG stretching out in front of us. And
a number of occasions we've had 6.
Right, okay, so 7 is a bit of a rarity.
Now for Australia.
Yeah, it's been a batting display aided by some wayward bowling in England, just an attack which, you know, will need to develop. It needs experience. There will be a lot of players in the county game this summer in England who are thinking, well, there's a chance. Yeah, everyone will be looking to stake a claim.
I mean, the interesting, how many boundaries have been hit today or this innings from the Australian point of view? Because we're talking 124 overs by the end of today, and it feels like a lot.
Just a lot of ball chasing, a lot of gaps. Yeah. A lot of times the field has been spread. Slip, short leg here. Will Jacks. One last over of the day for him here to the tall figure of Webster, who goes back and strokes him out through the vacant point region. A chase back here for cover and for slip. Webster's back for 2. The ball slows up. Turning now for 3, but no, well, hang on. Webster's out of his ground because Smith has slipped, but the throw wasn't tight over the stumps, and Webster had enough time to get up and turn and make it back. That could have been a moment of calamity at the end of the day.
Yeah, disastrous, that would have
been. 70 boundaries.
70 boundaries.
4s and 6s.
That's a lot. You know, when you can't get pressure on, 70 boundaries. That's a lot of boundaries in a score.
Well, there's more more holes in the fields than a sieve, really. It's just leaking and leaking. Will Jacks in here to Webster, covering the off stump, thinking maybe there'd be a single there, but there isn't. Just 4 more deliveries to get through until the close of play for these two, and they can come back tomorrow and they can extend the lead some more. It's 132. The hunger for Steve Smith on 129. His 3 best test scores are all against England, double hundreds. Worked into the leg side by Webster, no run. But a horrible day, really, for Matthew Potts in particular, with all the runs conceded off his bowling.
It's not great seeing that, because he's a better bowler than that, from what I've seen.
Jacks moves in, Webster defends again. Ball runs into the offside, no run. Matthew Potts, 25 overs, 141 runs. So more than 5.5 and over. As Jacks is in here to Webster. Back up the pitch into the hands of Jacks. 1 more ball to come. As the clock has ticked exactly on to 6 p.m. Corbin Middlemas bringing you grandstand at stumps very shortly. Jacks in, last ball of the day, and Webster just eases this pass, runs it past slip. Comes back for 2. Chase back into the deep. Smith is turning. I wonder if there's 3, but Webster's jogging through for the second. And that ends a day of dominance for Australia. Day 3 of this match. The Aussies taking control. A partnership of 81. Australia is 7 for 518. They've taken the lead to 134. With Steve Smith notching up his 37th Test 100 in front of his home crowd here. 129 not out from the 205 balls that he's faced. Bo Webster with him. His first match of this Ashes series, unbeaten on 42 off 58. Earlier treated to Travis Head's 163. Khawaja came out to a tremendous ovation, Biff, didn't he? But went back in just 17. May or may not be a second innings for Australia. We do not yet know. But Australia have put themselves comfortably in the driving seat as Smith removes his helmet and takes the applause of the SCG crowd now as he crosses the rope and will head back into the sanctity of the pavilion.
As he should. Fantastic 100 from Steve Smith, the captain. Really got to the stage where, you know, himself, Travis Head, started yesterday, continued on this morning. Partnerships, as you heard from Rick Finlay before, 7 50-run partnerships. Everyone contributed. Fantastic day from the Australian batting unit. We've been asking for that all summer. The wickets may not have suited, but this one did suit the way they played. And they cashed in, didn't they? The way they stuck at it and got through the whole day from a Steve Smith and batting point of view was fantastic. The hunger was there. Hunger was back. It was 5 for 352 in the day, I think, off about 89 overs. And that's a rough guess, but Rick will correct me anyway. But it was a fantastic day for the Australian cricket team and the way they went about it. Fantastic day for the McGrath Foundation. I thought England were average in the first session today. Second session when they lost 3 for 96, I thought they were good. And then they just got tired, didn't they? And the ball went around the park and total control. The lead's now, spiked, 134, Ali. They bat for another half hour, 40 minutes and don't lose a wicket tomorrow. It can push to 600, 650. They'll play a few shots maybe after lunch if they have to, whatever it may be. But what it will be, a total day for Australia. They probably can't lose a test match now, can they?